EWC is all about breaking records with the best of the best. That's why I'm out here at the racetrack today to do just that. I've got my driving instructor, Vincent. Vincent,
hello.
What is the record for this lap?
50 seconds here.
50 seconds?
Yes.
Easy. You think I could do that?
Maybe. Let's see.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go.
No. Break.
Okay.
And reverse for go.
Now,
Can go.
usually in my car, I have one of the little screens that pop up.
Stop.
With
It's good.
This is good?
You
Okay.
can upshift for the one.
All right,
and
I'm
you can go.
upshifting. Okay, here we go. You know what? I didn't adjust my mirrors before. I'm gonna park right here.
No.
I need to know who's on my 6.
We are solo on the track. We are solo. It's good.
See, that's how they get you.
I think you can faster.
We're about to set a record here, okay, Vincent? I'm
Yes.
gonna need you to be patient with me, okay? Because right now, I'm going for accuracy. We're doing this my way, all right? Haven't you heard that Frank Sinatra song? Fly me to the moon. You gotta lean into it, Vincent. You gotta lean into your turns. Lean with me. Lean with me, Vincent. Yes. You are feeling is the G-force, all right? This is what pilots feel when they jet off into outer space. Do you feel like an astronaut, Vincent?
Yes, a little.
They're gonna write songs about me, Vincent. And there she went down the track, blazing trail behind her, and all the racers looking out. No, they couldn't find her. You know what they call me? They call me the Yellow Flash.
Try to be fast.
How do you feel about stopping for a little sweet treat? There's a place right here. All right,
Stop.
one sec. Excusez-moi, je vous want me water, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Okay, this one's for me. Thank you. Merci. Oh, did you want any?
No, it's good.
Oh, okay, that's
Thank
fine. Where's the cup holder?
No, don't have.
Okay, you're my
take
cup
it.
holder now. Did you just throw out my water?
Yes.
Maybe I wanted to drink the rest of that. Did you ever think of that?
You drive.
That's true. Don't drink and drive. You're right. That's a very bad habit. Oh my God. I can feel the wind through my hair. The adrenaline is like nothing else I've ever experienced. Look at how beautiful the scenery is here.
Yes.
We're about to cross the line.
A little bit.
We're about to cross the finish line. Yeah!
Nice. Good
Woo!
job. Little slow, but good job.
Nobody has done that before.
Nice.
We did it. Celebration. That's the sound of my people. After weeks of celebrating only the greatest losers, now I myself have become one. We did it! Thank you. This is a fantastic honor. I'd like to thank my driving instructor, Vincent. Shout out to Team Liquid, who also doesn't have any points on the board. Maybe they can aspire to be me. I'm going home a winner, loser winner. Someone will be proud of me, right?
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026. The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais été, jamais fait une trop pas big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of CROSSFIRE here at EWC 2026. And we have a hell of a day of action for you on your screens. My name's Dan Gaskin. I'll be hosting for the entire day. And I have 2, technically 3 wonderful casters / analysts that are going to be joining me for the entire day. To start off, we have Paladin and Penguin. Guys, a pleasure. Day 3. We're starting to move into quarterfinals a little bit later, but we first have to eliminate a couple more teams, send 2 more teams through as well. I mean, how are you feeling about how the competition's gone so far? Any big shocks, upsets for you?
Not exactly. I mean, some of these Chinese teams having to get sent home early was very, very interesting. You know, Q9 going out in last place was a shock to me. But this is where I think we separate the men from the boys, as they say, because we've got to send a couple teams home. Everything's elimination essentially today. And I think this is where we get some exciting games on our horizons.
I mean, one of the upsets as well is Liquid beating Stallions. I know Liquid is not that easy team, but still Stallions came as a favorite, and then suddenly we've seen a good reverse sweep from Liquid. And still, Stallions, they have the chances. They're going to be playing EP now on Stream A, and now they still have to get into the playoffs. So it's going to be a quite good game, and in my opinion, this is one of the games that I was looking for.
And with how the format works in this tournament as well, we obviously had double elimination through the group stages, and we are still going to finish the group stages today as well. But then we move into single elimination once we get into those quarterfinals. So no more second chances, even today, because we're going to be doing the elimination bracket matches. Yeah. Everyone has had their second chance, as it were. But now moving into single elimination, suddenly, you know, not having that safety net is going to be a little bit scary for these teams.
Yeah, as I mentioned when I was a player, and there is a second chance, you usually play with less pressure, and then when it's suddenly no more chances for you, I guess it's going to be quite tough for all these players. They need to step up, and I believe that all of them can do.
Yes, we started with 16 teams, and we're going to whittle them all down to 8. You might have seen, if you're watching the mainstream as well, we're going to be doing a live draw as well for how those quarterfinals are going to be picking balls out of a pot. Old school style, so I'm excited for that one. If you are wondering how the prize pool is allocated as well, we have a lot of cash that is available for all of these teams and players competing. Of course, the further up you get, the more money you win. It's as simple as that. $2 million is going to be available for these guys competing here today. First place taking $750,000. I mean, Penguin, you've competed, right? But this is quite a big prize pool for these guys, isn't it?
I mean, I've competed probably till the 4th place. I didn't get that to see 750k, I mean, on first place, but still, it's the same as CFS as mentioned, Paladin. So it's like 2 big tournaments. You're here on EWC. You're not only here also for the prize money, because we've mentioned that there is a club championship. There are some teams fighting for it. So this adds also for the money. Yeah, like you mentioned the club championship, there is a broader picture as well for a lot of these teams competing. You're trying to represent your club and make sure they can try and win that club championship. 2 front runners at the moment. We've got All Gamers Global and we have Team Falcons, who are both at the tippy top. There is an outside chance, it's a very outside chance, of Na'Vi and Team Vitality, who will still be competing here today and actually on our B stream as well. Speaking of the teams that we might be seeing today, we can look at all of our attending teams as well, even those who were eliminated from the competition, because we did say goodbye to some yesterday. Sadly, we crushed some keys, although I did quite enjoy seeing the keys getting crushed. It's one of my favorite parts of the show, to be completely honest with you, because when those keys are crushed, it means they are out of the tournament. Their dream is over. I mean, if you had to crush someone's key, would you, is there any teams that you have history with, rivalries with, Penguin? I mean, it's hard to say, but it's going to be Falcons, because Wolf Empire, historically, or probably the Vietnamese teams, are usually the teams that eliminated me from the international stage. So I'd love to have a chance to do that again.
Who's been your favorite team so far to watch?
Oh man, I mean, Liquid has to be the team that jumps out to me. I mean, of course, you've got a great foundation from that roster, but then getting to watch Gokyn at his peak form. He had a little bit of a slow start to the tournament, but watching him kind of grow as the tournament went on and kind of reaching the peak of his powers in that Stallion matchup made things very exciting. I mean, Group A is not going to get any easier today. I mean, having Vitality taking on Geekay is an exciting one, and then Stallions having to fight against EPG. That's like the matchup of the day for me, in all honesty.
It'll be strange to say goodbye to one of those teams, I think, this early on. And then in Group B, we have seen a couple of teams already progress through to those quarterfinals. We did also say goodbye to Anubis Gaming last night. We said goodbye to Team Nemesis as well, but we still have to find out who's going to progress from the Vicious and Na'Vi. Falcons are still going to be competing as well to see whether they can beat BaiSha. So there is plenty on the line still in these groups, and then once those are completed, we will of course see who will be the top 8 teams in the group and then into the quarterfinals. Now, looking at yesterday, if you didn't see it, we can kind of recap you and see what happened on our stage in particular, because a lot did happen. As I said, we said goodbye to teams. We also saw teams progress through. I mean, mean, looking back here, Penguin, some big games, some important matches, and some brilliant moments.
Yeah, this is one of the upsets that we were talking about. Stallions, when they had a very good Subways game, and we said, okay, Stallions is just gonna steamroll forward their way through Liquid, and it's gonna be a quiet. I don't want to say an easy game, but it's probably a 2-0 game. Look at this, Stallions on the second map, they were almost doing it. It was 7-7, 3 rounds to maybe probably make them the winners, and then going home. Yesterday was being on the playoffs, but suddenly we've seen a good reverse sweep from them, and then we went to Rock and Navi. We said that Navi should be having a good games versus Rock. It should be close, but it wasn't at all. And this is also one of the unexpected things that we've seen yesterday on stream. I believe that Rock, they're still kind of improving in terms of when it's going into the tournament. Every time, every day, they're just having more power. We've seen MGs come back as well, and then finally we've got to see the last series was kind of one-sided in favor of Geekay. A big surprise was that Execration didn't have any single fight yesterday.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we had a disappointing showing from them. This was I would argue the most interesting matchup in my opinion between Anubis and the Vicious. It was very back and forth. I mean, the way that it started, Anubis had every opportunity to showcase, okay, Dirty Muffin, that double sniper duo is one to watch, and then heartbreak after heartbreak led them to just probably the most upsetting elimination I've watched in my time as a caster, where multiple opportunities in both maps and just not able to close it out and having to send them home.
Yeah, we saw Anubis get to 9 twice. Right?
Yeah.
And then it goes into overtime and they lose it both times. It must be very demoralizing for them. I mean, I'm sure it was. They were eliminated and they lost their key as well. If you're wondering how the bracket looks, we can give you an overview of that now as well, and how it's starting to pave its way into today's action and therefore into tomorrow's action after the fact. So these are the groups. This was Group A. Of course, we saw the opening matches on day 1, leading us into our decider matches that we were able to see yesterday, and then it leaves us with our decider matches down in that lower bracket. You said Stallions versus EPG was probably your favorite match in this today's action. Is there a reason for that? Is it just because saying goodbye to one of them would be such a huge loss?
I mean, there's expectations for both of those teams, right? EPG, obviously from the Chinese region, there's an expectation after showcasing a good performance at EWC last year that they should be performing at that same level, if not better. And then the same thing goes for Stallions. I mean, their entire 2025 campaign internationally was fantastic. That now there's an expectation that they have to meet. There's a criteria that says, hey, they got to be in the playoffs. They got to be competing for top 4 against some of these Chinese rosters. So for either one of them to have their journey end this short, it's definitely concerning moving forward, and I think either one of them will breathe a sigh of relief that they can put this behind them.
And then on the other side, we have Vitality, GK that are going to be playing up against each other as well. But then in Group B, we had our opening games, which we saw pretty normal results, aside from maybe Na'Vi 2-0ing Falcons, which was the biggest surprise of that opening set. But then as we move a little bit further into them, we started to say goodbye to a couple of teams. Nemesis put up a fantastic game against ROK-eSports, but sadly they ended up getting eliminated yesterday as well, alongside Anubis Gaming. Both of those going all the way to the best of 3, going the distance. Na'Vi versus Vicious or BaiSha versus Falcons. I mean, both of those intense games today as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to get back to what you said about Anubis. We've seen also Nemesis. Just want to say that all the West League teams, they went all the way to the full maps. They went to 3 maps. They played the 3 maps. But, I mean, yes, only Vitality claimed the win. Nemesis were very close versus Falcons, as you mentioned yesterday. And then suddenly they got reverse sweep as well. Anubis, they got reverse sweep as well. This shows that the experience probably is not here for these guys. But now, I mean, the Vicious, they played very good yesterday. I would love to see these guys again. We're going to be seeing them versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi just had a good run. Probably, yes, not the best versus ROK-eSports, but we've seen how they played versus Falcons, and it's the same region they're going to play again as they played versus the first seed Vietnam. Now they're going to be playing versus the 3rd seed on Vietnam.
Yeah, lots of exciting games to come. Day 3 is upon us, and if you're excited at home, well, we're going to get you even more excited. Check this out.
Team Vita là một đối thủ rất mạnh đại diện cho seed 1 của châu Âu, nhưng đây là một trận đấu trên sàn, biết đâu chúng tôi có thể thắng.
We usually watch the Vietnamese league and we watch GK how they are playing. GK be ready for us because we gonna destroy you.
Team Na'Vi thì lối đánh thì khá nhanh, counter được, giành chiến thắng được. A gente vai em busca da vitória da classificação para as quartas de final e a gente tem certeza que vai passar.
就想对下一个对手说，无论我们打谁，我们都会全力以赴拿下这场胜利。
Estamos evoluindo a cada jogo
e espero ser campeão.
在 EWC 2025我们也晋级到了季后赛，但是没有走得更远。希望在2026 EWC 可以更进一步。
I'm very happy to qualify for the playoffs. Whoever we are facing next, be prepared because we are ready.
Plenty to look forward to then in day 3 of today's action, and we've got some brilliant games here on the side stream as well, kicking off with Vitality versus GK. GK surprised me a little bit yesterday. I didn't know what to expect, but they came out all guns blazing, but they'll be going up against a Vitality team who will want to prove a point here, dropping down from that upper bracket. Let's start talking about Vitality. Man, what makes Vitality a team that could get to the playoffs for you?
I mean, they are the most experienced team on stage right now because these guys have been together for like 3 years. They are good veteran players. They don't have young stars because usually if you see any team, they usually have some young stars except for the Chinese top 2 teams and Vitality as well, these guys. So I believe that the experience, the level of chemistry between these guys can just put it together and maybe probably just translate it into a win.
And even though it's an outside chance of a club championship success here for Team Vitality, it's a 0.33. It was yesterday. It may have gone down now, I'm not sure. But it's still about trying to compete and getting into that top 3 of the club championship. So still a big responsibility for these players, at least to get into those playoffs for the extra club championship points. But then, first and foremost, it's about doing it for themselves, right, Paladin? It's about getting the respect from your peers and also just trying to get further and further towards that trophy.
Yeah, they're trying to represent Europe, and they have been for quite some time, and they're the only team that I look at reliably to say, yeah, they can go toe-to-toe with the Chinese roster. They have the potential to go toe-to-toe with the Chinese roster, and we've seen that in terms of their opening matchup. Of course, the matchup against AG didn't necessarily go the way that they were wanting, but the win that they had earlier on against EP felt like, you know, there is something to be seen from this roster. And I think, as you kind of mentioned, Penguin, about the experience, about what they've shown on the stage, it's only going to help them. I think they've got a severe advantage in the matchup against GK today because of that experience, because of that chemistry. And with that, I have a feeling that they'll feel a lot more comfortable today after having already taken to the stage in that main stage here in this venue.
And a little bit of extra pressure for them as well, because the Vitality booth here at EWC is right next to us, so I'm sure there'll be a lot of overarching eyes looking towards and just having a little peer over, seeing if they see how Vitality are doing. And I'm sure lots of Vitality fans curious how they're going to fare as well. Now, on the other side of the stage, we have GK-eSports. This is going to be a tough game for them, that's for sure, but they certainly proved yesterday that they have come here to play.
I mean, if you watch the interview, this guy said like, okay, Vitality is one of the strongest teams and they're probably the favorite in this game, but we're going to do our best, and probably on stage anybody can win. And this is exactly what I was talking to my teammates when I was playing. Like, okay, if you're playing online, it's completely different when you go on stage, because on stage a lot of outside factors that can affect the game. Probably the atmosphere, probably if you're having a good day, your enemy team probably is not having the best days ever, and we've seen some teams just falling because of that. We've seen Stallions yesterday, it wasn't their day, so I still think they have the chances. Yes, as Paladin mentioned, we are looking at Vitality as the favorite team to win this game, but still, GK, we cannot exclude them out of the picture.
Yeah, whenever you have international head-to-heads, like different regions clashing with one another, there's always an outside chance of something finicky happening, whether it's in the veto, whether it's actually in the macro-micro of these maps itself. And that's what makes this matchup so exciting, that even in that theoretical sense that Vitality are pretty heavily favored, there's that expectation that, you know, maybe you have a pop-off moment from one of these players on GK. And so far, I guess the veto kind of looks stock standard. Nothing really jumps out to me here, Penguin.
I like GK's band on New Compound because they've watched how good Vitality is on New Compound. I wanted to talk about the veto, but Solid is here because New Compound should be eliminated if you want to be playing versus Vitality. We've seen how good they played versus EP. They beat him 10-3. I believe they spammed BaiSha, and if you have a team who's good on pushing BaiSha, you're definitely not going to be winning this map. So good read by GK. That means that they did their homework. These guys knows what they're doing.
Scriv will be happy backstage as well because Eagle Eye is going to be played. But I mean, just seeing that map veto, do you have a favorite?
Yeah, I think Vitality get themselves Eagle Eye and Subbase. I mean, that's 2 out of the 3 maps that I think they really, really enjoy. That automatically, I just feel like, let's say that pressure does mount, Ankara doesn't go their way, there's a big offensive push here from GK. I can still see a world where they pull it out in 3, Vitality, and I mean, I'm still going to favor them to complete the sweep. I don't think there's really too much pressure on Vitality here.
Well, not too much pressure, maybe, but there is going to be big pressure in the fact that this is an elimination game, everyone. It's Geekay versus Vitality. It's day 3 of EWC 2026. We've got CROSSFIRE action, and we've got Penguin and Paladin.
Excited to be here. It's decider match number 1 between Vitality and Geekay. Pretty optimal veto, pretty optimal situation for Vitality. Having to play against 2 Chinese teams back-to-back isn't necessarily the greatest opening draw, but Vitality have kind of stood the test of time, and now they quote-unquote get an easier one. The expectation is here that they get it over the line. They qualify for the playoffs for the 2nd straight EWC in a row. But the question is, how cleanly can they do it? And can they do it? Because this Geekay roster looked very comfortable against Execration yesterday, Penguin.
Well, you've said it. They play versus 2 Chinese teams, but I tell you that this gives them a boost on momentum because they played versus strong teams. They probably got into the tournament. They didn't have a quite easy run, so they made some mistakes, definitely. And we've seen the loss versus AG. They will learn from it and probably they will change. And also, you mentioned that AG.AL in sub-base. Let me tell you, on West League, Vitality has the highest wins on first sub-base, second AG.AL. So they're playing the 2 best maps on this V2. Yes, sub-base is going to be the decider. We might not see it, but still there's fair chances. And Snare just picks Pime out.
That's a beautiful shot. Pixel spotted, and that chip has been spotted as well. So now already, I mean, this is something that we saw with the Anubis yesterday. It's just these double sniper setups know how to manage the angles very well, and they get off to the races straight away. There is a pullback from Bakcute, but Snake will go very aggressive, unorthodox from Vitality to be this forward-facing, and it completely catches this offense off guard. Bakcute and Kimbum will have to do everything in this 2-on-4. There 30 seconds left on the clock. They'll send it through the hotel. And it is a pretty open site. It's only Snare that's here. And he'll have to be a little bit more passive, potentially playing in more of a retake setup. But this shot over from Slayer should at least get 1 shot off, but it doesn't. Very smartly played here from GK.
I mean, already Snare was behind because these guys are not afraid to launch. They are not afraid to move forward, and we've seen Slayer just pushing blue doors instantly, just giving his teammates the full information, and this is what separates Vitality from any other West League teams. Snake pushed along. Slayer pushed mid. They both knew that it is going to be beside, so you don't need to stay on site. You just need to retreat back to the city, wait for the retake. You already know where the guys are going. Just take your positions instead of just having one guy and immediately just got killed alone on site. So well played by them. Also good pick by Snare on Pime, because we wanted to talk about Pime needs to be out of the picture if Vitality needs to win. And also for GK, I believe that the roster is just relying on the picks that Pime usually do, the aggressive plays that he's usually making. So the first round wasn't successful for him, and now he's got another chance to just find some other kills.
Slayer now in the hotel, pretty aggressive, mind you. He does have some rifling support, which means there's always that trade potential. But so far, GK very keen on playing a very methodical playstyle here, realizing that mid-round aggression can happen at any point in time from their opponents. Here comes a little bit of an execution. A couple smokes being tossed on the A side of things, a lurk smoke on B, and they come in through the middle of the map, trying to isolate a split potential, but Snake and Horus, everybody chiming in here from the defense. That chip is there for a couple kills in response, but still a man advantage here for the defense. And still, I mean, this utility will eventually get expended, that anything that GK wants to end up doing, they're going to have to do it dry.
Yeah, only nade on Pime is not going to help. 41 HP, C4 is there, that chip is here. Snare is about to be tested on his side. As we can see, the global risk are kind of split, but Snare just want to take this fight. Pime gets the better out of him, and now it is 1-on-1 when it comes to this duel. But Snake is still here. He does a lot of damage and also takes a lot of damage. 34 HP is to work with, but Slayer is still 4 HP and he has an HK, and this guy is coming back behind. Pime just knows where he is. The plant is coming. Pime just picks Snake, and it's all about the Slayer. And if anybody is to clutch this round, it is gonna be Slayer. After this Snake might get that chip out, and finally he does, but Pime third on a piece and gets it to GK, and now is 1-1. I mean, Prime, as we've mentioned, if Geekay has chances to win the rounds, it should be this man doing the work. Got Snake, got Snare, and also clutched the round versus Slayer.
Yeah, difficult sequence there for PM to put together. Not really any flashes or smokes to support him in any way, but he makes it work very well. Silenced early on in round number 1, but round 2, you hear him cheer back, and what a flick back over there from PM, and now that should prime this A play to come through. Snare now under pressure, and he won't find anything. There's a response here from Vitality to surge back into A, but it's all the Blacklist side. Sure, Horus finds one, but look at how much damage he's taken. 21 HP to his name. Geekay now upping the tempo and getting rewarded for it here on this Blacklist side.
I mean, aggressive round coming out from Geekay, changing the pace. I like it. They've played slow for the first 2 rounds. The third was fast. The pick onto Todzin. Todzin wasn't aware that Prime can be doing these aggressive things. Yes, we've mentioned on the desk that Prime is always aggressive. Vitality should have done their homework, that you know Prime is sometimes randomly anywhere, and 4 kills to this guy makes GK 2-1. And still, they have a slow round this time. Changing the pace, changing the style is a good thing to have versus teams such as Vitality, because it makes it unexpected every time you're fighting. That look at that, Duct One is just trying to cheese for some kill on a long. Snare is playing aggressive, and Prime will have to get close. Snare might get one and leave, but now that chip is the one who gets the kill. 5 on 4, minute and 40 seconds on the clock, and these guys should be locking into one of the sides with the numbers advantage that they have.
Looks like A is the name of the game here. Deep smoke being tossed in by Vitality, but they can wait this one out. Still a chance for PM to do some significant damage with that sniper. Kimbom has been spotted though, and that should prime at least an extra rotation to come through. Horus is trying to make his way in, but he's not been able to find anything. And this offense has just looked rock solid from GK. There's a bit of hesitancy from Vitality to call in that third rotation. And for GK, as soon as they get that pick, they're surging forward. They're not leaving anything to chance. It's something that we noticed from some of the rosters yesterday where, you know, they've gotten themselves a man advantage in an open bomb site, yet they still hesitate. They slow the pace of the round down, and they overcomplicate things. But right now, GK seem to be hitting a little bit of a flow state, Penguin.
I mean, I haven't seen anything unique from GK, I would say, but still, their aims are on point. Probably Vitality is not having the best aims right now. They will need to get in aggressive. As you can see, Snake just unleashes himself into getting that chip out of the picture. 4 are on belong. But look at mid control. Elon control is all by Vitality side, so nothing that GK has in terms of spaces except this B side. That's why we are seeing a 3 from Vitality now on B side. A good change in the pace. We've talked about GK changing the pace, and now Vitality are doing the same. They are trying to deny the space for them in order to win some rounds. And yes, Snake got the kill. Slayer took a bit of damage, but still, I don't think it's gonna be that problem for them. Minute and 40 seconds, and these guys are usually waiting for the smokes. The flash is just fake, probably is out of the map. Todzin just get blinded by his teammate. He's like, okay, they're gonna be waiting for this smoke. I believe that these guys needs to execute into B-side, but look at that, 4 around B-side. Only Snake is there to guard the mid and A.
Oh no, but Horus goes down initially, and that flash is perfect from the side of GK. Slater is still here though, the man that you want, and the secondary in the form of Snare, or at least another sniper in the form of Snare, is here, and nearly had a double on his plate, but still a 2-on-2. Snake's still trying to make his way over from A. And the C4 still hasn't hit the deck. Kimbom with 8 HP wants to go on the offensive, and Slayer, he's wise to these tricks. He's been around the block a little bit now. PM now in this clutch situation, brings it down to a 1-on-1. But he's got 45 seconds left on the clock. Eventually, he's got to pull the trigger to get that bomb down, and Snake has not bitten. He's still over here on A, watching the rotation in the back lanes. He puts the onus on GK, on PM, to get that bomb down, and he will. He'll commit to B. And now Snake's got to make that long rotation, and these long lines being watched by the sniper will make this retake very difficult.
Yeah, and Snake was waiting for the C4 to be planted, and now his chances to move, get the kill, get around. Probably the first clutch for Snake now. An important one for the team. He's been spotted. Pime knows he's there. Whiffs the first shot. Snake has another chance. The smoke is there. Time is ticking. And Pime just swings to get the 1v2 clutch for GK. All the aim fights are going one-sided so far. I don't think Vitality has any problems except trying to hit these shots. And by time, we might see them playing better and better. But look at GK's aim. Look at this guy's discipline. I mean, they look sharp today.
Yeah, PM looks on another level right now. And then he's going to continue his good looks in this first, or in terms of the first pick here in round number 6. 8-1 to start things off. And I definitely agree. I mean, Vitality do not look as sharp as they usually have been. But the efficiency of GK has been something else. Snare, though, trying to pull things back. And the one bit of man advantage that Vitality have is quickly ripped away. GK storming again through this one. 5 rounds will look very doable at this point, and doing this on the blacklist side, you'd like to think is pretty impressive. And oh wow, I thought that shot was a little awry there from Snare, and yet still we have ourselves a one-on-one after the dust settles. Horus very capable in the clutch, but Kimbom with the bomb site, the ability to get that C4 down, and an out route over to A, and he spotted a back turn, completely catches Horus off guard, and GK are roaring to life here.
Yeah, man, these clutches are going all one-way sided in favor of GK, and as I mentioned now, I guess they need more a pep talk than a strategic-wise talk, because GK are not doing anything out of the world. They're just doing the basic gameplay, but perfectly executed when it comes to these clutches. 3 1v1s have been won. The only one to win the first round is to win it when they got rid of Pine, when Snake and Snare just did a good job on these kills. But look at that sharp rounds coming out from GK. I believe that GK are just having a good day in terms of aim, and this puts him in a very favorable spot. And as we can see, the momentum is just rising and rising for these guys. As they said on an interview that probably we are not the favorite in this matchup, but we're going to do our best. You never know who's going to be winning, especially on the international stages, and this is exactly what we are seeing. Vitality are still down 4 rounds, but I believe that they can have a good comeback if they can manage to pull off most of these clutches, I would say.
Yeah, it is definitely coming down to the individual decision-making for Vitality in the clutch. Right and ripe time to call a timeout, stem the bleeding a little bit. It definitely didn't feel as though Vitality were going to be in this situation in the first place. And yet still, down 5-1 on their own map pick, their home turf of Eagle-Eye. Worrying signs, to say the least. You know, you don't have that extra lifeline in this tournament as of right now. Group A has been deadly, but it still feels as though they've done the hard work to win a game against a Chinese roster and to qualify into the next level of competition yet again. But I've yet to see that in this series so far, Penguin.
Yeah. Let's see what did this guy have to show us after this timeout. We've seen Stray was doing the most of the talk. That's why I'm saying they need a pep talk. They don't need a strategic talk. Otherwise, you would see the players just discussing, try to, okay, probably this is not working, this is working. I think that they need to play the same as the first round. We've seen them unleashing themselves, and GK, they don't need to change anything. And if you are going to eliminate Pine, it's going to be an easy round, but this time Pine just gets the better out of Slayer. And still doing a lot of damage. We've mentioned that he's one of the best players on GK, and 9-2 is here to deliver on only 6 rounds. He's doing a very good job. Only single defense side on A side from Vitality's team, but backed up by Tots and probably from A Connector, this guy who's been smoked for a while. And now we can see that GK are trying to set up for a push. C4 is around B side. 2 players are there from Vitality. it is Horus and Snake to defend this side, and I think they're gonna be running clocks for these smokes to be gone, probably to push some mistakes. They know the Vitality are doing these plays, especially when they have numbers disadvantage. They need to push for some intel, otherwise they're gonna be normally losing the round. Now the flash on mid just to fake. Nobody rotated from Vitality, which is good, but it's still no commitment on any of the sides.
And Horus still has not sprung to life over there in the hotel. Snake now actually is at first point of contact instead, so a bit of a crossfire here that Horus can abuse, but isn't able to necessarily get out for free. He's gonna fight forward. 2 big kills from him. Totson can now chime in, but there's PM still kicking. 20 seconds left on the clock now as they try to bound into this B bomb site. Surely this is a round that Vitality can convert, but still we have ourselves a 2-on-2. C4 has been dropped. It has to be recovered. It has to be planted. There's not really enough time for this. At a certain point, you think that maybe a cross can come through. Time! They've got to find Totson, and they can't flick back over. He hasn't pulled the trigger at all. Beautifully intelligent play there from Totson in the 1-on-2. As Vitality, through the nick of time, get themselves their second round on the board.
I was so scared that this guy might flick his mouse and just kills Totson and then gets the round. It's gonna be so frustrating for him, but well played by Vitality. Now the changes that they've done is working out, and we are seeing a fake mid push into them, probably just trying to do some nade damage, but look at Snare, he just legs someone, and that one just gets him out. And now Paim is just a very low HP, and still that brings Vitality's back into action on this round. That puts them in the picture. Yes, it's 1-0, but Paim is just still on a very low HP.
I mean, the fact that he's still alive is still so important for GK. You've seen the amount of impact that this guy has provided, making that 2vx a possibility in the final round, or final goings of that last round. GK now with this 5-on-4 with Snare down for the count. Definitely feels like a little bit of an advantage for the Blacklist side. Now the port of call. 3 players here, though, from the defense. Totson to take that initial contact, and he's been spotted. He's been cornered, and he's been wall-banged out of the round. And look at this. The crossfire just gets completely disassembled like a house of cards. It's just Slayer now in the 1-on-4, and the spam is decent, but PM, man, I mean, still able to get the final kill on the round. Still has 12 kills in this first half. He is just on an absolute tear right now.
Oh my lord, if you're going to push, this is a big stack from Vitality like this, and you still lose only 1 member, then definitely this is a hell of a day for you. And now we are seeing Vitality just trying to play the same way as they played. No crazy plays, just finally Snare just picks Paim off on a big wall bang and finds another. Snare with a triple kill so far, and Snake gets 1 more. Dachim is the only one to find the kills, and finally one of the first rounds for GK just got shot down by Vitality. A good half by both teams. Probably GK were better in most aspects of the game, and in the clutches, they won 3 clutches out of the 6 rounds that they got. That was make them the better team when it comes to this matchup. But still, we're going to be seeing now Vitality on the Blacklist side. We know that these guys have a very, very good chemistry, so they should be having some good Blacklist rounds and probably some good pushes into the sides, good reactions, good solo plays. And now GK will have to show us that this is one of the best maps, I would say.
Yeah, I think in their minds, now that they've got a couple of clutches under their belt, that they know that there's a potency in the team to make this comeback happen. But still have to deal with GK's global risk side that can still be dangerous. Still slightly favored in this first map of play after a couple of stellar rounds back-to-back. Vitality, with that West League style, will be methodical, will be slow. Really want to cross their T's, dot their I's. And right now, they seem to be looking at this A side a little bit pacier than you'd like to think. Here they come in. PM still on the scene, and an opportunity for Datchip to find some impact. PM gets 1 off the ground, but he's trying to find a way to stay alive, and he does. Look at how long he lives. It allows for these 2 rotations between Bakcute and Kimbom to come in, but Horus is still firing away. It's into the 1-on-1 now. Headshot angle for Horus, but he can't convert. Bakcute gets another clutch on the board, and GK just can't make the wrong decision in these X-Factor scenarios.
This guy lives for so long, as you mentioned. Paim is just wasting a lot of time. He's just toying around with Slayer behind the pillar, just going left to right, gets the kill immediately. Yes, he got traded, but at what costs? Everybody just died, and Paim just got the jump from Snake into death, and now they have one man advantage on one of the most important rounds for Vitality. I was going to mention that this is going in the heads. If they lose this round, it's going to be a big difference between them and Sprayson, but Snare just replies with another beautiful shot.
Good shot, and then, you know, Vitality, they just want to go off the back of this straight away. They found another one from Horus, and Todson will chime in as well. The Riflers now singing to life. That chip in PM, though, known for a clutch or two. That chip completely blinded up, though. Trying to live for as long as possible as he regains his vision. And as soon as he does, he finds instant impact. Slayer hits the deck. C4 still hasn't gone down yet, mind you. The PM still has a chance. He gets spotted out. Can now re-scope in, and oh, you'd think that he'd nail that shot with the way he's been playing. But that trip's there to pick up the pieces, and now it's got to be Snare. Your leading player in terms of firepower on this Vitality side, and you're looking to him to be that spark plug to reignite this team back into contention. Still a minute left on this clock about, and a chance to at least get that C4 down, put the pressure on the defense, but he hasn't been able to suss out where either one of them have gone off to. It's just so concerning to him, and because of that, he just wants to reset the situation, maybe move back over to A. There's plenty of room for it, and Datrip still hasn't shown enough of his body. Finally, he does. A lot of damage taken by Snare. 10 HP, but he hits the quick scope regardless. 45 seconds left on the clock, and he makes the split-second decision to at least consider the A move, but doubles back. Puts the onus on PM. Surely this has been communicated that he's been tagged up. He switches over to the pistol to be a little bit more active, and PM still very understanding of the situation. And you're exactly right, Penguin. Another clutch on the board. Another inch taken by the side of GK.
I mean, Snare got a lot of damage before just trying to find this kill. Yes, he landed a beautiful quick scope onto this guy, I mean, and then suddenly he just found Paim in his face with the SP, just gets the kill, and another clutch goes away with GK. I guess 6 clutches on total right now, probably at least 5, and now GK are up 8-3 after a round that should have went to Vitality, because it was a 3-on-2, and you guys were also on side. You had the bomb, you had the C4, you had everything on the line, yet they couldn't connect the shots. Now Kimbom just did a big damage on Snare. He's trying to guess where he is. He might get him out, but no, Snare just dodges the nade. He is still alive. He's trying to get a backup cover by Todson. And now GK, they know that they have the HP advantage. They shouldn't risk anything, because Snare landing beautiful quick scopes when he's very low HP. We've seen a couple versus EP. And now Vitality are trying to move their way out of B side. The good stop from GK onto this control. And now Vitality is still trying to find any intel, trying to find any advantage in their side, because when we've seen them just executing 5v5, didn't work out very well for them. 2 rounds, 1 on side, 1 on A side, 1 on B side. Both of them, they lost it into a clutches, and now they need to be changed. We are seeing Kimbom now with an amazing flash to probably stop the push. Vitality just trying to figure out where to go. We're seeing 2 players in mid, 3 players on belong. Probably this is kind of the fake into A side, and then followed by push to the B side. But now it is 50 seconds, and Vitality are just wasting the clock to have no smokes on B side, and they are successful in it. It all comes to the execution. One more time, one more test by Vitality. Otherwise, we're going to say that it is 1-0 for GK in terms of maps.
Good flash there from Bakute, stalling this out just a little bit longer. Bakute will take that first contact to find Snare. That's a big kill to find if you're GK, and Kimbom now can strike as well. You're looking at Horus, and Horus has been found out on the flank. That means it's all got to be Snake, it's all got to be Todson, but it's not going to happen. PM doesn't even have to come into the question. It's all GK all the time. They're on map point in just an absolute flash here, Penguin. Who would have thought?
Yeah, man, again, we said that they need to be tested, but look at the read from GK. 4 guys on B side. Even the lurk couldn't do it. Even the flank from Vitality couldn't hold it on. And now they find themselves on a 6-round lead versus the favored matchup on their own map pick, because we're going to be going on Ankara next one, which is GK's map pick.
And we saw how they were against Execration yesterday. They have great CT setups, or those defensive setups. And you look at how they want to approach that map, that you really worry about Vitality as far as this veto is concerned. Set up into A, and it's all been heard by GK. PM now up to bat here. Quickscope doesn't land, and Slayer, Snake, Horus, they all find their men. The Vitality do stay alive for just a little bit longer. We've seen them have some incredible comebacks in their domestic competition. But this one would be one for the history books, Penguin, that's for sure.
Down 9-3 to make it 9-9. Of course, we can see it happen because we've seen EP, by the way, Vitality were up 9-4 or 9-5, and then suddenly just Evolution Power flips it and went to an overtime. So probably Vitality has things in their pockets to bring this back. And yes, they still have hopes, but GK, in terms of everything, they are better. When we've seen Vitality hitting the shots, the round went easy for them. And now GK trying to change the pace, but look at this, a fast B-side push, and Kim Bum already done. You know anything about it, and Bokyu gets Horus out of the picture and makes it 4-on-4. Now, after the snare kill, I would say that this round should be going to their favor, but look at this unleash from Bime, just finds one. And Snare is here to save the day for Team Vitality. And makes it a 3-on-2. Attack timeout has been pulled by GK. Probably a change in their playstyle needs to be there. But will we see another clutch from them after this kill by Duct1 on Slayer?
Yeah, it's a big kill to find from Duct1. 2-on-2 now. One more smoke. Make that a 1-on-2. That chip has been very solid for GK in this first map. And now is to produce yet another clutch. A 1-on-2 in total. He knows that Tatsun and Snare are around this corner. There are no flanks. There are no lurks. It's all right in front of him. That chip considering a reposition, and Vitality still have not planted that C4. Nice little bit of movement, cutting down distance now. Tatsun will be spotted, and Tatsun will find the kill. Another round notched for Vitality as they inch closer and closer. 4 rounds needed now to really close that gap, to push overtime. And now we can get that timeout in play. You know, Penguin, I'm curious to get your take on this. What do you really talk about if you're GK right now? Because there are definitely some issues at hand. It's how they're dealing with pace. How do you adapt in this circumstance?
I mean, we've seen 2 wins in a row by Vitality, and both of them were fast rounds. One was on A side, one was B side. Let me tell you, the GK players, they weren't aware. We've seen Kimbam with a flash nade, or if it's a flash and nade on his hand.
Right, that setup in place for a second phase.
Yeah,
almost.
they need to be aware of these fast rounds. I believe that Vitality is also going to be slowing the pace because they know that maybe GK will do an aggressive round. The first round, they're probably going to be trying to push mid, deny some space, push along late. So Vitality needs to be a reaction, not an action in this round, because now the tactical timeout has been taken by GK. So these are the guys that need to take the action. So all Vitality needs to do is just back up, and GK needs to be aware of more of these fast pushes because it's been working very well for them lately.
Can certainly say that. I mean, when you're down this many rounds, being able to send anything and everything at your opponents because you know, hey, we've got nothing to lose at this point. It's a bit worrying. It's a bit worrying for these guys to deal with it if you're GK, but again, just 1 round away from closing it out. So if it is a very gimmicky round, where, as you say, a bit more aggressive, trying to be in your face, and that gets the job done, hey, you forget about everything. You're up 1-0 in the series. You've got Ankara waiting in the wings, a map that you definitely enjoy in this tournament so far. But of course, we have to get there if you are this defense. Initial lookings is that a little bit more aggressive play from PM to get that opener, but doesn't find the flick. We'll have to reset the situation, and again, Vitality seem to be considering for something a little bit pacier, but as you mentioned, it's a bit more reactionary this time around from Vitality. They pull away, the spam through the blue doors do not land on a Bokute, and Vitality okay with slowing the pace down as they get rewarded. Snare with the freebie.
Yeah, the swing from Bokute was not the greatest thing that you do versus a sniper on mid and now Vitality. You're having a bit numbers advantage right now. They need to get all the way 4 rounds in a row. They have to. You need 4 more. Not to win, just for the overtime, and Snare just opens up. Makes it easier for his teammates to have this round, but still Vitality are playing very slow. As we mentioned, they need to be very, very reactive, and now this is exactly what they're doing. Slayer is a bit far behind, but Snare finds another on Pime, and now
that should be it, right?
All the global side, they're gonna be shuffled. Only one guy on B side, which is Kimbum. And Snare gets another one and probably gonna get docked one as well, but no, docked one just shot him down. And 4-on-2. The C4 is with you now on B side, and I guess this round was successful. The overthink from Geekay, I would say, because they tried to go for the aggressive play, and then after that, we haven't seen a change in the play from them. It's just I tried to get a pick by Pime, and then suddenly everything just falls apart for them.
And Snare does quite a bit in that round there to cause the lurk, to cause an extra rotation over to A. Kimbum leaves the B site, doesn't even have an opportunity to play ahead of the utility. And now Geekay will start to feel the heat. They don't have the fallback option of another tack timeout.
Yeah.
They've got to play out these next 3 rounds of regulation. If I'm Vitality, I'm never calling that timeout. But here comes that aggressive maneuver, and oh my god, Kimbum out of nowhere with the massive triple.
Quad
ends
kill.
with the quad. GK storm ahead, and the possibility of a potential comeback was certainly on the cards. You know the caliber of team that Vitality is, but GK just feel like on another level right now with the level of X factor that they have.
By the way, this could be what they have discussed on their tag timeout, because as I said, there are 2 types of teams in the world. If you take a tag timeout, you immediately just go and change your gameplay and immediately just try to play aggressive, or probably just put one new strategy, or you just play passive the first round and then suddenly just
then you
surprise
put your game plan into play.
Surprise your enemy, because you exactly know that your opponent gonna be staying on the base, waiting what actions you're gonna be doing. But the next round, you don't usually get to see what's happening on the round, and this is exactly what happened by GK. They immediately pushed mid, Kimbum with a 4K, and just finishes it off for GK-eSports on a 1-0 lead on Vitality's own map pick.
So I thought there was going to be a comeback on the cards. I know that the Vitality fans watching were maybe thinking it could be the same case as well, but that last round was insane. Just blink and you will miss it. GK able to take them all down instantly, and they will take the first map. And as you say, very important with it being that map pick as well. What went wrong here for Vitality, Paladin?
It's anti-clutch. I mean, I hate to be that reductive, but it just feels as though so many 4-on-2s, 3-on-2s that you just say, okay, Vitality's got this one in the bag. You know, you speak about their chemistry, you speak about the firepower advantage that they have on paper, but it doesn't happen. And I think the defining factor of GK has to be PM. I mean, just unreal in that first half. So many multi-kills from him, so many potent clutches that he kind of joins hands with any player. You know, you had moments with Datchip, you had moments with Kimbum. It didn't matter what site it was on, what time was left in the round. He always found impact, and I think that's what really excites me about this GK roster moving into Ankara as well.
Exactly, just the clutches was the biggest factor, and if you're going to be playing on the international stage, clutches is a one factor that you should be looking at, because in CROSSFIRE we have a rule that if you don't clutch, you're not going to win, even though if you have the best strategies in the world. So I guess that was missing for them. So I think, yes, GK showed a very good performance, but that doesn't mean that Vitality is out of the picture, yes, because next map we might be seeing more clutches. We've seen Stallions just beating Liquid on the first map, and it was quite easy. They overhyped, and then suddenly they got reverse swept when Gokin started shooting, 77 started shooting. It's going to be the same case. If Vitality's Slayer is going to be start shooting, Snare is going to be starting to shoot, we're going to be seeing a good best of 3 between both.
Yeah, Vitality just seemed to struggle a little bit in the first half. They did start to heat up, and maybe that will help them out going into the next map, which of course is going to come up shortly. Before we get there though, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map 2. Can Vitality come back into it, or will GK continue to dominate?
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Geekay take the lead against Vitality in the first map here at CROSSFIRE EWC 2026 Day 3. That was a long one, but we got through it. Can we see now Vitality get back into this one, or will we see Geekay cause a bit of an upset, to be completely honest? I mean, when we look at this bracket, we look at the team of Vitality, the expectation was Vitality probably progressed through to the top 8 and one of our teams that are going to be fighting in those quarterfinals. However, suddenly Geekay, I mean, we saw it yesterday, right? We saw what Geekay were capable of,
exactly.
And they seem to have carried that momentum through to today.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were expecting that Vitality is just gonna have an easy match, and I don't want to say an easy match, a good matchup, and probably just get a favored win, 10-6, 10-7. Not saying that we're gonna be putting a GK out of the picture, but suddenly everything changed, and now it's all GK's way. It's because the individual skills, as I mentioned, if it's not there, if it's not your day, and we've seen from the interview, yes, Vitality are the ones that we are expecting them to win, but on international stage, if you're not having the best day, if you're not having your aim, if you're not clutching, you're not going to be winning.
How are we feeling about them going into map 2 though? Is the chances high here? I mean, it's not their map pick.
Yeah, this is the time for GK to win, right? If there is a time or you know, one of those like Doctor Strange moments where, you know, puts the number up of the one chance, this is that
this
chance.
Is the only chance,
because we move on to sub base. That's where the comfort comes back into play.
Yeah.
For the side of Vitality, and that's where comfort comes back in, chemistry, clutches, everything, all those win conditions that we speak of, that's where they crop back up. So I think that the chance is very ripe here for GK. PM is certainly feeling it. This rifle core is certainly feeling it. I think it still has to be right now for GK to carry that momentum as much as possible.
Is there anything that Vitality have to change going into this one? I know we spoke about clutching, the anti-clutch, and a lot of it does come down to those 2v1s and 1v3s and 1vxs and whatnot. But is there anything fundamentally you feel like they could do differently?
Strategic-wise, they need to play a bit aggressive, because playing more aggressive gives you more chances of just getting some kills. Probably also, I would say that having more lucky timings, which you can look for, you're probably going to go behind some few players, gives you some confidence, gives you some kills, brings your momentum back, because we've seen this on the first round where just Snake pushed immediately into a long, Slayer just pushed to mid, they got some kills, they got some hype, and then suddenly they started losing, so they started to playing passive. No, they need to play aggressive. You're already losing, nothing to lose for you, you're on the edge now, backs to the wall, and I feel that you need to show us now your gameplay. Just play your game, just go aggressive.
a chance for a key crush on the line as well. And I think in Vitality's mind, they weren't even considering that as a possibility. Yeah. And now with that pressure on, how uncomfortable do you feel in a circumstance like this is my question. Is now everything gets very real all of a sudden for Vitality.
Very real indeed. Vitality have to wake up here. They need to find a way back in, otherwise they will be eliminated. And as Paladin says, their key will be crushed here at Esports World Cup. It's map 2, it's Ankara, we've got Paladin and we've got Penguin.
Do or die now for Vitality. As they take to the offensive side, it's Snare to kickstart the proceedings here in map number 2. And he's certainly the guy that you'd want activated here.
Yeah.
Ooh, unruly spray there from Kimbum. Ductwan goes down. It's just Kimbum now. What? There is no commitment here from Vitality. They decide to pull away. Cause a rotation over to B, and now Datchip will have a chance to fight ahead.
I mean, with the TRG, he listens and he hears the steps coming out, and then suddenly just Snakes unleashes himself and gets the kill. Now it is a 4-on-2 with the plant on the line now. I mean, Vitality, they played aggressive, they played fast. With Ask, they delivered. Pine probably just wanted to have a sneak peek on Snare, but Snare just kinda just covered him before dying, and now Vitality are the ones to win this round. The opening round just goes on their way, unless Bokyut with a 3 HP just do the thing, and now Kimbom just gets one, gets double, and then immediately traded by Slayer. And as you can hear, they are getting loud. The hype is here, the crowd is shouting, and the guys should be having a better game than the ones before. As we mentioned, yes, probably Pime can get the better out of Snare on Eagle-Eye. Snare, we haven't seen him doing the best on Eagle-Eye, but definitely he's one of the best on Ankara.
And you know, one factor that we haven't factored into place here, Penguin, is the fact that Vitality is a French org. They're playing in Paris.
Yeah.
They've got the fans behind them. They weren't really that active in that first map of play, frankly, because it just wasn't very close. But now, starting off on the right foot, who knows how that gets into the heads of GK if this continues to spiral. I mean, Vitality have got the side selection that they're looking for, but in a man disadvantaged situation right now. And again, on a map like Ankara, 3-4 rounds on the global risk side, that's enough to get the job done, you'd like to think.
Yeah, and one more thing, that when I used to play CROSSFIRE, you only played versus Snare. I never got the chance to play with him. But I played versus Snare for like 4 or 5 years in a row, and the only thing I told my teammates is to avoid Snare on Ankara, and we need to do one. But now, talking about Snare, he dies, but gets himself and his teammates a double for Snake and Slayer. Makes it on 3-on-2. Winnable clutch for Vitality, but this is the clutches we are talking about, and GK is still on the right foot. They're not making any oversteps, they're not making any mistakes, and look at that setup, completely leaving B open for them and open for Vitality on the take. And now 2 sniper setup coming out from GK could pay off, because we've seen Horus out of the picture early by the kid from that chip, and now Slayer and Snake are the 2 that should be flipping this round to Vitality.
The problem is it's a retake on B, very doable for this global risk side. PM is cheating over, or at least considering the cheat over. But as soon as the C4 goes down, that's where things get a little bit more interesting. That smoke, you'd like to think was hurt, but no rotations to come through at this point. Now they will.
They have to play Snake. They have to do one play. Snake has to just go crazy, probably push one angle, otherwise they're gonna get sandwiched. And then yes, exactly, he's doing it. He's trying to push to the underpass. He don't want to make any steps, and yes, he's exactly on the right foot. He's behind the players, he has the time, he has the C4 planted for him. Snare just gets one, that chip is already out of the picture, but Pime just looks to it, and they probably gonna know that Snake might be behind him. They're trying to defuse, Pime is just trying to cover, and just gets the defuse, and he got it! And Vitality just did it! And clutched it around, and a 2v3, a good plant. We've said that someone has to make a play, and Snake just steps up to the play.
Very intelligently done there by Snake. It's such a difficult decision to know when it's a tap, when it's being stuck, And the wide swing denying the bomb diffuser gives Vitality their second round, and GK now, you know, those thoughts surely have to creep in regardless of having to play on this tougher side. Things are not going their way just yet. A-centered approach now from Vitality yet again in the initial goings. And only 2 players here to deal with the problem, Ductuan and Kimbum. Ductuan completely blinded up and spotted out by Totson. Huge opener to find in, and Kimbum cannot find anything. This should be another Vitality round as they come storming back here in map number 2 here, Penguin.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we said. The first round, or the first map, wasn't a successful one for them, but definitely the second one should be better because they haven't seen anything going right for them. And now, with a 3-0 on the line and the attack timeout early on from GK, can just put some pressure on them.
Oh no!
And now it's still a favored matchup. Look at Bokyut's HP. He's trying to waste some time. Prime is still alive, but Dachi finds another. And Bokyut just gets another kill. Slayer is on a 1v2. Should be
no way!
But no way! This clutch goes into GK's side.
That's an unlosable round if you're Vitality. You're chaining those smokes. And sure, you know, spams are coming out from Bokyut, but you should not be ever engaging in those sequences. The flank comes through, and it has a lot of potency, sure, but...
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. That is a shocker of a round loss. You got a nice quick scope there from Datchip, but again, why are you swinging?
Yeah.
In that kind of a situation? There is so much pressure. There are no flashes on the back of GK. They're not even playing forward-facing ahead of the utility in the retake. No opportunity if Vitality play that by the books, and they get punished because of it. And it does feel like we're seeing a very unorthodox Vitality today. Not the one that we saw in day 1, and certainly not the one that we saw in day 2 either.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. Unnecessary peaks from them. I mean, you just should have waited. You have the smokes. They need to push. They need to go in your crosshairs. And then you get then ease kills, but this is not the case. Bokyut just gets 2 with an 8 HP clutch for him. The USP kills are just insane. And I mean, it was a tag timeout for GK on the 3rd round. They were expecting a 3-0 for Vitality, but suddenly it's a 2-on-1, keeping their hopes alive. And now Vitality is going to be just trying to forget about what happened on the last round, just to get it, just to not get it in their minds. And I believe that these guys have the ability to do it. Few seconds and back into the game, and we're going to be seeing the change. That chip is having a successful game with the sniper on his hands, so probably he's going to be continuing to change the pace. But look at this. No, that chip just picks an HK, and we are seeing an aggressive round from the underpass. 2 players are unleashing themselves on the underpass, and 1 flash is ready. And Vitality will not forward to it because Snake is just staying far, far behind.
Snake will have that opportunity with the secondary, but Ductuan does get to sneak through.
The timing?
Alongside Bokyut, and this is very quick in terms of boxing in an A offensive. And you're absolutely right. It is very quick. Vitality, not even bothering to check it. A lot slower in the opening stages here. Kimbum now comes through. Maybe there'll be a late clear of the outside of A. Minute 35, and everybody cowering away from Vitality. Horus, Snare, all standing behind, and now they back away. Sure, that late clear might come through, but it won't lead to anything for GK other than a little bit of information.
That chip is about to get tested. 4 players from Vitality. Only Snare on balcony, and this is a good spot for him.
Here's
the sniper rifle, but look at that. That chip just sees 1, sees 2, gets 1. Horus just flicks. Snake gets the kill, but Bokyut is here to cover. 1 more kill on Slayer, 2 more guys on A connector, and Prime just weaves the shot, and look at this beautiful flick from this guy. Gets him out, and now Ductuan finishes Snare, and it is all on Snake with the C4. And he's trying to check the angles, and what a beautiful run from GK, and what a beautiful timing from them. Just to get in the A connector and then trying to toy around with Vitality. Vitality tried to play the patience game, but it's ending on a very bad way because they're the one who makes the play, who makes the move, and Dachip was in a very good position. By the way, Dachip saw the top of the heads, but they didn't see him because he was on the lower ground, so he knew that they are there. He called the support, he went for the kill, he got one, but his teammates were just around.
Yeah, playing around with that information, regardless of how out of position they were as a whole, very impressive, and Snake will not find a single kill in that clutch attempt. We have an equalizing round there from GK, and the game starts to get a little bit more concerning for Vitality. Another lost round, and GK already, I feeling, have half the rounds needed on this side of a map like Ankara.
Yeah, definitely. Half of the rounds, 2 rounds, 2 more is needed. But by the way, we just watch how good GK are on the global side. Probably they don't have the best black side, but we're sure that they have one of the best global side because of these guys. BaiSha just eliminates Snare in one of his most commonly used spots, I would say, on balcony. Gives you an edge, gives you an advantage of just crouch spam into it, but this is not the case now. Numbers disadvantage. Wakyud knows that Horus is around. He might be getting a kill, but he's still trying to fight. Horus trying to get a kill, and finally he gets it. The city is all in Vitality's control, but BaiSha is still alive. Gets Snake and has the information. Duct1 just trying to unleash and move forward. And look at this, Dodson with a beautiful kill on BaiSha. This guy needs to die, and Slayer just jumps out and gets the kill. Tries to throw double down, but Kimbam is here to fight. Horus is still very low HP. It is 2-on-2, but it's heavily favored in favor of GK. C4 is dropped also outside, and they need to find a way to retreat it because look at this retreat from GK. They're just changing positions, playing around, and that chip is just the guy that's coming out from the whole other side from the map, and he's coming from the longest road to this C4.
He's not playing alongside Kimbam, so there are these isolated duels that Vitality can use that 2-for-1. And now Kimbam, with how much time has elapsed, he's getting a little concerned that they could be coming from a different avenue, but Vitality have not moved. They've not moved a muscle. And eventually they'll have to take a duel, and they'll gotta go into Kimbam's crosshairs. Kimbam does well to find one. He's been blinded up. Does some significant damage to Horus in the meantime, though. 3 HP to Horus' name. 30 seconds left on the clock as that chip knows that the onus is on the offense. Flash in his face. He won't get swung upon, but now he gets his gun back out. Decides to switch back over to a rifle. Make this an easier time for him. He'll even maneuver around for the flank. This might take a little bit of time. Give a little bit more of an advantage over to Horus. A headshot angle can be taken now. That should continue to cut down angles and realizes that Horus has to be in the back of B. Has to be behind these boxes. And Horus, as that chip falls, get a massive clutch in their favor. On just 3 HP, Horus gets the job done.
Yeah, I mean, what a beautiful clutch. That's the clutches we've been looking for. Vitality now gets one of the most important rounds because this was going to be very, very tough for them, and he finds the kill on that chip while he's dropping and eliminates him with the HK. A 3-2 in favor of Vitality right now, and Wakyud was about to go in the scoop of Snare, but now he just backs out. And BaiSha just changing position. We've seen BaiSha just doing a lot of damage on a side. Now he changed. He's playing underpass position, just showing and giving his... Let's say he's giving his position just to retreat back and probably just play around with Vitality. All what is Vitality is doing right now, they're trying to get some information, trying to get some space, and they're taking underpass control to themselves right now. But look at GK. They're playing very, very far behind. BaiSha is just playing on the tower, on the B tower, and he's just trying to get some information. Wakyud giving some pre-fires on the flash spot angles. I think it's a side, but I like the Vitality are dodging a side. They're trying to move away from a side because they know and they did their homework. They know that GK is usually the team that's stacking a side a lot.
Deep smokes here over onto the B side. Split potential is available on A. Calls Datchip into question, and he's caught between 2 angles and he's punished instantaneously. There was a flash to set up a couple of players, but Vitality have themselves a man advantage and now encroach upon this B side. It's a complete rotation here from the defense. All 4 players decide to gamble And we've seen what happens when they've got the right bodies in the right places. As PM continues to encroach in the underpass. Looking for Snake with this sniper. Quick scope lands, but Snare is still kicking and so does Slayer. So still a 4-on-2. You think you have to favor the likes of Vitality, and they absolutely will. PM gets 1. Could Vitality get a little bit more louder now as they extend the lead to 2?
Yeah, we're back again. 2 runs in favor of Vitality. After a very strong start, it was a 2-0 for them. Clutch starting to happen. Trades is starting to come. And if you need to take Prime out, you need 2 players. One to be the fish and one to get the trade, and this is exactly what is happening right now. Bokyut single-handedly on his side, and we're seeing the change from Geekay right now. They're kind of trying to play a bit stacked around B side because they're losing more on B side than they're losing on A side, and they did a very good retake on A side as well, which is a side that you usually wouldn't retake every single day. So now, a push into A side can be a good factor for them, but Horace just gets a double, makes it a triple kill. Bokyut is the last one to fall, and suddenly it's all Vitality's way.
Yeah, you can't lose this one, that's for sure. That chip will find 1, but it doesn't matter. Vitality now cooking together a wonderful offense. And it comes off the back of spotting a couple of players in mid, saying we're not going to engage with this, we're going to use that information to our advantage, cause the rotation straight away, and instantaneously get themselves their 5th round. And now, I mean, you got to consider that early timeout usage from GK isn't available anymore.
Yeah.
There isn't a way to stem the bleeding if you're GK. You have to suffer against this tempo start-stop from Vitality. And now, a chance for this Blacklist side to find yet another round at the tail end.
Vitality just changing over and over their strategies. They went to A side, they went to B side, now they're back to B side, but they took the bridge control silently and they put Snake in a very, very sneaky position trying to get some kills, but nobody is there on the side. Snake is just trying to check, nobody's here. They definitely know that now is a stack on A side from GK. GK, they don't have any information that someone might be there unless one guy just makes a step on bridge and Pime will hear. Pime will listen to these steps and he will act, but no. Nobody there. A good, beautiful call coming out from them, but Pime just had an idea now. It might be a B side. He's trying to take a peek and now whiffs the shot. Horus is back alive. The 9th for himself. And the 1st for Kimbom on this side. And it is a 4-on-4. Post-plant retake between both teams, and now GK, they need this round.
Flanks on flanks though, coming up from Ductuan. He'll get another one, and we still have ourselves a man advantage for GK. And as Datchip also produces another flank, he'll be coming straight through his smoke. It's been spotted, but they're all blinded. Slayer and Snare don't have any vision.
He would block
and Datchip, yeah, that doesn't help it either. GK get themselves their 3rd round. It felt like Vitality had enough of a jump on that B side, especially after catching PM off guard. That's the danger man down, but this is what happens. And you know, the B site, pretty easy to plant on, but pretty difficult to defend once you play in that post.
Yeah. I mean, it's B side. That's the retakes that you would be looking for. And look at this. Another change. Kimbom just playing aggressive.
Shot.
Gets dodged, and Snare should have picked this angle. Pime just find another Snare with a kill. Bokyut trades immediately. Snare's falls from Vitality's team is all up to Slayer and Snake once again. But this time with the C4 in hand, Slayer's trying to make the move. He can have a very good timing behind one of the players, like Kimbom just immediately gets the sight on him, and Slayer just eliminates Bokyut, loses half HP. But still, it's a kill for them. And Snake is still trying to cover Slayer. This guy is finally activated 9-5, and he needs to go more crazy if you want to win this round for his team. That chip is just playing in a very sneaky angle. If nobody checks this, it is going to be a double kill, but Snake is probably having an idea that someone might be there, but there is no steps, nothing. If the plant just goes, it is an end round for them, and already that chip just sees one, gets the kill on him, and Slayer is the last to fall, and a good perfect trigger disabling from this guy and gets the kill and gets the round for GK. Well played half by both teams, I would say, because it was going one-way side in favor of Vitality. Vitality had a couples of a consecutive rounds, but it didn't turn out to be very good for them. 5-4 on the Blacklist side is not the best, but still a win on Vitality side.
At least they have a couple more clutches going their way, Vitality, at the very least, but as we kind of mentioned, 4 rounds on the Global Risk side for GK is certainly manageable for a sweep here. And what a story it would be for this squad to surprise here at EWC. Completely stun Vitality, and look at this. Pacey up into this B bomb site. Slayer has arrived as quickly as possible, but 2 players have already crossed in. Smoke will now fly through, and we've got a 10-player fight on this B bomb site.
A leg shot now from Pyman, immediately got dinged. Damage for damage. It's all fair and square right now. 4-on-4 and 2 low HPs on both sides. And still, that chip is having a very good sneaky angle. He's trying to do some push into the side, but look at this.
Gotta go.
There. That chip is full flash, another. It's just all of a trace. That chip just makes it double. Someone needs to kill. Someone needs to help. And Bakyut is here. Duct 1 is ready. Horus is the last one alive, and Bakyut just finished it off. And now we are all square. 5-5. And what a good hold coming out from these guys.
That's a great initial game plan to just completely send it towards that B bomb site. And you know, the retakes have been easy in like 3-on-3s and 2-on-2s, but when they're all 5 players alive, plenty of players to watch every single avenue of attack. And Vitality don't have that incision that way back into the round. You gotta give credit to GK, man. I mean, the game plan has been pretty solid. The individuals even more so. And again, trying to pressure Totsin straight away. They don't like what they see, though. They move back over to A, where there still are only 2 players, Totsin and Slayer, having to do the heavy lifting. Yeah, execution is definitely available. That smoke, that lurk smoke is still very useful to call that 3rd rotation in, but look at that. Snake doesn't bite. He decided to bolster up this A site, and here comes the hit. Trying to go charging into the crosshairs of the defense. The trades are pretty decent here for Vitality. Still a 3-on-2, still potency for Snake to fire away, and he seems to have done just enough. Pistol kill comes out for PM, and Horus decides to go advancing through that smoke, brings it into a 1-on-1. It's sniper on sniper, and the kill should be there for Snare, you'd think, but PM out of nowhere with the 1-on-2. Absolutely instrumental player.
Last bullet.
No, like just no opportunity there for GK. You'd like to think, but PM rabbit out of a hat.
Oh man. I mean, Horus had nothing for him to just go crazy and just try to go fast. He could have waited snared, he could have double peeked. No way for him to get the doubles. He's not a rifle, he's a sniper player. He's mostly gonna get 1 and die. Or get traded immediately, but that's not the case for this round. Well played round by GK. I still see that him or Prime is one of the best players I've seen on Stream B so far. This guy is just consistent in every single map. And now he's 13-7, almost 2-point OKD versus Vitality, one of the best teams that we've ever witnessed on the West. Now, GK, they are just 4 rounds of crushing Vitality's key in one of the biggest upset, I would say. I mean, we've mentioned that GK might be just getting crushed yesterday and just to be the first team to leave.
Yeah, we thought they would have lost to Execration yesterday, and that wasn't to be. This is a team that is dialed in from a strategic perspective and from the individual perspective as well. You can't deny that they have really put this one together. Still a lot of work to do, though. This job is not finished. Snake still leaning over to potentially rotating it over to A, but instead it's Totsin leaving Slayer on an island. This is going to be an impossible situation. He's blinded up, and he does well to find 2, mind you. There's still a chance for Vitality on a retake, but Bomb should be able to go down, and this clutch, another clutch opportunity for GK, has to be squandered somehow by Vitality.
Yeah. We're seeing the sandwich, 3 players from the back, and this is exactly the best call because it's not gonna go well if you go from CT, but now that chip just gets the kill and he's playing way more aggressive. Now he can get more, he can get double. And finally Snakes just trades and it is suddenly a 2-on-2. 2 players, each one is gonna be a 1v1 and now Kimbom just gets one. Knows where Snake is and another clutch goes for Geekay-eSports.
I mean, it was never going to be an easy task to retake even in a man advantage situation on that A site, and GK, man, it just feels like the chemistry is so much more in their favor right now. They're making the right decisions. They're tethering off of one another at every step of the way. And now look at what it does to Vitality. Completely silent on their half of the server. 3 rounds away now, or GK. Snare has to fire off a shot and he doesn't land. The quick scope ducked on. Really pacey on this B play. Snake is arriving. Horus is here as well in terms of splitting in. But this surely should be red. You'd like to think Horus with another lurk. Another opportunity to cause a bit of a ruckus to rustle up this offense. And they're really pacey on boxing them in. No room to really plant, and yet somehow Ductwan's gonna get this down. But look at this. Kimbom's watching. Same goes for Bakyu, but everyone gets cleared. Slayer, Horus, they both split in for 4 kills, and Tatsun will find another one. That is one of the cleanest rounds of Global Risk we've seen on this map of Ankara.
Yeah. Good run. I mean, good timing by these guys. I mean, the sync is there, and we've talked about the chemistry that's been with Vitality's team and these guys, how good they are when it comes to such rounds, and these just delivered. A 7-6 is not still, it's anybody's take. This map, these guys, this game is just insane. Probably there was a tech pause, I would say, from Vitality, because we are seeing the players' hands are off their keyboards, and now Stray is having the pep talk with them. We need to change the pace, because Snare is not finding the success of getting the first bloods. And this is one of the factors that you need to have on Ankara, because I've mentioned that we used to dodge Snare on Ankara because he's good in getting these kills. He's good in just changing his style, going into the underpass. If he's not successful, he goes to tunnels, he goes to peeks from A connector, he gets to peek from the A side, B side, bridge. A lot of angles for him to use, but he haven't checked or went to any of these angles to just check if he's gonna be able to get the kills. And now Stray is just going for the captain, he's just going for Snake, trying to talk to him, and now the guys are hyped. I love when you take a tactical timeout and then suddenly you clutch around. It goes in your favor in way better rounds, because you get to talk and you get to have a better momentum, a better mentality than just going with a loss into this round. And now GK also have a chance to talk. Snare's just trying to relax, he's not having the best days. But if he's the one that gets back, then suddenly we might see Vitality trying to reverse sweep. And as you mentioned, if we are going to sub-base, it's going to be the sweet spot for them to reverse sweep it. So GK, if there's only one chance to close this game, it's going to be only the next 3 rounds.
Yeah, everything's in the palm of their hands at this point. You did well on your Global Risk side to produce 4 rounds. You've done enough offensively, at least so far. And you just have to see if you can convert what's right in front of you. Slow down from GK now. That pacey attempt didn't look as well done as you'd like to think, but look at Vitality. It's their turn to get into Akon as quickly as possible. The crunch onto Ductwan and Kimbom are right around the corner. Ductwan in the open, and Snake will capitalize. And they realize Kimbom's in the corner. Huge couple of kills to find. Completely cuts the map in half for GK. What do you do in this 3-on-5? PM's got to lead the way. He's got to lead the charge as they move over to B. And not having the number of bodies that you'd been hoping for makes this that much more difficult. Look at the gamble. I mean, at this point, Vitality know that the Hail Mary that has to come from the other side is this B bomb site. Chat Chip trying to get lucky with some of these pre-fires. Same goes for PM, at least in terms of the pre-aims. He'll vault himself up. Here's a couple of shots off, and he'll find the first. Oh, nice to do a little bit of damage on the second, but that'll be it. Slayer leading the charge. 19 kills for him in this comeback attempt. And they are pulling this team together, kicking and screaming, come hell or high water.
Yeah, a good comeback from Slayer. He didn't have his best map on the first one. And now he's back 19-9. Snare still a bit quiet. Horus had a couple of good rounds on the first half, and now he's back to being quiet. And the change in the pace. Fast round.
Again?
But he's well read. I guess they heard them. The rotation is coming. Only Snare is going to be on side. Horus is having a good angle. He gets one. He want to get the another. The spray is good. The triple is coming. Horus want to make it a quad and leaving them all dead. And now the push was unsuccessful from Geekay.
Bokcute is there to at least cut this down, but it doesn't happen. And that is the round of the tournament you'd like to think for Vitality in some ways, and it's all off the back of Horus. Massive triple kill, and I think you're right. I think there was a sound cue given. Something clicks there for Vitality to say, okay, send the entire cavalry. And Geekay just gets stunned. They've tried so hard to be pacey on this B take, and it's not worked out just yet. And I mean, beyond that first round of the second half, it hasn't worked out, mind you. And the wind has very swiftly gone out of the sails of this side of Geekay. Wondering where it went all wrong. And you'd like to think the momentum, the confidence that they had, also in the rear view mirror.
Again, we are seeing Vitality just denying the map control for Geekay. As we can see, Snake is just playing at that chip angle, as we've seen from him, and only Slayer with the 19-9 on a TRG on the hand, just trying to defend this side. Will Pime just get the kill? Oh, Slayer just gets his head. A golden headshot to Slayer. Just opens this round for Vitality, and now he's trying to find another. Still, we are seeing one guy only on the bridge, and nobody's there from Team Vitality, so it's technically a 5-on-3 on this side. But look at Slayer, he whiffs the shot, but okay,
no.
He legs him.
It's a bit too aggressive for me.
Yeah, and the nades just eliminates Duct One and makes it a 3-on-4 right now. But look at the lure coming out from Bokcute. He can just get 2 players.
This is huge. Oh my goodness, the lineup is there for Bokcute. And all of a sudden, the tables turn. 3-on-2 now for Geekay in a blink of an eye. Snake is there on a quick flank. And Horus is here on the rotation. I mean, these are the guys that you want in the clutch. They've been pretty solid in these 2vx's. Horus has now been spotted. Flash out in the spawn. Slows the pace of this down. Another flash there to Prime and Bokcute. But here comes Snake coming in from Khan. He gets one. Horus will find another. It's all in the jet chip. Bomb halfway gone. Pulls it into a 1-on-1 into the pistol. Bullets going every which way. And Datchip continues to just stall for time. 7 HP. And I think he's just done it. The stick coming through for Horus, but it's not going to happen. Geekay equalize.
Yeah. I mean, it was kinda close, I would say, because Horus got some good kills. Snake just didn't check the corner. He was right under this guy. I mean, he was under the stairs and he was there, but Snake, he didn't just have a clear look on this angle and coasted him around. And now Geekay are suddenly back in the game. And we always see a couple of rounds, consecutive rounds, I would say, from Vitality. And then suddenly everything just swings back to Geekay's favor. And now the control is with Geekay's A-Long control, A-connector control. The C4 is dropped on the quarters. Nobody's doing any crazy plays. Again, a stack from Team's Vitality on his side. I guess this is a do-or-die round for any of the teams. If they make it, they win. If Vitality just gets this round, it is going to be in their heads and they can just close the game on a win. And if Geekay is just trying to go through this stack, I would say, then that means that Vitality just had nothing left in the tank to show. And this is exactly what we're going to be seeing. 1 minute and 25 seconds, and the C4 is going to be picked right now by Bokcute. Probably he's the closest to the C4 because I've seen this setup before from Geekay and they usually end on his side.
Vitality have the right men in the right place. 3 players here. But the execution can still be deadly regardless of a 3-player stack. And now Slayer's trying to get aggressive. This is a little overzealous for my liking. He still finds Ductom. At least he tags him up, but he doesn't find the kill. And that should be the prime chance for GK to take this A site. Flashes go every which way. Totson now hot under the collar, pushed to the back of the site, and he'll fall. Snake is here on the retake, but he hits the deck as well. Horus and Snare have arrived though. It's still into the 2-on-2. 40 seconds left on the clock. Smoke not up in the base. So there's no real safe haven just yet. Head spotted, couple head spotted into the 1-on-1. Snare, the hero of Vitality, thrust into the clutch. The gun's gone dry for Bakute. He switches back over to the pistol. He's got to find Snare. He finds him in the air, but he can't connect. It's Vitality to get that 9th round, to get map point, to keep themselves alive here in EWC.
Yeah, and finally Snare is clutching his back. One of the most important rounds, probably a whiff from Slayer, but he did the damage enough for them to take the round, and now it is 1 round away from getting this map and going to map 3. We expected a fast game from Vitality, but probably they needed some time to get back into the game. A 9-8 lead, and again a stack onto B-side at the beginning of the round, and then they switch it to A-side. It was a very close one, because I said this is the game's round. If you win this round, you win this game. If you don't get it, then it is gonna be unfortunate for you, because if you're second in side and they still push and you lose, what else you got to stop this push from GK? And now GK are kinda, we can see that the guys are pressured. They are playing way different than the first map, and they're gonna be going to the sweet spot of Vitality. I feel worried for them, because if you give Vitality the momentum, if you give them back the hope, then you need to be ready for the consequences. And I believe you said it, if they have one chance of just closing this series, it is going to be on Ankara. Otherwise, no way these guys are gonna get it out from sub-base.
Yeah, you could say that again. Aggression now in terms of the re-clear here from Vitality. They catch out 1, they catch out 2. Couple of long-range duels that they don't want to have a hand in, so they'll back away, sitting on this man advantage. Options now running dry for GK, but that certainly helps. Slayer goes down, and that's the A side open for business. They got to get the hell out of there. But Horus keeps the man advantage alive. There's that early rotation here from Snare. Pistol out. C4 trying to go down, and they're going to charge him. They're going to charge him down. And Snare finds a necessary kill. Surely this is it. Ducked 1 on the 1-on-3. He knows Horus is here, but he hasn't swatted out the flank, and Totson will find it. Vitality stay alive. We've got a series on our hands, Penguin.
Yes, that's it. Vitality just makes it to the map 3. And things are worrying for GK, because the clutches are not going their way. Now Vitality are back, and I guess that's what you do love to see from them. A good map from both. You take their own map pick, they take your own map pick, and it's all square. 1-on-1 when it comes to maps. But Vitality, I mean, from 7-5 down, just clutching a couple of rounds. Snare just saving the grace on this round, getting the kill, into suddenly going into sub-base. I mean, sub-base have been a very strong map for Vitality lately.
You got to think about the fashion in which they did it as well. Doing it on the global risk side as well. That makes things an absolute nightmare for GK. They're going to be thinking about this map and how it's ended a number of times. And yet still, Vitality holds strong and now have an opportunity for the reverse sweep that would send ripples through the CROSSFIRE community.
I think we knew this one was going to go all the way and go the distance, right? We knew what Vitality are capable of, but there were certainly opportunities there for GK. And have they missed their chance and missed their opportunity to take out a giant like Vitality to get themselves into the quarterfinals? So I mean, only time will tell, but that third map is definitely going to be a scary one now for GK. You said it, this could be just their one chance, that Doctor Strange moment, but well, GK, when they had the lead, they just weren't able to really capitalize on some of those moments here, Penguin.
Yeah, I mean, GK, they were playing very good, I would say, on the mid game, but early on, they weren't that successful, and late on the game, also they weren't successful. You only try to kind of get under the skins in the middle of the game. But Vitality, they started very strong. Vitality, usually they get 1, 2, 3 consecutive rounds. Maybe they fall a bit, and then after that they get another consecutive rounds which give them the lead. And I mean, the clutches finally are going both ways. I'm not saying that's all on Vitality's side, but because still we've seen a clutches, we've seen a retakes from Geekay, but when it went both ways, we've seen Vitality just winning, and Snedge has just won one of the most important clutches when he got the kill on this A side plant. So otherwise I would say that Geekay could have won it, because they went onto a stack, and imagine you go into a stack and you win. That means that I think it was going to be very, very tough for them.
A lot of Vitality fans watching as well. Do you think that adds maybe not just to the pressure, but also gives them confidence here?
Oh, it definitely does.
Yeah.
Did you hear that crowd pop after they won that map? I mean, now everything is in their favor to get the job done. I mean, the pressure now mounts for Geekay. They realize, oh, wait a second. This is Vitality all of a sudden. You forget the nameplates going into that first map, and now all of a sudden, you know, it's Horus, it's Slayer, it's Snare on the other side of the server, and you say, okay, we've got to keep our wits about us now that we move into sub-base.
Well, sub-base is where we're heading next. We're all tied up 1-1. Who is going to be progressing through to the quarterfinals, and who is going to have that key crushed? There's only one way to find out. We have to get into that third map. Before we do so, though, we're going to take a little bit of a break. When we come back, map 3. Don't go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to CROSSFIRE EWC 2026, and we're into our third map of the best of three. We've got Vitality versus Geekay. Winner goes through to the quarterfinals, loser goes home, and their key will be crushed. And now we're heading into sub-base as well, which has been one of my probably favorite maps to watch. I think it's just kind of like close quarters that we see a lot of these engagements happening as well. But who does it favor is going to be my question to you guys.
I think it has to be Vitality. I mean, the momentum has very swiftly swung into their favor, and we spoke about the ace in the hole that they had if they got into a map 3 situation that they get sub base, that they get comfort, and now you add this extra pressure that, you know, they've got the crowd on their side, the confidence is running high, and you haven't even really had a big snare pop off yet. The fact that that's still a possibility, Penguin, is a real worry if I'm in the GK camp.
And you're going to sub base, so you're probably going to be seeing him popping off, and probably also you're going to be seeing Slayer playing way more better. That's why I'm saying it's the sweet spot for Vitality, and one of the probably most played map, they have the most wins on it as well. So if they can't win on sub base, then definitely I would say the GK is better, but still it's very tough right now for GK.
Remember, this is a very important one as well for the club championship. If Vitality were to lose here, I think that would pretty much ruin any sort of outside chance of them winning the club championship. Even if it is a small percentage, they need to see Vitality still progress through to these quarterfinals and probably win the entire CROSSFIRE competition to give them that opportunity. As for GK, they're a little bit lower down in the club championship rankings, but of course, being able to pop up a little bit further is always going to benefit you for the prize pool at the end of things. But for these players on the stage, it is more about getting the respect of your peers, getting the prize pool for yourselves as well, because of course there is going to be $2 million on the line just for competing here in CROSSFIRE and getting closer and closer towards that 750,000 that you get for first place, as both teams roar to life now as it looks like we are about to load into the server. So a chance for me to step away. We've got Paladin and Penguin. It's Vitality versus GK.
Club championship on the line, tournament lives on the line here at EWC. And Vitality have all the cards in their favor. They have an offensive start as well. Look at Snare just going charging into B straight away. They want to set the tempo. Ductwan is there for a couple of trades, but Bakute from the heavens still finds a little bit more of an impact. Advantage goes GK, and advantage will stay GK as Snake is going to come up with a big clutch, but that's exactly what you're looking for from your global risk side.
Yeah, I mean, like fast round at the beginning of the game. I mean, why not just go for a try? Maybe it helps. Maybe it sets the tone, as you mentioned. But GK were on the right foot and just stopped it from happening. 1-0 in favor of GK, and they are starting strong already. I guess this is the first time we are seeing GK just winning the first round, because both of the maps they lose the first round, and now the nades are trying to hit. GK are trying to play a bit defensive. They might be having some kind of sneaky plays on the vents. Kimbam is just pushed all the way till the end, just to deny any sneaky plays, any clowny plays from this angle, and to deny the split onto Woods. A minute and 45 seconds right now on the clock. And still, I would say that Vitality, they're just trying to play slow. The first round didn't work out, and now look at Snare. He's trying to take this control. Ductwan is just in a sneaky angle. The nades is gonna rain. It's not gonna hit. The pre-fires, it's not gonna hit. Ductwan is still alive. Snare is just preparing to flash onto the lockers. He misses the flash, and Snare is just fully blind. He needs to back up. Probably the smoke just made him miss the smoke, but now the fake is just happening, and a push into his side. That chip with the counter flash. He's trying to get the kills. He's fully blind. He gets one. Can he make it a second? But no, Slayer just trades. Prime just gets one. Snare on the side gets one of the rotating players. And now it is a 3-on-3 with an HP advantage in favor of Vitality, and also a side advantage, because it's very hard to get into the A side with such HPs on your side.
Yeah, how can you get down that slope safely is the real question, especially with Snake being that snake in the grass. A chance for him to let loose, and PM is just off the mark in terms of the refrag potential, and it's now up to Kimbam. 1-on-2 from him, spots a little bit of a head in the back of the Rockets, and he's not able to capitalize, so that feels like his chances kind of being whittled away, and you can kind of see the swipe of the knife as a wave of the white flag. As Vitality do respond in kind. They do it off of a slower play. But you can already see there is method to the madness for this squad. A fake over to that B bomb site completely catches GK off guard. It isolates Ductwan, or rather Datchip, alone on that B bomb site, and he has to come up with some big heroics. And while he does do well to find one, I mean, what else can you really ask for him when he's on an island?
Yeah. Now, back on board. All fair and square, and Vitality just Trying to take the woods control, but Horus just spotted. He's trying to get the kill. A couple of sprays. Pine just gets Todzin in smoke, and this guy, okay, what's wrong? I mean, Todzin wasn't even in the fight. It was between Horus
Okay,
and Kimbom, and now Todzin is the guy who loses his life in return, and Duct One also just dies to Snare Scoop, and it is all fair and square, 4-on-4, but I would say that Kimbom's HP is giving a slight advantage in favor of Vitality.
Slight advantage indeed. 3 players stack over towards that B site. Smoke up deep to set up a little bit of a bit of space over here on A. And again, Datchip is going to have to do some heroics. This time he doesn't really even have setup for himself. There are players blinded up, but great opener there from Horus. A lot of pressure applied now into this global risk side. PM is able to get out of the vent safely to find one, but it's Snake with the immediate response. These riflers have really stepped up where, you know, a player like Snare, who's supposed to be your star, hasn't necessarily shown up in the fashion that you would have hoped for. And the fact that Vitality can be playing their B game like this is very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, every time Snare is having success on the quad boxes, it's gonna give a free side to Vitality, and this is exactly what's happening. He's usually going there. He's usually taking the control single-handedly. He gets one, he takes another, and he makes his teammates feel comfortable pushing into this side. And the A side is an easy to take. 2 rounds on Vitality, both on A side, but it's all because of Snare's rotation, fake, control, just call it whatever. But he's delivering on this side. Now he switched it up, trying to play aggressive in this smoke, trying to find an angle, countering the smokes. And now all of Vitality players are trying to find picks. 1 in machine, 1 outside BC, and 3 guys are just trying to pick A down. And still, I think if that chip continues to play the same way on his side, it's gonna be a hell of a match for him versus these teams. Now he's trying to smoke, he's already given his position, and they're trying to pick him already. Snare, Horus, both they know his angle, and he's still not hitting any of these shots.
I mean, there's such difficult shots to hit. You'd like to think he'd have some sort of support, but actually Vitality pull away. They had a very advantageous positioning, but it doesn't happen, and now they decide to pull away, split back in a B. A lot of pressure. I say B, but they want to slip back through the vents instead, and that gives a chance for Datchip to let loose. Big double from him, man. Advantage goes back to GK. It feels like Vitality are kind of split, caught between 2 mines, and that indecision cost them. They still have a little bit of a route over here to A, and, you know, once they get that bomb down, maybe a bit of something to extend this lead to 3. But a bit of a lull in the action now as this global risk side can continue to cut down some space, make Vitality feel uncomfortable. Ductwan and Kimbom looking to trade into the upper portion of this A site. Whoa. Yeah. Nice shot there from Snake, but there's a straight from the trade from Ductwan. He leaves it all up to Bakute in the 1-on-1. And Slayer has no idea where Bakute's gone out to, but switching back up to this high ground makes it a little bit easier to defend this bomb. Smoke will go up. There's a stick come through. He has the opportunity to do so. He'll take the duel, and now Bakute knows. He should know what's coming on the other side. He's going to stick this all the way, and it's got to be all this thing, and it comes through. GK will get the clutch in the 1-on-1. Vitality stunned after Slayer made the right call.
Yeah. I was about to say the only counter for that is if you are having a smoke and Slayer is just completely unlucky. This guy had a smoke and he just smokes him off. Smokes the C4 off and just gets the defuse done for the teammate. Bakute with a clean clutch now. I mean, it was a tough round for Vitality, I would say. It was 2v3. Snake just tried to play aggressive, and look at that. Snare with a double. Immediately just followed by a kill onto Snake. And Baim just loses his life to Snake, and that chip is the only one to get a kill on Horus. But already the damage is done. The site is here. Vitality are playing very fast. They're playing very good. They're on the right foot. And they are about to get this round as well. One more for Vitality. And let me tell you that these fast rounds are wearing going good on this side at the beginning of the game. But now suddenly it turned out to be a very good and successful round. Snare just is out of his mind right now. This guy's finally activated, and you mentioned that there is still an angle for this guy to wake up, and if it does, then Vitality is going to be having a quite easy matchup versus Geekay.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Vitality with the span advantage, or round advantage, I should say, can stretch their legs a little bit more in the default. Slayer looking to get into the vent as swiftly as possible. But does not extend just enough there from PM to get a bit of damage down onto his counterpart. But not enough to get the kill. Slow down again at this point from GK and from Vitality. Nobody going for a crazy opening maneuver. Minute 35 left on the clock. As Vitality have a look-see over on this B side of things. Nothing spotted just yet, so Woods control now the priority for them instead.
Snare is just trying to find these angles. Todzin was successful. Kimbomb just to fall on Woods is the pick. And now also Todzin just takes a lot of damage, but still Snake just gets one more. Ducked one is to fall, and Vitality finally they are back in action, and Snare just gonna get his head chopped by Bocute. And look at this one, just has no idea. Soros is dead, but he gets a double anyway. And Snake just trades him out. And it is a 2-on-2. Bocute is very low HP, just dies to Slayer and gets him out of the picture, and that chip kills Snake, still alive. It's a clutch between both, whiffs between both, but Dachim is still alive, and this is a clutch that you need to win. I mean, this should be a round for Vitality. It was a 5-on-3, 2 picks. Snake and Todzin just got both kills for you. Yes, Snare just went in so deep before the guys are going into the side, but still, it's a 5-on-3. You can take risks, you can push sides, and in the end, GK will clutch.
That is a very unlikely round there from GK, but they're thanking their lucky stars that they're at this point. 3 rounds again on this global risk side is no easy feat. And a chance to potentially amass 4 or 5 would be even better. Doesn't matter how they nab these rounds on the defense, but as long as they are, I think they'll be happy. And another opener now for PM. A chance for Slayer to equalize, but Kimbomb will add another to the list. 2-man advantages here for GK. And Vitality now felt like they had a lot of momentum going into the final rounds of this half, but wins now being removed from their end of the sails.
Yeah. That's a round to forget for Vitality. Horus is trying to still claim this angle, but it's not going to be happening because Kimbomb is just having the good right angle and a flawless round. Only Bocute to take the damage from GK and put his team ahead. Now, Vitality needs to counter this boost. They need to put someone very fast on these tunnels, vents, call it whatever. Otherwise, it's gonna be tough for you to use this blades. Double nades into Woods just does some damage, and Horus just takes a little while crossing it. It's a fast side push, we would call it. And that chip is not ready. Again, Horus just crosses, tries to find the kill, just falls. That chip is still alive. The flashes are not good. They flashed him, but the teammates are still trying to alive. But look at Snake, just swings to get double. And what an unfortunate round for GK. But Pime is still alive. He's still here. He wanna clutch. Snare has an idea where this guy is. They're both trying to fight, but Todzin gives away his position and gets the kill. What an unfortunate flash from GK. No way. You flash your teammate like that, and you can see that team is just so angry. Why you flashing me out? I was there. I was having a good round. And then suddenly just Snakes gets the kills.
I mean, it's so unfortunate that a team flash is essentially the reason why they lose. That chip does so well to find one to stay alive for as long as he does. The rotations were there. I mean, maybe that chip gets another if he has his wits about him, but another 5-on-3 now for GK. Make that a 5-on-2. They smother the offense over there on B. And now Vitality in a 2-on-5. Here you've got Horus and Slayer. But you've lost plenty of teammates around you. Information given up to that chip. GK understand that a split is possible on A. Horus has gotten a lot of space here, mind you. But he's been found out by Kimbum. So that should be it. Now, last round of the half, and GK look to steal a slight lead. And they'll be very happy with how they've produced on this global risk side. They have, again, similar to that of Ankara, all the keys to the castle to close this out and put that reverse sweep conversation to bed.
Well, they got a lead, but that's on the global side, I would mention, because usually we know that sub-base is blacklist-sided map and you would see a better gameplay from them. But look at that, Vitality just gives no chances. They take machine control immediately at the beginning of the round, and Kimba want to be doing the fast retake. You want to be taking this side, and he knows that the guys are just going back. They left it wide open. Just Slayer took the damage, and they will bear the consequences of this push. Slayer just changing his position completely. That chip just knows where Todzin is. He might go off guard, but Duct One just gets a kill on Horus. He opens it up. And now Todzin trades it back. He's full blind. He's trying to get a kill. Duct One is the one to find. Snake is still here. Kimba is fighting two players. He's still here. Slayer needs to get his gun, and Paim just finds one and another with a nade. And he's all down to Snare. A 1v2. Kimbum is half HP or below half HP, and now he's taking the full long way to rotate back into this side. And Paim is still alive with an HK this time because he knows that his teammate is not healthy enough to get the kills, to get the rounds, and both of them, they're staying on the same angle. So it's a good chance for Snare to hit a quick scoop, to switch into a USP and get a kill.
Snare now all the way back into the rafters has a chance at a free kill, but Kimbum spotted him. And the strafe back is right there for the offense. Again, trying to compound on this lead. It's pacey from them, but it's methodical in their approach to taking that B bomb site. And there is just no chance at a response, a rebuttal from Vitality. And now they have to stew in their own juices around or a 2 down.
Yeah, and now an important round for Vitality because I don't think if they get these things in their heads, it's gonna be very tough, and if they lost this round, they need to take attack timeout. They still have it. They haven't used it. Neither do GK. Both of teams, they have their attack timeouts. Last map. Tournament on the line. Key crushing on the line. Club championship for Vitality is on the line. Everything is just going unwell for these guys, and now look at the slow plays from GK. I like these guys, how they play. I honestly expected a better gameplay coming out from Vitality on the sub base, but these guys are changing the pace. We're playing aggressive. You play defensive. We play defensive. I play aggressive. I'm setting the tone. It's not you. And now Paim is just moving. Paim, PM, whatever you call him. He's just gonna deliver, and the smokes and the counter smokes is ready.
Oh, spam is good. Spam is really good, and PM will find one. It's a blind shot of faith that gets rewarded, and instantaneously Vitality call a timeout for the following round. An advantage here for GK. Another opportunity at compounding on this lead. They decide to maneuver back over to A. They can do that with the woods control that they've established. And now Horus, Snare have a boatload of work to do. Shot up from Snare. He'll find the quick scope for the first. They still have a player alive on the ramp that could help out in this situation. 49 seconds left on the clock. Eventually that C4 has got to hit dirt. Nade will be good to soften up that chip here. It's not enough for a kill, but Snake will find one more. Slowly Vitality are whittling down GK. It's just a matter of time in their minds to close this round out as they force GK to stay on A. Plenty of utility used and plenty remaining, but PM finds one to bring it at 3-on-3. Snake has been found out on this flank, but he's blinded up a player. Now Horus and Slayer can come charging through, but it's Bakcute with one more. And there's the kill from PM. It puts it all on his Slayer in the 1-on-2 as he tries desperately to keep Vitality hanging in the balance, but PM with the pistol. 3-round lead now for GK as they march closer and closer to the playoffs.
I mean, that's a round to lose? That's an option? Yeah, look at Snake's face, man. He's just like, okay, that happened. I mean, Snare, yes, you know that this guy's on ramp, but you know that this guy's just, he's not gonna let you walk away with these kills. You could have dodged it, you could have went away, you could have stayed with your teammates, you could have just played it better, but everybody on GK are on the right foot. Now they get the round, now they get the clutch, and Baku just did a good damage. He stayed alive, he got on kills, he was the only one healthy from this GK's roster, and he did the right call. Putting the low HP guy on the rocket just to play on a headshot angle just gives you an advantage of just wasting some time, just toying around with the team, and then suddenly you find your teammates just killing everybody. Snake just got off guard as well. He was just completely isolated. He tried to play the sneaky game. He tried to play the fake game that I'm flashing, I'm retaking from here, look at me guys, and then suddenly found Pime in his face, just killing him and just switching to kill Slayer as well. Good round by GK, puts him ahead 3 rounds and makes them only 3 rounds ahead. Tournament on the line for them, and now Vitality are closer than ever than leaving this tournament with a heartbreaking loss versus one of the underdogs. I would say one of the surprises. These guys are just insane, and we would love to give them the credits, GK, if they get this win, because they came here as an underdogs and they're still delivering. Even though if they couldn't, they did a very good show, in my opinion.
And to potentially win a series off of taking down Vitality's Eagle Eye and sub base, that would be one to remember for these guys, and they're gonna decide to speed things up here into B. Snake and Slayer have got to do a lot of work, but PM and Datchip have some great trades, and a miss from Snare, who has definitely been not himself on this map of Subbase, will continue to have an awry game as GK stormed to 8, just 2 rounds away now. They can see playoffs in touching distance, and Vitality continue to shrink away here in Paris.
Yeah, only 2 rounds away, and these guys are about to explore Paris, not the tournament. And look at this, Snare has an idea what's going on, and Horus is now gonna get a backup. Everybody's just moving around. I see that GK, you just want to run it around, and the flashes are good. They want to swing. Snake is trying to find an angle. Pime just here to cover. Just Horus finds another. Baku, the 2 players is under the stairs. Snare is just alive. He needs to hit the shots, and he does. Baku 2 flicks and makes it on 2-on-2. Somehow, somewhere, Snare is just trying to push onto Bukyo's side, but look at the whiffs from both players, and Snare is only 2 HP. He's trying to find the headshot angle on this guy, but still, everything is on the line. That chip is here. He's having everything for him. Cage control, woods control, machine control, all on his side, and can be a winning angle for him, because Snare is only left with 2 HP to work on, and a double from Datchip makes it 1 round away.
You gotta think about that kill that Datchip gets on the lurk, right? The kill behind him to take down the flank. It opens up the map completely there for the side of GK, that they can storm back over, and the proactivity there to get into Cage and have an opportunity at winning that 2-on-2. 5 chances for GK in regulation to send Vitality at home, or back home at home.
Yeah, I mean on the home ground, on their home ground, and they get this win. I mean, GK, man, last year was unsuccessful for them to go to the EWC. This year they switched things up, and they are 1 round away on making it on top 8. I believe, I'm not sure the points for GK, but I'm sure that this can help them at least in the placement. Probably get a couple of rankings around, but Slayer just gets 1 kill, Snare with another. Todzin is 1 more kill, Pime is the only one to find kills, but this guy just needs to get chopped off, and now Vitality, whenever it is 9 rounds for the enemy team, we usually see Vitality just waking up. And still, GK, they have their tag timeout alive. They can pull it after 1 more round, I believe. If they can just close the game, they are 9 ahead to 5. And now Kimbom just gets Snare and puts the final nail in the coffin. This might be the end for Vitality on the EWC 2026 here in Paris. And then you look at Snake at 17-11, you still think, okay, this guy can make things work. This guy has numbers. This guy can make it. This guy can flip the script and just get this round. Pull attack timeout to GK. Just talk about it. Try to get some few rounds. But on the blacklist side of GK, chances are very low.
Very low indeed. This 5-on-4 is being stretched to its absolute limit here. From the blacklist side, smokes up on the B site. Slow down again. Bakute watching for this potential bit of aggression on a Slayer, but just dodges him for the time being. He's gotten himself into vent. A bomb site looking ripe for the taking, especially with the space that Bakute has found. Now join hands here, smoke deep to give him even more space. Now, minute on the clock. It's all up to Horus and it's all up to Snake. Flash is good. Players are blinded up and they've gotten through. Ramp now. In through. Snake in the back of A. Trying to find a bit of a safe haven. Horus will make his life just a little bit easier. But they're cornered. But maybe, just maybe, they've got a little bit of time now. They've dropped the C4. Totson, Horus, and Snake are holding on to this package. 40 seconds left on the clock as well. They've got to get a move on here, Bakute and Duckdon. Yeah. But it doesn't feel likely. Now that they're smoked out, yeah, they're going to have to go through this. Flash is nice for sure, but too many bodies and Totson is there. They combine, Vitality hold on for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, there's a slight chance they can make it if they continue the same way, because this round should have gone GK side. They had a good call, they had a good collapse on his side, but they couldn't just take Horus out. Still, GK are holding to the attack timeout. I see all the players' hands are doing mouses, hands on the keyboard, so they still want to be trying one more time before taking this tag timeout. I guess he can just pull it now anyway, because if they win the round, they win the game. If they don't, he still has the tag timeout in his hands. And now, Prime just trying to be the hero. 22 kills. Oh man, this guy. How many kills did this guy get in the whole series? I believe he exceeded probably 50 kills on the 3 maps, and now he's just one round away. Vitality just trying to stand for one more round. And if things go well this round, the 9-6 curse is just gonna be happening around. It's gonna be coming around the corner, and look at that. Snake is just trying to play aggressive, he's trying to get the kill, but almost. I mean, Kimbomb also took a lot of damage. 32 HP, 2 players just double peaked him. Made him a very low HP. Bomb just trying to find some kills with this sniper rifle, and unsuccessful in the end. Gives it back to Kimbomb. The guy's very low HP. Snake's just trying to play very aggressive. I like, he's confident because nothing to lose. Now look at that, behind the smoke. Who's gonna spot the other first? The whip from Kimbomb. And now the flash is still... GK cannot find any angle to go through. Neither through his side.
Looks like it's A.
And now the flashes are good. Snake gonna back off. Horus is just staying there. Gets one. Trying to get another. Just get another kill. He's doing very good job so far. And Snake just finds one more. Kimbomb is to fall. And it is suddenly a 2-on-4. And Snare just trying to get the kills. Bakute is planting the C4 right now. And that ship is just having a big lurk where everybody is just pushing onto the side. And again, we are seeing Vitality back alive into the game. Every time we exclude them, they are still here fighting to their spot. And finally the double pick comes. 9-7. An attack timeout is definitely a thing to be called right now for GK.
Yeah, GK have to. I mean, they can feel themselves slipping right now. A Hail Mary sent at the A site, and you gotta give credit to Horus, who has had some very impactful clutch situations. You know, late round decision making where he's called upon to get a multi-kill for you. And he stepped up to the plate and then some. Still 2 rounds necessary to cut this into an overtime situation here on map 3. Such a difficult comeback to put together, but they're gonna have to do it somehow, some way. And that sequence there from Horus will certainly help.
Yeah. He's having a success on A side. That means that B side is the one to be on the take right now. As you can see, GK, they are moving to B side. A side is not the right call for them. Every time Horus is just putting them to dirt. And Todzin is the one to be tested. Looks pressured, but ready. Looks worried, but steady on his feet. And now, I mean, GK, I feel that there is nothing left on their tank. They are just giving everything they have. They are looking at each other. They want to take some calls. They want to take some ideas for someone. Because if things are not going very well for them, smokes are here to block the vision. I mean, it is still a thing that Todzin can still check this angle. Otherwise, he needs to switch to be top and look at this. All the players, they are trying to come back to his side. They want to be testing Horus one more time, and this guy just left it to Snake, and Horus is just trying to push Woods, and Baku just can have a good timing because Horus is not looking.
Oh no!
He's 26 HP. Now the side is going to be on the take. Snake is the only guy with EBR just to defend the side, but they're all going back and forth, and nobody is here to fall.
And look at Baku. He's able to cut off rotations almost instantaneously. Kimbom not far behind him. And they'll go charging into B. It's got to be Todzin, and he's been able to make it back into B. Snare with the same situation. 30 seconds left on the clock. There's not enough time to go back to A. It's got to be this B play. And they've gone 1 for 1. They've gone 2 for 2. But Slayer responds back in kind. And there's Snare. It's all onto the dat chip on the 1-on-3. 20 seconds left. C4, bomb on his back, and he spotted out Snare too. He's brought it down to a 1-on-1. He can get this bomb down the dirt, and Snake, who has been so formidable here on sub base, needs just one more to pull it back. More damage done to Dat Chip. Reload comes out. It's back to the pistol here for Dat Chip. He spots out Snake. He hears him around the corner. He's just trying to find just a little bit more, but he can't. Snake keeps Vitality alive.
I mean, GK, they haven't pulled the tag time out so far. I mean, from a 9 to 5, look at the guys that look so pressured. If you watch it on the stage, you would say that it is Vitality's map. But if you look at the score, it was a 9 to 5 lead in favor of these guys, and then they started to throw a few rounds on his side, but still, they can't end on a win. GK got everything for you to win. And they couldn't. Again, a slow play coming out from them. They can't risk anything else to lose. Otherwise, if they go to the overtime, I don't think GK will just get out of this.
You got to think about the strategy that they employed there. Fake on B, fake on A, and B. You got players out of rotation, in transition. That should be it. And yet still, Vitality don't say die. Todzin now getting stuck into the corner. An opportunity to wreak havoc on this B approach. Made just off the mark there from GK. Minute 35, so this Blacklist side do not have to necessarily speed things up. Oh, crosshairs look good here for Duckdawn and Todzin. Who decides to pull the trigger, if any? Duckdawn and Todzin. It's just a complete standstill here in the lockers. It really does come down to a matter of timing. Does Todzin decide to even check this angle is the question. He can stay here for as long as he wants. And meanwhile, GK decide to consider a rotation back the other way.
Yeah, and the flashes for the fake, the smokes to block the vision. Players are rotating. Dat Chip is ready to push. Flash is good. Snake is rotating. A kill on Dat Chip. That might be the end of GK already because Todin's still alive. He gets one. He's very low HP, but he thinks the other and gets it on. And now the comeback is live. And GK just going to the dirt. And Vitality come back from a 9 to 5 down into a 9-9. And GK wouldn't make it on any wall.
Yeah, it feels like they truly have run out of gas in the tank. All the momentum has swung back the other way, and it did feel like that round previous was everything that they had in the strategic books, if it will. And unfortunately for them, they will have to suffer. They'll have to stew in their own undoing. Kimbom's been in this vent a couple of times now, has been rewarded for it. It'd be awful in their senses to potentially convert this round after not having the attempts at closing it out in regulation. Utility tossed in over on A as Vitality moved back in to Woods. They've lost a body already.
Yeah, but Prime is still alive. He's not healthy, but he's ready to kill. Look at this angle from Kimbom is just insane. Now Todzin is just clearing angles. He knows how good these angles could be. Now GK just throwed one of the easiest game of their lives if you could have won it. And Horus just kills Dachi. Dachi was a healthy player. He was a full HP. And just takes him out. Nothing is working for GK right now. Everything is going Vitality's side. And now this push is going to be good because Prime is very low HP and he's playing on a very, very aggressive angle. Gets one. Gets out. Still trying to find another. Snake just pushes from BC. Gets two players. Locked one is here. He gets one. They are switching to him. They're trying to find another. And Snare just immediately hits. And now Kimbom has found himself the only one alive. And look at that. I guess this is the sixth round in a row, but Horus is just trying to... Oh! But Kimbom just comes alive, and another clutch that puts GK ahead. A 1v2. I mean, that's a thing for you to win. You've lost 5 rounds or 6 rounds in a row, and then you win a 1v2. That's a thing to do.
That is shocking, to say the least, there from GK. Kimbom starts off the proceedings, but it's PM to finally get off the mark, who's been silent on that 5-round spree of Vitality coming back the other way. But Duckwan, Kimbom, they stay alive for just long enough. Keep GK in this, and just a surge of emotions back the other way. They desperately needed that one. Look at what that does to them, but Vitality still stay involved. They still have the self-belief as they get themselves to 5-on-4.
Yeah. Look at that. Full rotation onto the side, and now they're gambling. They're push 2 players into vent. Slayer still again want to check this angle, and he knows that nobody's there. Only him controlling this vents, and now, I mean, GK, their numbers down, but still they have Prime alive. Kimbom lost his life to Snake. 26 kills for this guy. I mean, he's doing very good, and now the stack from them onto his side. C4 is around his side, but if the push around a top is going to be way, way, way in the favor of Vitality. And now GK, they can't afford to lose these rounds. Otherwise, on the blacklist side is not the best. Vitality's global side is just insane, and Vitality are just having good success. That chip is here to do the fake. I mean, also let's say that it's the bait.
Oh, fuck you. Aware about the possibility, but Snare, he'll find the player he was looking for, and Duckwan will not find anything. He's been completely blindsided. And that chip, you can't ask anything from him because there is no potential for a multi-kill. Vitality roar back to life. They equalize us at 10s. It couldn't get more closer than this, Penguin.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel that GK are just so off right now after this comeback from Vitality. Even the rounds looks shaky, their aims is not ready. Ducked one is lost, Kimbom is just dying immediately. And look at this, 18 to 7, 8 to 17 from Ducked one and Slayer. Again, he just want to take this angle. He just want to take this control. And he finds it. He's doing damage. Kimbom is going to be spotting Slayer. Slayer might be able to take his head, but no. And Nate, just to show that I saw you on the vents. And still a very slow play coming out from Vitality. I mean, nothing for them in the world just lets them to play aggressive because everything is working out. GK is just losing when the timer is just running. And this is exactly what we love to see from these guys. Slayer, again, just giving the information, being very vocal right now. And now, Team Vitality. The C4 is dropped around B side. Probably they want to be hitting this side.
Plenty of options for Vitality. with how much space that they've taken over. PM still sending pot shots down. Hasn't connected just yet. Trade of smokes over here throughout middle. Nobody connecting just yet. It is A down the point of attack here for Vitality. Datchet playing the pixel peek. Spots out Snare, can drop a defensive smoke, but
Slayer?
Yeah, that's the kill. And that's the exact angle that Slayer has utilized in the round previous. But they're getting flanked. There's a bit of a timer on this now. And Kimbom has to find this trade. He does. 45 seconds left on the clock now. And Kimbom's basically the only line of defense here. He still finds another. Finally traded out. Man advantage for Vitality. C4 should be able to hit the dirt. And Bakyu and Ductwan, they're running out of time. They're running out of HP. And now that Ductwan's down, it's all up to Bakyu in the 1-on-3. Timer continuing to rot away. Snare's got this sight line under lock and key, you like to think. Bakyu continues to make his life a living nightmare, but it's Vitality to come out on top regardless. Slayer with another. Just 2 rounds away, go Vitality.
Yeah, and this time they're gonna be switching to Blacklist side. I mean, GK, they haven't had any success on this side. And they throw a couple of rounds that they're gonna be looking for and just blaming themselves for it. However, we should give the credits for the Vitality's mental as they stay standing alive. 11-10, it's just 1 round, but the mental gap is huge. The mental gap is distant. Kimbom is just trying to sneak. Horus find one, he gets another. He just only getting one, and now Kimbom is the one to trade. And by the way, Ductwan is just the guy entering the site every time. He's not having the best timings ever for his teammates. And Bakyu, he's just spotted right there. And he's so dead.
Very lucky to be alive there, Bakyu. Just takes significant damage off of that grenade, and rotations are very solid here from Vitality. They've got the right places secured for themselves. Snake with a little bit of a jump spot. Knows that Bakyu is still in the vents. Knows that this potential for an ace split is there. And this time, Bakyu will back away, but they aren't aware about the woods control that's been established by GK. A trade is imminent. But still, look at how much damage GK have taken in this affair. Low HP, but Bakyu still holds strong. Immediate response there from Tatsin. 2-on-2 as the C4 hits the ground. Has to be scooped up. Minute left on this clock. And Kimbom and PM will be able to join hands, bound over to this A site, and puts it all on the Snare. He's got to keep his wits about him. Can still look up through the heavens, but decides to rotate through woods instead. Gives up the plant. Wants to play this retake alongside his teammate in Tatsin.
Yeah, and Prime is ready. Just gets him out. It's gonna be Kimbom versus Todzin, because Todzin is gonna eliminate him. And now the EBR just wins this fight. Kimbom just heavily damaged. Vitality can't afford to lose this round. Kimbom just trying to toy around, and Todzin just gets the kill. And now Vitality are 1 round away of winning this game.
That should be it. That should be it. A ripe opportunity as ever for GK, and they squander their opportunity almost instantaneously. It's the immediate snap decision for Snare to move in with Tatsin, have that trade potential to come down from A-top, and that should be all she wrote. GK have 2 opportunities, or Vitality have 2 opportunities to crush the key, crush the hopes of GK right here, right now. It's been a long and grueling affair to claw map after map, round after round, to stay alive here at EWC. But they've done such a stellar job to keep a composed job. And now they'll be rewarded with the fruits of their labor. Just that 1 round away, just 5 kills away from that grand playoff stage.
1 round for Vitality. I don't think they will let it happen. I don't think they will let it slip. No comebacks for GK. The comebacks only for Vitality. You have got a lot of chances to close the game, but underestimating Vitality just cleared all your chances. As you can see, Vitality now, they are just toying around with the strategies that they have, playing 2 around the top, just getting 1 boosted on vents. The left boost can help because GK are completely lost. Snake just falls, gives signs of hope. Smokes is now just to slow things up, and Snare is still on the vents, ready to get some kills. Slayer, he knows that this hit is going to be solid, but Bakyu just gets him away. They know that Todzin is going to be on the quad player. He might have one more chance, but they're not going to have another. A push from Vitality might be coming. A fast retake might be going in. And now, 1 kill. That chip trades. That chip tries to find another, but Snare just gets a kill at what costs. An 8 HP clutch to close the game would be fantastic for Vitality. However, even though if he loses, he's still got another 2 chances.
And so GK stay alive for just a little bit longer. Chemistry keeps them in this series. Elimination on the line. And Vitality and their fans looking to roar here in Paris. Just have to wait a little bit longer now. Golden round on the horizon here for GK. They're able to get 1 more on the board. And a complete slowdown here. It hasn't been the PM show in overtime. It's been these riflers to drag them back involved. Snare spots the cross in the woods. A-Top looks a little nerve-wracking here. Horus again may have to step up to the plate as he has in regulation. But GK do not extend on in. They hold back.
Yeah. Very slow play, but Snare is just gonna get heavily damaged. Snake is just trying to cover him, but now we have 2 players damaged. But none of them is spotted. Nobody knows that they are low. Bakyu trying to get Snare. Snare is just trying to jump spot this angle, and he knows that he's there. He might have locked him in and just nail him down in the ground because he's seen his position, but Horus is here to help. A good rotation, good communication from the guys, but the A-side hit can pay off. Look at this HP from Snare. He still can hit some shots. He still can hit some kills. They think that Horus is still alive. Locked One is not having the good game. Away from Snare. The first one, he still has an 8. He dies. Bakyu gets the first time. Doubles it down. Is it a golden round? Is it a flip of the script? Is it a double flip? Or we can see a miraculous comeback. A miraculous clutch from these guys. Todzin and Slayer. Both whiffing their shots, but they don't know what to do. Probably they're gonna be talking about the last round. Will they push machine? Will they just put everything they have on the next round? Or they're gonna try the best out of this round? Slayer gets 1, and he's gonna fall. A golden round for this game. What a beautiful end to get one of those 2 teams a winner and to crush the other skis.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Penguin. An opportunity unlike any other for GK to completely stun Vitality. A Vitality who stormed back. To fail at the final hurdle would be heartbreak, unlike any other as well. And we're just 2 minutes away. 2 minutes and change from deciding a victor. It's been a long, drawn-out series for our first decider here on the B stream. And we will have to send somebody home after the dust has settled. Slow as you'd like from GK. Woods control not a priority for them. PM tasked with holding on that spot of the map. No aggression coming out from Machine. Nothing unorthodox here from Vitality. They don't want to rely on the late round heroics that they've kept them in this series, kept them in this map as well. You look towards Horus on A and the multi-kills he's been able to provide. You think about Snake, man. 26 kills and counting.
Yeah.
It'll come down to these individuals, these massive heroic plays to see which way the chips fall. And with a minute 20 on the clock, eventually GK have got to get a move on.
A triple vent setup to end the game. They need to do the damage. Slayer is not spotted. Flashes to fake. Push onto a side. Kill by Prime. Slayer just backs it up. It's 1-for-1. Horus gets one. Horus gets a double. He's here. The man is alive.
Oh no.
But suddenly it just flips. A 2-on-2, and now everything is on the line. Divechip is in a very good position if he can make it a double. But he backs away. Everybody just don't want to spend everything they have. Flashes are good. And the weight is theirs.
Post plant now. Divechip in a very compromised position. Snare and Totson has spotted out Divechip. It puts it all on the star of Geekay. PM, who's had some incredible moments in this series, has got to produce one final clip to advance to the playoffs. There's an immediate rotation though. Totson and Snare have moved all the way back to A down, but PM's read this. The time has rotted all the way down. Totson's got to stick this, and he will find it at the tail end. Does he have enough time? No. It's going to be down to the wire, and they've got it. Vitality in the nick of time will qualify to the playoffs. Oh my goodness, what an opportunity from Vitality, and what heartbreak for GK.
I mean, what a way to end this series. A golden round, a clutch by Totson. Definitely the thing that you would be looking for. And Vitality are going into the playoffs.
Holy smokes, it comes down to a golden round, and the Vitality fans are delighted. The Vitality owners delighted because it keeps their club championship hopes alive here at the Esports World Cup. Sadly, for GK, they will be eliminated here and their key will be crushed. But look at the emotions, look at what it means to Vitality. What an incredible series we start our day with here. And guys, I mean, such a difficult moment in a 1v1 like that, just coming down to just minor details, mere seconds there on the defuse.
You think Totson's actually flubbed it in a lot of ways, right? The first player goes down in that trade sequence and you're thinking, PM's just done enough. He's found it. He's found a little bit of time to eke out. And I mean, the tensions run high, the emotions, the come down for the side of GK. I mean, you feel for them. Your heart aches for them because it's legitimately like a quarter HP away from jubilation, and this is the result of that.
They certainly put their best foot forward, did GK, and they will go out with their heads held high, but it is Team Vitality who progress into those playoffs, into the top 8, and will keep their hopes alive of trying to go on a dream run here at CROSSFIRE at EWC 2026. Well, I mean, what a way to start our day, Penguin. We couldn't have asked for anything better, right? And we knew that these two teams were going to put everything out on the table here.
I mean, yeah, and GK is probably going to be very upset. They had everything. They had, it was 9-5, a lead to them on their blacklist side. And then suddenly everything just went wrong, and then you go back, do some comeback. I mean, just go to the overtime, golden round, just 2 seconds, probably 1 second could have won you the whole thing. Prime just couldn't do it. If you could have just waited, if you could just toyed his head a bit with Totson, he could have won, but in the end, it's a win for Vitality. I mean, I can't talk about strategies because the game was so much intense when it comes to mental game, not about strat-wise, because it's not a strat-wise right now. 9-5, 9-9, this is not strategies, this is a mental booming by GK.
And when it comes to that golden round, Penguin, I'm going to ask you in particular because obviously you used to compete yourself. How important it is to be on the attack or the defense side? Is it map dependent depending on where the golden round is?
That's definitely in the favor of, I mean, GK, because they're on the blacklist side, and Pime could have played it better, by the way, but you can ask him for more. This guy is just on 1v2, he just killed one, he's on 1v1, he just could have tried to probably tuck his head in the box so he can take multiple bullets to die, or let Totson probably swing more so he can waste a lot of time for them in the end. I mean, it's just so hard for them.
I feel so bad for GK, man. I mean, even in OT, the expectation is, you know, you probably just fall away. You know, PM has gone quiet, and yet still they clawed back into OT, into that golden round, and it just falls apart, man. And I mean, it's not even like a huge heroic performance from any one player on Vitality. Everybody stepped up at certain points. Horus with that big multi in terms of the regulation. Yeah, that was huge. And then Snake's constant kills, Snare with a couple of big X-Factor moments. It's just unreal.
Well, you spoke about players who did make a difference. Snake was one of them, and he'll be on the main stage with Scriv. Who have you got for us? It's Snake.
Yes, indeed. Very, very happy to have Snake here with us after that one. Talk me through how you're feeling, bro. That was a very intense game, intense finish, all 3 maps, the golden round in the end. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling tired, but yeah, in the end, I'm very happy that we managed to close this game out. I'm very happy that everyone stepped up when we needed. I'm thankful for my teammates because we really stepped up in the game and we made the comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously a fantastic game to watch. I wanted to talk quite generally very quickly about how you guys feel West League is performing at the moment and how maybe you guys carrying that mantle, of course, under Vitality now. You know, what are your thoughts about West League at the internationals coming into EWC 2026?
To be honest, this is not our play style. We usually dominate our region here, but here is different because it's the land different. So there's a bit of pressure for us, but I think we will do our best for next matches and try to win this matches for our fans.
And then moving forwards, you are, of course, now in the playoffs, in those quarterfinals. Hopefully a little easier for you guys than a game like that. But what are you thinking about those playoffs? Are you looking forwards or are you just taking it one game to the next?
We take it step by step. We like always I'm saying, we don't care about who are playing. We just play our game. But today we did a lot of individual mistakes. We will try to fix it before the next match.
Well, there you go. Hopefully things get fixed, of course. But after a high-octane game, great to hear from Snake here. Back to you boys on the desk.
So one more team name added to that EWC knockout reveal a little bit later, but we still have to find out 2 more teams to add to it because we are still not done. There are still more games to go here. That was only the first series of the day, which is kind of insane. The fact it went all the way to 3 and to overtime and to the golden round, everything we could have asked for. But in the end, it was Geekay who go home. Their key is going to be crushed. We will see those live scenes in a short while as well, which is both a sad moment for Geekay, but of course a jubilation moment for the side of Vitality because, you know, they were only mere seconds away, guys, from being eliminated out of this competition. I saw how nervous the owners were watching for that one as well because they know how important this is for the club championship too, trying to push up into that top 3. And boy, if they had not qualified there, it would have been a very different reception here on this stage. What do you think it means to these players, though, to be able to kind of like give back to the organization of Vitality?
Yeah, this is exactly what they're trying. I mean, of course they want to be winning, but they're still playing for Vitality, so they would love to put some numbers onto their points.
Well, the key crush is ready, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to sadly witness another one destroyed in front of our very eyes, but it is a chance for Vitality to put that one into the crusher and be the ones to destroy Geekay-eSports' hopes, dreams, and key, of course. Paladin, it's a tough watch, but someone's got to do it, you know?
Yeah, it really is a tough watch. I mean, it's unfortunate, but we get like a physical elimination of a team and getting to see this key crush, it signifies how much you got to put into this game, how much you got to leave out on the line, and the result of all your hard work. It comes down to just moments like this. This is what we reduce it down to.
I mean, it rubs extra salt in the wounds when the Vitality band were playing along as the crusher went down, and then a big cheer when the key was crushed. But Vitality's key will live to fight another day, but it is GK's who will now find their key in pieces, and sadly they will progress no further here in Crossfire. Real question is, how far can Vitality go now? You know, if they want to be able to have that unthinkable run in the club championship, we would need to see them win Crossfire first and foremost. Do you think they can do it from what we've just seen, or do you think maybe that could be too much of a tall order?
I'm really worried about their map pool. That's my issue, is that we come into this saying, you know, Eagle Eye, Subbase look great. All of a sudden, a little bit shaky on both.
Yeah.
I'm a bit worried.
Yeah, same. I think these guys just needs to reshuffle the papers because otherwise it's not, as Snake mentioned, it's not local tournament right now. It's an international stage.
Well, we'll have to see who they get in the end in those quarterfinals. But for now, we're going to start gearing up towards our second lower bracket semi-final. Another decider match to see who is going to qualify for that top 8 playoff spot. We have Na'Vi and the Vicious coming up next. Again, a big one in the club championship as well for Na'Vi in particular. So we'll have to see who's going to be able to take that first one. But until then, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, it'll be Na'Vi versus the Vicious.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Luck who came crawling back. It was me after that one. I was on my knees because Vitality just about scraped through and they find themselves in the top 8 now into the quarterfinals. They send home Geekay-eSports. And we move now into another lower bracket game, another decider match here, and it is going to be a banger. We've got Na'Vi versus the Vicious, and I've got Paladin and Penguin on the desk with me, guys. We're into another one. It's an important one for all-encompassing things, whether it's the club championship, whether it's the teams trying to progress. Early thoughts. This matchup, is it going to be a close one? Is it going to be one-sided? How are we feeling?
I actually feel like this is more one-sided than it might meet the eye. I really like what I've seen from Na'Vi. They fell against Rock earlier on in the qualification match, but there's a lot to love in terms of the win conditions, in terms of how they approach certain maps. I feel like they've got the tools to get the job done in potentially 2 today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We are seeing Na'Vi as the favorites here. Yes, we've seen Vitality also as the favorite in the last matchup, but looking at the Vicious and GK, the competitor is just different. So that's why I'm saying maybe Na'Vi can have an ease winner to clean to all.
I guess the one thing that has me positive about the Vicious is how they were able to get into today, how they beat Anubis, right? They were down. It looked like they were going to be out of the competition, but they constantly found their way back in. It was 9-7 they were down, and then found themselves into overtime. They get back into the game. Maybe that's something that they can use momentum-wise to go into this next one, but we'll have to see whether they can actually use that, and that will be part of their side. As we dive a little bit deeper into these teams now, we can take a closer look at Na'Vi. They arrived and they look in good spirits, I would say, but it is just about focusing on the task at hand, getting into the top 8. I really like this roster. I think this has been one of the most enjoyable teams to watch for me so far this tournament. But talk to me a little bit about them, Penguin. Tell me what makes Na'Vi so good.
I mean, the unexpected plays that you usually do when it comes to pushing the sides, probably on their blacklist side, they are always unexpected. If you look at the lurks, the flanks, it is very good. And also LKK, when he's in form, when Juan is in good positions, he's just hitting multiple shots. And also, if you look the global side, it is still a very unique play style. I haven't seen, we've watched it a lot of teams, we've watched it all the Brazilians, we haven't seen someone with the same creativity. Probably it's not always paying off, but they're still trying to be creative, they're still trying to be out of the box.
And there's still some, you know, 3rd, 4th options that you can kind of look towards to say, yeah, if we need a clutch, if we need a big anchor moment, you can look towards a guy like JV. Yeah. You can look towards a guy like LCZ. I mean, everybody in this squad can come up and produce a highlight to keep their team in this. And that's what makes me very excited about Na'Vi's long-term success is, do they have the capabilities of going toe-to-toe with international competition? I would say yes, even though that domestic matchup didn't necessarily go the way that they were looking for. I think they've got all the pieces to make it work.
Well, on the other side for Na'Vi, we have the Vicious, who are looking to try and make an upset, of course, in this one and see if they can take down a team like Na'Vi, which would actually send shockwaves, I think, through the CROSSFIRE community with how well Na'Vi have been performing. But it is never say never. You know, there is always expect the unexpected. The Vicious could pull off an upset, but if they are going to do it, what would be the keys to finding success here, guys?
This is very hard. Like, you asked me the same question on GK and I told you Pime or Pim or just this sniper guy, right? On the Vicious, I don't want to say that the guys are still not experienced, but I feel that they are all on the same level, even though if they want to be trying to, let's say, one guy to get out of his mind, still I don't think it's going to be enough. Ice Cube had some couple of good games in this tournament. Characters has been covering him, but still it's not the performance that we would be expecting them to beat Na'Vi. Especially if they're going to be going against LKK, JV, as Paladin mentioned, and also we're talking about Juan, one of the best snipers on the Brazil League.
Yeah, it's more of a fragging by committee for this team. I mean, you have a couple of big moments from certain players for sure, but it's that consistency/inconsistency that I'm really worried about for this Vicious squad to really have, again, long-term success within this tournament. I'm looking towards the Riflers really to step up to the plate. I'm looking at Origami. I'm looking at Jaleo. Jaleo, a big anchor piece, but also an extra dimension in terms of their aggression on defensive sides. He was a problem in their loss in the map 1 against Anubis, but he was also the reason why they won, I would argue, on map 3 in that big back and forth decider that we had. So I think there's a lot riding on that rifle core, more so than it would be on Ice Cube, I would say.
Well, you mentioned some maps, and we've got some more on our screens as well as the veto process is here. Subbase and Ankara are going to go, and we get Black Widow and Eagle Eye. Initial thoughts, Penguin?
Black Widow is going to be good for the Vicious. I mean, they played good. They had some good rounds. Yes, they made a comeback versus Anubis. Anubis just a bit throw, but they played very good because they have some good snipers. AG.AL is also kind of not that bad for them, but still I'm very worried because the Brazilian league just loves to play AG.AL that much, and when it goes to new compound, I think Navi is just all the way Navi.
Yeah, I think Black Widow for Navi is actually not bad either. Like,
Yeah,
I actually really do like their Black Widow as well. So it feels to me that they've gotten everything that they could ask for. They have new compound to end as well, which I've seen some good work out of them in series past. So I feel pretty confident with Navi's veto. I mean, again, I think they have all the pieces in the server. Now they've got a pretty favorable veto as well. I think it's their job to just kind of put their money where their mouth is, put this one over the line, and look towards the playoffs after a pretty impressive group stage for me so far.
Well, keys are on the line, tournament life is on the line, and a position in the playoffs is also on the line. Whose key will still be standing and whose is going to be crushed? It's a best of 3, remember, between these two teams in this decider match. Are we going to get an upset? Can Vicious maybe surprise us all, surprise the entire CROSSFIRE community here, or will it go to regular scheduled planning as Na'Vi, the favorites coming into this one, perhaps looking to see if they can just assert some domination before we go into quarterfinals, as we are ready then to jump into map 1. Let's enjoy this one, everyone. We've got Penguin and Paladin to cast it all.
We had an absolute banger of a decider match to start off the proceedings for our third and final day of this group stage. Are we in for yet another is the real question. I'm Paladin, joined by Penguin here in our first map of play on Black Widow as PBZ. It's a little frisky on short.
Yeah. And AKX just loses his life. Now, Navi just starting slow on this map. Beautiful shots from PBZ. Big damage on JV. It's just checking if there's any flashes to be thrown. He's playing a bit aggressive on Cat, and now he backs up. His damage can do. Ooh. The damage that he can do is the EBR, but look at this, the push. Ice Cube gets one. LKK just trades the first kill, but JV is just alive. He's trying to fight. Nevis just gets one more, and it is the first to hit. Vicious just gets the first one.
Again, fragging by committee and becoming better than the sum of their parts comes Nevis. 1-0 start here for the Vicious. Trying to set the expectations here that this is an even footing fight. It doesn't swing one way or the other, and that the Vicious have a shot at causing an upset in this deciding matchup in Group B.
Yeah, now changing the game plans and a full commitment around bridge now from Navi. Gets the control. Nobody's damaged. But again, slow play from Navi. Juan is just single-handedly waiting on barracks, trying to find any mistakes that can be done. But LKK is just watching the cap push. Navi is just not approaching anywhere, and Ice Cube just snaps LCZ while he was just testing, checking the B side, and now LKK just finds himself in mid. Good smoke by PVZ can slow things down. I'm not sure if this was the right side for them. C4 is moving through B connector to the box room, and LKK is just the first one to lead the charge. Ice Cube is an aggressive angle, just watching the smoke entrance. And a backup smoke into the doors is going to be coming from JV, and the push is about to happen. JV, LKK, everybody from Navi is just here. They're trying to hit the side. Ice Cube is still alive behind the double boxes, gets the first. Origami just doubles it down. Juan just finally see trade. JV just trying to find the kill. Both of them just whiffs their shots. They're very low HP, and finally the flank is here. J-Lo is one. J-Lo is another. Nevis just gets the kill with the nade, and Vicious starting very hot and strong on this map.
Yeah, even if you don't have that star player, everyone holds their line, carries their own weight, and still be able to notch some rounds on the board. And right now, everybody off the mark for the Vicious. On the other side of things, it's pretty silent from some of these players on Na'Vi. Not that explosive team that we saw in the opening few days of this tournament. And perhaps the Vicious have a little bit more gas left in the tank here at EWC. Who would have thought? This team with very low expectations, looking to dash the hopes of the Brazilians who want to join their other two compatriots in Liquid and Rock Esports.
Yeah, and honestly, Vicious is just leaving the full map to them through their controls, but Nav is just way too respecting Vicious. They give you the control, you push the side, we get the kills. Origami is just here to defend, the first to kill. LKK the first to trade. Neves, look at Neves, he's just hot on the lurk. Very fast on this lurk, nobody spotted him yet. And PPC is just trying to do some damage around the woods, but look at Neves' position. All the players are sandwiched. One is just doing a big lurk on his side, but I don't think it's gonna happen because of the position of Neves. But suddenly, just while we're talking, Na'Vi just kills everybody. They couldn't have waited for him because of the lurk from Juan, and he makes it happen, and Na'Vi are back on board quicker than ever. A 2-1 in favor of Vicious. I mean, 2 rounds on global side is just very big for you as a team.
Yeah, certainly so. There's just a set call out of spawn there from Na'Vi. Take box room's control, have that execution, a late lurk from Juan. It's a couple on his own, but now it's back to short side, and the Vicious have done a very good job in holding back some of these players. JV does get one, and LKK will find another, and there goes LCZ. The A bomb site is open for business. LKK on this late lurk has spotted out Jaleo, he spotted out Origami and done so much damage. He does go down, but it's a valiant attempt from him. C4 should be able to get planted, and now clear advantage goes towards the Brazilians.
Yeah, look at the HPs. Jaleo and Origami both almost the same HP. It's below 30. Holy, even 25 HP on Jaleo. LCZ is trying to take this fight. They know that the players are low, so they want to be taking the fights. The pistol is ready by Juan. No need for the sniper. Even the long range, you just can one bullet him, and this is gonna happen right now. Origami just to fall, and Na'Vi are back. A draw back again. A 2-on-2. A change in the playstyle, and I mean, Ice Cube, he did a very good first 2 rounds. He had some multiple entry frags, but this round in particular, it didn't work out to be very good for the team. And again, Na'Vi is just a team who was testing things out, and now they're back on action. Juan just takes a big damage, half HP, 50 HP, and a fast-paced push around them. Full flashed Ice Cube just falls, and Jeff is still here. He gets one, never trades, never gets that second. Origami finds it. LKK is still alive. The push is still happening from Cat. This is what's happening, and LCZ just flicks and gets one. It's all about this guy, this man, Ice Cube on 1v2. The C4 is gonna be planted, and he has the HP to work with. LKK just want to find the kill, and he gets it in a wall bang, and one more for Na'Vi. 3 in a row without a single reply from Team Vicious.
And there's the explosiveness that you're kind of looking for from Na'Vi, led by JV. An instant bit of aggression over there on Cat. Gets that kill, explodes in. Quan not too far behind from long, but it's a secondary from Neves to slow things down now for Na'Vi. They still want to fight up in short here. AKX, JV, look towards PBZ, and they'll find it. They take significant damage in the process, but they'll be happy that at least they have the 4-on-4 to hold on to.
Yeah. Now, all of a sudden, turns out to be a very good round for the Vicious so far. They have the HP advantage. 2 players are very low HP. They have the cat control. It's quite the same setup that we've seen on the first 2 rounds where they were winning. Probably they're back to the business.
Na'Vi now slow it down a little bit more. His low HP bars will certainly be called into question, but Juan and LCZ, the double sniper setup on the offense, you don't see that too often. comes alive here. Oh, and LCZ had an opportunity at another. At this point, the name of the game is to stay alive, and he'll bound away from bridge, try to rejoin with his team. Charge up at Origami here, the lone A defender. Gotta be careful about Jaleo watching him, and he spotted him. Surely wants to wonder where he's gone off to, and yeah, he'll find his man. It's all up to Origami in the 1-on-3. He gets naded, and he gets shredded by the pistol of LCZ. 4 on the trot now for Na'Vi.
Yeah. I mean, this round was looking good for the Vicious. And then it turned out to be a novice round after the double sniper setup that you've mentioned. Just turns out to be very, very effective and well. A 4-2 it is. I mean, Vicious started very good. We said, okay, might be another surprise, might be another close game, and then suddenly Na'Vi just hits 4 rounds in a row. I know it's still very early, but I still think that Na'Vi are just getting into the game. Ice Cube just whiffs the first, trying to get the second. Nobody's to die. The site is completely open for the take. A kill from Ice Cube should have been, but LCZ just double dinks him and gets him out of the picture. Juan just doubles it down on Neves, and it is a 5v3. C4 is about to be planted, and Vicious in a very tough situation.
Certainly so, but at a certain point, we gotta get this bomb down, boys. Start to put the pressure on the Vicious. Do not allow them to get into these box-in kind of scenarios. And there we go, LCZ with that default plant. EBZ still trained in on the window as Jaleo tries to come back in through the bridge. But he's been spotted up by Juan, and that does make this one a difficult retake, to say the least. EBZ continues to take a little bit of damage here, and he'll go down. It's in the timeout being called now from the Vicious, as Origami has also been noted, and he'll fall straight away, halfway to set number 1 here for Na'Vi, as they are just trouncing through this offense.
Yeah, I mean, finally the tech timeout is here. We are seeing FC is trying to talk to his teammates, trying to talk to his team. He's trying to set things up, otherwise the game is just gonna slip very quick. It's 5 rounds for Na'Vi. I don't think they need to change anything. Probably, yeah, the first 2 rounds weren't successful. But it's just the first 2 rounds. You're not ready yet. You're not warmed up yet. When you get things ready, you're going to be hitting the sides, you're going to be hitting the wins, and this is exactly what Na'Vi is doing now. The Vicious is going to be looking for more aggressive plays. They need to deny some space. They leave the full map for Na'Vi. It was working for the first 2 rounds, but then Na'Vi just suddenly realized that they are wasting some utilities on a control that already Vicious is giving them for free. So they started using these utilities into hitting the sides, and it's starting becoming very, very tough for Vicious to defend this side. Now Vicious, I believe that they're going to be trying to push the bridge control, fake the A side, push the barracks, fake the B side. They need to do something proactive on the map.
Proactive indeed. It's incredibly important to jostle these fast-paced defaults from Na'Vi. Feels like they have a real foothold on how they want to approach Black Widow so far. And they've been rewarded as such with that 5-round spree, as we seem to have come to the conclusion of our timeout. And into that affair for Natus Vincere. LCZ decides to down for an initial attempt, and yeah, that deep smoke suggests box rooms in a bridge control, and LCZ is also aware of that on his own, so he backs away, he gives over that positioning, and now we say, okay, what do we get back in return now that we've lost that space? And it looks to be the barracks, it looks to be A.
Yeah, and as mentioned, Vicious went for the bridge control just to deny some space for Na'Vi, because Na'Vi, when they are using the controls, when they are using the spaces, they are doing damage, and they need to avoid this. Now, what is the call for Na'Vi? Is it a retake? Yes, it is. All the players are here. Juan is again doing a big lurk. We've seen the Brazilians doing this, but now Origami is in a big situation. He puts the flash on the second, might cost him his life, and exactly this is what's going to be happening, because the players are just taking too long to kill him, and he's still alive. He gets 1 nice cube also from the B window. Gets another. He's trying to fight. LKK just trades it down. And it is all a 3-on-3 after these fights, and Neves still baiting on the back of these sewers. I mean, look at his composure. This guy just don't want to move. He's just waiting somebody to go in box room and just backstab him and get this round. And now he takes the fight with JV. JV gets the better out of him. He could have stayed and won the round, but now JDO is on a 1v3.
You talk about the composure of Nevis in that position. He crumbles.
Yeah.
He loses the man and he wants to essentially take his place, but what a tough clutch situation that you leave your teammate in Jaleo in. And you want to talk about cool and collected. It's Na'Vi that seemingly at every turn understand how to go about situations that aren't even in your favor. I mean, this is a good setup from the Vicious. They get this bridge control and they hold on to it with a pretty nice crossfire, but Ice Cube can't connect on some of these shots. And Nevis, unfortunately, cannot find any refrags. It's long control now being sought after by the Vicious, and they find a couple of solid kills. Origami and Nevis are there. And with that, Na'Vi, for the first time in a long time, feel undermanned.
Yeah, and now LCZ just gets one. Trying to make it a second, and look at that. LKK just gets PPZ and Origami just dies to AKX, and all of a sudden...
Oh, come on!
AKX doubles it down, and I mean, Na'Vi just 7 in a row. No way this is gonna happen. No way this is gonna be clutched by Nevis.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't think so. I mean, 3 players on that B bomb site, everybody necessary to deal with that 2-player push through the box rooms, but it doesn't happen, and LKK on the flank finds a couple. That is 7 rounds on the blacklist side in this first half for Na'Vi. They are just trouncing through the Vicious on their opponent's map pick. It just feels like they are outclassing the Vicious now, and then some.
Yeah. Now, they're gonna be switching sides now. What we will be expecting from Vicious. I mean, they started good. They had 2 rounds in a row. We were like, okay, might be a close game. Okay, we didn't say that, yes, Vicious is gonna win, but we said we might be a close game. Might be the game that we expect to be going to 10-6, 10-5, 10-7, around that. Then suddenly I still think that it's probably 10-3, 10-2 game if Na'Vi continues the action that they're doing. And AKX continues to just turn tables around like what he did. He has 3 kills, 2 of them, one of the most important rounds. He flipped around that was, Vicious had numbers advantage, and suddenly he just gets 2 kills and puts the advantage into his teammates' favor.
Absolutely. So, this side swap is so important for the Vicious. And they got to start off on the right foot. There's not really much room for error as they look towards this B bomb site. LCZ, JV, the men tasked to hold down this side of the map. There's a late mid section clear here from Na'Vi, and they'll find that it's pretty much empty. JV's got to hustle back eventually. When does the penny drop for this defense that B is the port of call, and LCZ has got a lot on his plate? It still hasn't seemingly hit them just yet, but LCZ will still find the first. He'll be able to back away, and LKK takes down the lurk. So they know that it's just 3 players remaining on this B bomb site, and they've got themselves a favorable retake situation. Here comes the flash to get them involved. Nevis is completely blinded up by his teammate, but he still finds AKX. Still living to tell the tale, but JV and LKK storm back. It's all up to Origami in the 1-on-4. He finds the first, and he switches over to the pistol to bring it to a 1-on-2. But LCZ, who's been alive for so long, will continue his romp through Black Widow. 12-3, 10 rounds in.
Oh man, look at this. A good push into 1 player on the side only. I mean, we expected, okay, finally, Vicious, they have the right call. But then LCZ gets 1, leaves. LKK just kills the lurker, gets another. And then they suddenly knew that, okay, we have numbers advantage. We need to go back to take the control of the bridge. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very good post plant by the attack. And now JV just denying this bridge, controlled by Vicious, getting 1 kill, adding more damage to these guys. They are very quiet since the first 2 rounds. 8 in a row for a Na'Vi. And it's much a quieter game than what we've seen from Vitality and Geekay. Probably this is one of the best games in the tournament, I would say.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put any...
It's hard to top that, isn't it?
Yeah,
it really is.
I don't think so, even though we're going to be watching finals, but I don't think it's gonna be such a game. Roller coaster emotions, vitality, GK, and then now we wanted to see such a good game also from Navi and Vicious, but Navi's just giving us a good shot. Juan is just giving us a double kills. Finally, PPZ wanna be replying and gets the third for himself, probably the fourth. Origami is on, AKX with another. Even with the double from PBZ from the kill from Origami, it is still 1v2. LCZ and AKX is the clutch, and now the C4 is in hands of Origami, and he needs to move to one of the sides. Minute and 10 seconds on the clock, and I think he's choosing a side.
Full belt of util as well, so if he wants that cross smoke, he'll be granted that, but instant gamble from Na'Vi. They've read this like a book. You've got a player in the window, you've got that short rotation as well. LCZ's also swapped to the pistol, so they know he's sub 50 HP. He's a couple of bullets away from death, and a small bit of timing found by Origami. Hold on. Plant comes in. Oh, that nade nearly does the job. 3 HP left for Origami, and I don't think he's realized where that nade has come from. He's finally triangulated the position, but AKX has instantly moved away. I'll go back to the window now. 30 seconds left on the clock, and yeah, at this point, if Origami, has still not figured out where AKX is going to become a little bit of a problem. Switches back over to the pistol, but the HP is always going to be an issue. AKX gets himself the 9th round for Na'Vi as they just roll through the Vicious.
2 rounds in a row from Vicious at the beginning of the game, just answered by 9 rounds in a row from Na'Vi. This is too much to ask from them. And now, even though this round was very close, Origami just took a hell of damage with these nades and stayed on a 3 HP, tried to clutch, and now LCZ just adds more to the damage and gets the first blood on Neves. Jaleo trying to find kill. PPZ gets another. Juan just dies. Double for him. Probably the redemption.
At this point, it's consolation just to stay alive on this map, but still threats rely around every corner. AKX and LKK have been such a potent duo on Black Widow, but now it's just LKK. 13 kills deep, looking for 16 to close out this map. It has no awareness that Origami is right behind him. He spotted it out now, been calmed over, brings it into a 1-on-2, and he'll get one more, but Jaleo extends play just a little bit longer.
Yeah, they hold on to it. I mean, I've seen Na'Vi just trying to kind of push and end the game. I feel them. I get them. They are 8 rounds ahead. 6 rounds ahead, sorry. They have multiple chances to close the game. Yes, we've seen Vitality with 5 rounds deficit, I guess, or 6 rounds deficit, but they still come back, and now, I mean, I don't think Vicious have the things to do it. They don't have the mental, they don't have the aim. Because Nav is just hitting every single shot. Juan is doing a good job as well.
You talk about the individual frags that you want from players like Jaleo, Nevis, Ice Cube. None of them have really been there to step up, and that's been the real issue for the Vicious, is who is that guy that steps up? It can't just be Origami. There's just not a second or third option yet that has made their face known in this series just yet. And Na'Vi, meanwhile, you look at that scoreboard and there's really no weak link. Sure, AKX has been a little slow, but he still found some multis here and there. Now back to the long crawl go the Vicious. They don't have that cross smoke just yet, so an opportunity for Juan to let loose on this sniper. Trained in on this angle, minute 15 now. And when does that penny drop? When does Vicious want to move into A? One of their last hurrahs here on Black Widow. Elio and Nevis. Origami maybe taking that first contact. The lurk is dead. LKK has cleared that out. They know where this hit is ending up, but Juan misses his shot. And with that, Jaleo will double up. Vicious have an opportunity to plant the bomb. LCZ with the secondary has made it back over the window, but he's losing bodies around him. Sure, damage is being done, but PBZ will find one more. And while this isn't the cleanest end to the series, or map rather, for Na'Vi, the Vicious are getting just a bit of confidence to say, hey, maybe we've still got a foothold in this series. Maybe not in this map yet, but, you know, Eagle Eye is around the corner. Maybe we have a shot there.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for them to have a couple of rounds before falling. Not saying that they are definitely going to fall, but even though if they fall, but get
odds are
a couple
stacked
of rounds
against them.
Yeah, because this is going to be trying to build up some momentum for them. I mean, the Na'Vi players are just trying to also calm down, and I mean, they are super chilled right now, unlike the first rounds that we've seen from them. Now a double in a row from Vicious. They got 2 at the beginning of the game and 2 now in a row. So nothing is impossible, and just like that, we've seen PPZ with just very good control. This guy is just holding Cat on the global side and pushing Cat on the black side. He knows this angle, he loves it. He knows how to play. And now 3 players around beside, probably going to be a fake throw side and then a push with the C4 around beside. 2 players are there. If AKX just over rotates, the round is going to be very, very tough. This nade is going to be doing a little damage on J-Leo. And now the fake is going to be starting.
Yeah, Cat execution being at least a flash and smoke being tossed in. But the door smoke on B should suggest to Na'Vi that this B bomb site should still be under threat. And LCC finding that should make things a little easier. And PBZ drops down to the spawn. He gets taken out by AKX. It's JV to go 1-for-1. AKX still in the area. Still has the time, and he's got a little bit of a gap to find one more. But Nevis on the pistol. Beautiful work there from him to equalize things. And this 2-on-2 favors the blacklist side. You'd like to think that Nate is pretty solid to do some chip damage onto Nevis, but it's still that even keel at the end of round 14. LCZ and Juan, the 2 snipers, join hands here on bridge. They clear out the back lanes. Smoke for the window, or just a flash rather. Flash in. Smoke now for the doors, as Nevis actually plays behind it. And LCZ's found a death that he wasn't necessarily expecting, and Nevis is there for the second. So yet another racked up for the Vicious. Still 4 rounds needed to pull it into overtime. Slowly gaining confidence, but still a very distant journey ahead of them.
Yeah, from 9-2 to 9-5, 3 in a row. That needs 4 more to make them into the overtime. Ice Cube with the A-Long control now. He knows that nobody from Na'Vi is there. And Na'Vi, they're just trying to play very, very passive. They're playing on the sides. They're not taking any controls, no risks needed. They already get theirs. And Na'Vi is still testing, checking where the push can be. The smoke's on Cat. The smoke's gonna fade and end without any single control coming out from Vicious. This is good for them because they are wasting time. LCZ is just taking some damage by the wall bank. Lineup is here, but it's not a thing to talk about right now. And still, I mean, Na'Vi, they are trying to let them get into the sides, because if you go and try to take the controls, it's a 50-50 fight. Probably you're gonna whiff, they're gonna have a crazy shots, or maybe they line 2 players. They still have the variety of doing it, but from 9-5, 9-6, if it happened, if they won the 9-6, it's over, it's 9-9, the curse is gonna be occurring. We've seen it multiple times, we've seen it a couple of times, we've seen it versus Anubis, versus Geekay, and some other games as well. That's why I'm saying if they need to close it, they probably need to play close on sides, as we can see. A side is kind of weak for Na'Vi, but a B side choose from Vicious is on the take.
Mid door smoke tossed in, but there's still a 3-player lean over here to B, at least temporarily. That one smoke has actually caused a rotation for LCZ back into A. Deep smoke on Cat. Decent nade onto LKK from Nevis. It's a pullback, actually. A minute left on this clock. And Origami has found himself some short space, so the Vicious now all of a sudden decide to reorganize and right back into the waiting arms of 3 defensive players here on the A site. But now JV is getting a little antsy. He moves back in the mid and he's got a fast flank. I don't know if he's actually spotted any of these players, just that it's a matter of timing. He hears Nevis, or he at least spots him. He wants to confirm that kill at the very least, and he will. So that lurk is down, but J-Leo has still found a key opener onto Juan. 15 seconds left on this clock, as J-Leo will have to hold strong. Same goes for PBZ. LKK with the trade. We stay in a 3-on-3 even kill. LCZ with the secondary. 14 kills to his name, goes charging in. Baits for AKX. And they'll find yet another even trade. Now Origami's been spotted off the Cat. They know that PBZ's been around this area. Here comes the flank from LKK. You'd like to see him find a little bit of impact, but he can't. Jumping in, it's all onto AKX. The tap is through, trying to bait out PBZ, but PBZ isn't biting at all. PBZ just wins this round all by his lonesome, and that's a real confidence builder right there.
Yeah, and now the 9-6 curse is about to happen. If they lose, we go to overtime. Or probably Navi just gonna end it. We haven't seen Navi pulling their time out. I guess it's 4 in a row in favor of the Vicious, and now JV takes a lot of damage. Probably gonna be 5 in a row. And it's the comeback day for the teams, and now Navi, they are having slight disadvantage, or let's say an HP disadvantage, which can make them a bit worried about this round. And I mean, Origami is having a very good day as well. Leo, we expected more from him because we've seen him doing very good job on this map versus Anubis on the comeback that they did. Probably this is the team that usually loves the comebacks because it was the same map and they did the same comeback versus Anubis, but now it is versus Navi, probably a stronger team on the line. Or maybe you're gonna be finding LKK just gets 3 out of nowhere, or Juan just gets a double and ends the game. And now LCZ is trying to get the information. Now he has 2 players. He's trying to swing. He takes leg shot. Another HP advantage for Vicious. This round surely is going for Vicious.
Well, they've got all the advantages in their favor. Other than map control, Navi still have themselves some short space. JV a bit aggressive there. And the Vicious decide to back away. They decide to move into the barracks, into that A site from long. And that means Juan and LCZ can play at range with their snipers. Ice Cube will not be involved in these initial duels. Minute left on this clock. No real opportunity for this C4 to move all the way back over to B. It seems like this first letter of the alphabet is the final destination. Ice Cube scopes up, searching for something over on short, but it'll not come. It's LCZ, it's Juan, it's JV. But they will make that rotation. They do indeed. As Nevis has got himself some bridge space. And this fake really does sell them down the river. JV will start to make a slow rotation, but it won't happen. AKX and LKK, the tried and true duo on B, have got to hold strong. Here comes AKX with the first. LKK chimes in. JV cuts off a lurk. And it's all up to Nevis and Origami here. They've tried their hardest to pull this one back, but it feels like their time has run out unless Origami can pull a rabbit out of the hat. 2 kills from him, denied by Juan. And it's into the 2-on-1. Nevis, positive in this map. 4 seconds left on the clock. They just got to charge him. Deny the plant, and it will come through. It takes a little bit of time there for Navi, but at the end of the day, they were a cut above what this side of the Vicious have produced.
Yeah, I mean, as said, we can have some kind of crazy kills from LKK. Got 1, did a big damage on another, and then suddenly Origami just comes from mid, kills 2. I don't know why he came back to mid. He just could have took the knife, pushed to the side, and made it a 2-for-2 after it was a 4-on-2 on Navi. Now probably they are upset. We haven't seen an over celebration because we've seen, yeah, they are coming here as a favorite, and they kinda almost lost 4 in a row. And they could have also made it overtime if they lose a couple more the same way they did, because Vicious, they gave us a good blacklist side.
They really showed me a lot of good stuff here, Dan.
Yeah, a late fight back from the Vicious, just as we saw yesterday, but sadly, they gave themselves a little bit too much to do against Navi here, who looked comfortable throughout. There was always that worry, you know, when you get to 9, and we've seen it happen far too many times this tournament, of the dreaded number that is 9, but Navi eventually convert. It will settle those nerves, and then the dominant force that we expected should now carry on, you'd think, going into map 2, especially considering this was Vicious's map choice. Sadly, though, for Vicious, now they're going to really have to dig deep to try and find something different going into the second. I'd love to ask you now kind of what went wrong, what went right, but I think it was just a pretty simple one for Navi. They were winning this just outright on gun skill for the most part. Were winning a lot of their engagements, a lot of their 1v1 trades were going in their favor as well. Yeah. Do we think that maybe the late fight back we saw from Vicious can transition into map 2 at all?
Let me tell you that Navi, by the way, when they got 9, or probably when they got 8, they kind of slowed down things. They don't want to be on the stretches because, yes, their opponent or the next opponent going to be watching. They're going to be seeing them. So they didn't want to burn some strategies. What they did is, okay, let's slow down things. Let's try to play with experience. Let's try to play with rotation. Let's just hit the sides or probably just play very, very passive. Just leave the control for the Vicious. We're gonna get the rounds anyway. So that's why you've seen Vicious just hitting multiple rounds. So yes, that's what I said. If Vicious even loses this map and they got a couple of rounds before, it's good to transition this momentum into the next map.
You've got players that are now gaining a little bit of momentum themselves. Origami had a couple of moments. Nevis, Jaleo. I still need more out of Ice Cube, I will say. There's so much opportunity and potential with this guy. He's putting himself in the right positions, but so many almost kills, right? You think about that final round that they lose, or the second to last round that they win, where it's a couple of leg shots there from him, and it just isn't, you know, actually converting. Exactly. And that's my worry with this squad, is if you don't have your sniper on full effect, especially on Eagle-Eye, we can't stress that enough, this series is going to be over very quickly.
Will this series come to a close after 2, or can we go all the way to a 3rd? Before we get there, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we will have map 2. Can Na'Vi carry on their dominance? We'll find out after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone, to Crossfire EWC 2026, and we are amidst another series. It is a 1-0 lead at the moment for Na'Vi. Can we see the Vicious come back into it, or will it end up being a Na'Vi 2-0, setting themselves into the quarterfinals? Only time will tell, and we are very close to being there into map 2. We are heading into Eagle Eye, if I am correct. Scriv's still happy backstage. Sadly, he might miss all the Eagle Eye action happening on our stage. All right, talk me through it. Do you think this is going to be a comfortable one for Na'Vi? Have they done enough to show you that going into their map pick, they should be able to close this out in 2?
I guess so. I mean, we've played very good on Black Widow, yes, but when it goes to Eagle Eye, it's more close corners. It requires more team-wise, and I think in terms of team-wise, this is gonna be definitely Na'Vi.
There are individual aspects to this map too, though. I'm looking at the snipers. I look at LCZ and Juan. They have been a cut above Nevis and Ice Cube. That alone, that 2-on-2 alone, I feel very strongly that Na'Vi should get this done right here, right now.
On the other side for the Vicious, though, is there any hope on that side? Maybe an individual you think could step up and be the difference maker?
I mean, it's Ice Cube. It should be Ice Cube. If anybody should be getting this, it should be Ice Cube, I believe.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like it's got to be Ice Cube for 1, and it's got to be Nevis for 2. I know I mentioned these 2 players, but Eagle Eye just has so much dependency, especially on the defensive side of the coin, to have strong sniper play. I mean, we're talking those long perches, those long lines deep into spawns on both sides of the equation. So for me, I'm looking at them 110%.
I do worry if there could be some overconfidence from Na'Vi going into this one.
Certainly.
Now as well, I know that a few of the Brazilian teams that we've seen so far, after they get that first map win, they do start to relax a little bit. So I'm hoping that Na'Vi will be on their P's and Q's and they won't allow this one to slip through their fingers. The last thing you want to do is give the Vicious a chance back in. If you give them an inch, they will definitely take a mile. We saw that yesterday against Anubis as well. Na'Vi will be well aware of that. So they have to come out of the blocks hot here, and they cannot afford to allow Vicious any sort of interest into this second map. It is going to be Eagle Eye. It is going to be Scriv's favorite, but sadly, Scriv not going to be here to commentate it. All right, predictions, boys. Who do we think's taking this one? And what's the scoreline going to be?
I'm thinking 13-6 for Na'Vi. I feel like Penguin. Do you feel any different?
Yeah, it's going to be the Na'Vis. Probably 10-5, 10-6.
Well, 13-6, 13-5. We'll have to see whether these guys are right, but one thing we know, Na'Vi are looking good. Let's jump into Eagle Eye.
Defensive start here for Natus Vincere. 1 map away from playoffs, 1 map away from crushing the key and the dreams of the Vicious, who have done very well to slog their way into this decider matchup after such a grueling night yesterday against Anubis. And we saw how dominant Anubis was on this map. It came down to Dirty, it came down to Muffin, who had some incredible sequences. And you have to think that the Vicious have gone into their tape and tried to improve upon what they had before, because yesterday's Eagle Eye will simply not cut it now.
Yeah. And now they're going to be going hot to the take. Look at this. A push into a side. The C4 is getting led. LCZ just gets the first. It was just a sort of a fake because the push is around the side. The C4 is already dropped. Sorry, around beside. The fake was around the side, and the C4 is already dropped before even stepping to the hotel. That gives Na'Vi just a little bit of advantage, but they decide to back off and leave it. They have numbers advantage, no need to risk. And in my opinion, that's the best call, especially that it is still 1 minute in the game and anything can happen. Anybody can just rotate. And still, Jalio trying to find success on this lurk, I would say. He's not starting to lurk, he's not starting to flank. But the fight is starting on the tail. SCZ just takes a lot of damage. He's trying to go back for the fight, but he's waiting for AG.AL who gets the first. Want to double it down, but look at the other player coming up from the stairs. He gets 1 and 2. AG.AL is the one to claim the kill, and LKK is just to close the round and the first for Na'Vi. A successful win, I would say, and now Na'Vi, they look sharp and strong.
Yeah, that opening kill is nice from LCZ, but it's how they compound the pain here. Sure, LCC goes down eventually, but it's this crossfire between AKX and JV that combine into play straight away, and now the Vicious, probably the worst way you could have started out this second map. With such a dominant affair from the Global Risk side, AKX going aggressive here in the hotel, trying to catch PBZ off guard, but It's just some auxiliary damage. He'll definitely feel that nade. And now it's time for Vicious to get a little bit more aggressive here. Trying to split into B. They do lose quite a number of bodies though. Still have themselves a man disadvantage. And now Nevis will also hit the deck. This is just almost moments from Vicious, but no cigar.
Yeah. Clean, easy round by Na'Vi. Is gonna put more damage now. JV with this lurk just gets PPZ with the backstab. Makes it all on Ice Cube, who quick scoops him and takes him out of the picture. And now, I mean, 2 low HP players can be doable, but as I say, one of them just gets him in an off angle, just China walks these steps and gets the kill. Now, it is a 2-0 lead on Na'Vi. I'm starting to get worried about Vicious because they made us think that, okay, they might be having a first 2-3 rounds in a good way, but this is not happening now. AKX is just swinging completely behind the bin, just going up, get the kill. Nevis is out of the picture. We've asked Nevis to step up, but he's been unlucky on these duels. It's always someone in his face, someone is trading him. And it is a 5-on-4 now. Ice Cube's trying to find some success. But still, I think it's going to be hard because Juan is just playing so defensive. He's stuck in his head, going up and down. But as I say, Ice Cube just snaps Juan and the mistakes are done. The damage is also done and Na'Vi loses one of the most important A-side holders.
Absolutely agree there. JV spotted out. Can't confirm the kill. Doesn't lose a life either though, so J-Leo will surge forward. And this is it. A flank coming in from AKX as quickly as possible though, and it's been spotted up by Ice Cube. So a chance here for Na'Vi to drop their first round. And it's all up to LCZ in a 1-on-3. His teammates have done some significant damage. Oh, and he's not figured out that J-Leo's right under his crosshairs. So it'll go for the Vicious side. It's not the cleanest round strategically or individually, but hey, it gets the job done. Yeah. They're off the mark regardless.
Yeah, it is a round for them. Call it a round. Just close it out. And now, I mean, Na'Vi's, they kind of played aggressive. They had numbers advantage, and then we've seen Juan just doing an unnecessary peek on the side and then dies to Ice Cube. Opens the site for them. Now look at this. A complete slow gameplay there. Just the mid, they didn't take any control. They don't want to be getting any information. The smokes are ready on B side. I mean, the Q smokes is coming. That's the second. That means that if Vicious want to be hitting B side, they need to be waiting for these smokes at least 30 more seconds and to hit the side on 120. But I don't think this is going to happen because the C4 is still in base and Ice Cube is just trying to work. As we mentioned, if anybody's going to do some work, it's going to be Ice Cube. This guy is just trying to find kills, trying to find angles. And Juan just want to eliminate him down. And this smoke is going to make Vicious just go away. It is a deep smoke. Nobody's behind. But still can do some delay in the push.
Keep smoking the courtyard now. Flash in J-Leo's face. This crossfire's been good. Oh, real overzealous there from LCZ. Kind of oversteps the mark. Lucky to be alive, mind you. And JV instead, in the meantime, has gone down in the courtyard. So a lot of pressure on AKX here in the hotel. Still a lot of options for the Vicious, and they've not really settled on one idea. Eventually got to congregate and hit a site. And I look towards at least taking some mid space, maybe splitting into this A site. LCZ and AKX should have an understanding of what's going on here over on B. No noise to really keep them around. So now it goes to Juan and it goes to LKK here on the rifles. And a rotation here from AKX coming in slowly but surely. Juan can now get primed. Oh, what a flick onto his counterpart. Huge kill onto Ice Cube, and LKK now letting loose. Big double for him. J-Leo and Nevis now up against it, and J-Leo with a double out of nowhere. 15 seconds now. LCZ, the secondary, now having to step up to the plate. Didn't spot out a body just yet. Maybe a little bit of a shoulder here and there on the window. Oh my goodness. The bomb should be denied. And it just does. He lives just in the nick of time. And Na'Vi scooped together one more right by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, man, and you've seen the reactions. He was like tucking his head and he's trying to run for his life and for the round. And yes, he does. The round just goes for Na'Vi because he stopped the plant. It was unfortunate plant in my opinion, but look at this, a push from them. Origami just answers with one. He was full blind, took the nade, but yet got one kill. Now, Na'Vi, they are facing numbers disadvantage, but still they have a long or a big space to work on with. Mid, A long, they're all under the control, and the B side is just theirs also to take. A good smoke coming out from Juan now just to slow things down, and LKK just want to try to go aggressive. PPZ doesn't have any idea. KK just don't see PPZ on the corner. He just doesn't see him, and I guess PPZ also, he didn't see that LKK just pushed into BC, and so both unfortunate for them. And now they're gonna be backing off this mid and leaving it open to the Na'Vi, to the Vicious to retake. And as I talk, JV just gets Origami. Origami was very low HP, but LKK is just playing aggressive and gets one more kill. And suddenly LCZ is behind two players. He gets one, and PPZ is on side. Gets LKK, but look at that, it's 3-on-2, and Nevis is just trying to find LCZ because LCZ was pushing so hard and he's still Kong.
I thought he saw him there, but I guess not. He's still going to continue this flank. So he's got plenty of room. Nevis is watching this though. Oh my goodness, the timing could not be worse for both of these players. Finally, Nevis has been spotted. They try to duel. EBZ holding on to another back lane here, but neither one of these players on the offense willing to get the C4 down. Now decided to join hands instead and try to get rid of LCZ, give themselves a little bit more space, and LCZ refusing to give away his body. Instead it'll be Juan and JV to charge forward to try and overwhelm PBZ, and they absolutely do. Nevis now cowering in the back of A, hoping to get something back in his favor, but it won't happen. JV will find the final nail in the coffin of that round, and 4 rounds now for Natus Vincere.
Yeah. 4 rounds in a row. Not in a row, 3 in a row. Because Vicious got 1 in return, and now... Navi's just giving us a very good game, but still Vicious, I think they have more, because we've seen it on Black Widow, and look at this, a fast B push, changing the pace of the game, changing the speed of the push, but PBZ in return just takes a lot of damage. He has the C4, by the way, so it's very risky for him to push this, and exactly as I talk, he just falls to AKX spray down, and they have a numbers advantage and also a drop down C4. They pick it up in the smoke, and AKX is playing in one of the sneakiest angles now. This is a 5-on-4 with, I don't want to say a control in favor of Vicious, because there is still AKX in this angle, and there is Ice Cube sneaking below, and now AKX just gets 1, JFA gets another, and AKX is just looking for Nevis, but Nevis just gets him down, and he died. He fought his death because he did a lot of damage, and in the end, JV just ends the round with a kill on the Nevis. What a way to kill. AKX didn't count as a kill for him, by the way, because he just fought his death. Pretty much unlucky for him, and now Na'Vi are up 5-1, and they are only 5 rounds away from making it into the playoffs.
At this point, KD doesn't matter for these guys on Na'Vi. They just want to crush a key. Eyes set on the playoffs. They've been locked in, not as loud as they usually are, because they've got a mission in mind. LKK starts off the proceedings once again. Big 5-on-4 to find JV now chiming in. The rotations coming in through from the Riflers. As LKK, AKX, JV, the Riflers sing the life, but it isn't the Juan show. It's more of these Riflers who have done such a strong job in closing out Black Widow, and now looking to close out Eagle-Eye as well. This has been domination from the Brazilians.
Yeah. A complete dominant performance. Round just ended quickly, and now look at the push from mid. Nobody knows about it, and now Jalio needs to run for his life because he's being just tracked by AKX. He's looking for him. Jalio has nothing to turn back, and a sudden flawless round. I didn't focus on who's killing who. I just wanted to check this fight because he was just running after him, and Jalio had no clue that this guy was already behind him. And then he gets the kill, gets around the flawless one, and just Navi's having fun. And probably one of the easiest and quickest games in their international career. And now they're gonna be moving forward to the last one before the side switch. They would be happy to have an 8-1. And LCZ just replies with a wall bank kill on PBZ.
I think that's through a smoke as well. That's got to be insult to injury to PBZ, who's had a nightmare of a game. Not able to ever breach in a hotel without losing his life or even finding a kill before he goes down. And now the Vicious, yeah, you've got this advanced blue bin position, or blue door position rather. And you do have a kill back from Ice Cube, but where do you go now if you're the Vicious? Maybe this A bomb site? You do have Juan isolated. JV is pretty far away. Oh, Nevis has been spotted though. Takes the tag. Galio still kicking, cooking with gas. In the courtyard, trying to hold strong. He's got a teammate right next to him to try and trade, but Origami's not been able to find out AKX. AKX still living to tell the tale. Finally Origami goes down, but LCZ has been chiming in. Juan switches over to the pistol. It's just Ice Cube. And Na'Vi just look to cruise towards playoffs. Put all of that nonsense of Black Widow to rest. And crush a key in the process.
Holy man, this round was just so worrying. I mean, Origami was just trying his best to get this kill, but it took him along that LCZ just arrived and get the kill. And Juan in the end just got a sweet double to end it on a win. And now we are seeing Na'Vi just ahead 7 rounds. This is even better score than the first one. Yes, of course, is quite understandable because this is their map pick. This is the one that they chose to win at, and we are seeing them doing so. 8-1 lead, and now Vish is gonna be on the global side. No crazy plays from them, and Nate. Now LCZ is just taking this whole control, just denying any space for Vicious. I mean, Vicious are not even trying to take this space. They're just trying to play very slow and passive, and this is exactly what they're doing. They're stacking smokes on B side, they're playing on sides, they are hoping for the best, they are hoping for a miracle, probably to come back in this game or come back in this series.
A huge problem for the defense for the Vicious in series past is the over-aggression from Jaleo, and it already seems like LKK is aware of this possibility, watching it like a hawk at this point. Still so much courtyard control for Na'Vi, and decide to move back in. Join hands to maybe re-clear this B space, and yep, there's Jaleo going as aggressive as ever, and he's caught out in the open, trying to back away instantaneously. He'll nade deep, won't be found, and he still decides to stick around here because he's got Nevis in support. The big kill on Juan. 5-on-4 now, and AKX will look to respond in kind. LKK now going aggressive into the blue doors, trying to charge in at Origami, but it's a split into A that has been read by the Vicious. They've got 5 players here. They should be able to confirm this round very simply. LCZ, though, and JV want to write something a little bit longer. Root in for JV into this B bomb site. He's getting chased down by the remaining 3 players. And doesn't necessarily have the space and time to do this and wait behind the boxes. This feels like a matter of time now before the Vicious get back involved, get that second round on the board, try to go streaking themselves. 10 seconds now as JV will be wall banged out of the round. So
yeah,
a nice consolation for the Vicious, but 6 rounds to tie it. And what, 7-8 rounds now needed to push the third map?
And then you have a third map. So chances are low, close to impossible, but never say never. So now Na'Vi, they're just trying to fatten things up, try to take the hotel control, and now they kind of have it, and they need to push through the scope of Nevis. Otherwise, it's gonna be very tough. 8-2. Another smoke, and just look at Na'Vi. They're just respecting Vicious completely, and I like it. They don't want to be giving themselves again another chances for comeback, because we've almost seen it on the past game. But right now, right here, I don't think it's gonna happen. So it's all about time. JLio trying to push. JV was ready. One of them was anti-flash. They were ready for such push. They done their homework. They know that this sometimes this aggressive play and they counter it, and now they found themselves one man down. Look at this push from on the bridge, but Origami is ready. If he's flashed, he's
beautiful.
dead, and he is flashed, and he and Natus are dead.
Incredibly one-dimensional setup from the Vicious, and it's been studied very well by the coaching staff of Na'Vi. Now they have themselves a ripe opportunity to inch towards series point. 4-on-2. LCZ with this late lurk. He knows where PBZ is. They've heard the shot ring out from Ice Cube, and he's been taken down to sub 10 HP, and he'll go down. It's 7 opportunities now for Natus Vincere to advance into the playoffs, keep their club championship hopes alive. It's going to be a long road now for the Vicious to stay alive in their regard as well.
Yeah. The key's getting ready to be crushed. Only one round for Na'Vi. I mean, and to secure the whole series. And look at the push from Vicious. It is successful so far, and Ice Cube just doubles it down. All on Juan and LCZ, but look at LCZ. He has the side, he has the C4. That's probably not gonna do anything because a 1v4, this is a fully aggressive team, is gonna be too tough, especially that also there is a TRG in hands. So it's a matter of time for him to fall on this round and to keep Vicious Dreams alive. One more round on the board for them is here and ready for the take. I mean, LCZ is just looking for anybody, but nobody's just giving in the kill until Origami just snaps him out. Gets the kill, gets the round 9-3. They are still here.
Still alive, still kicking. Actually, I take that back. I don't necessarily know if they're kicking, but
they're alive.
They're alive.
Yeah, but not kicking.
6 rounds still needed now. A gimmicky play with an all-out aggressive maneuver into the courtyard isn't going to necessarily work 6 times in a row, so... And it's back to that old faithful setup over there on B as Na'Vi look to throw men at that courtyard situation. Will deny that early control from the defense. Decide to instantly move over to this A-sided approach. Ice Cube, who's had basically the only beacon of a fragging performance, will have to do a lot more now. PBZ here in for the rotation. Ice Cube's not been blinded up entirely, but Juan still wins the duel. Jaleo here on a flank, but Juan still is cooking with gas. Quick double up from him. And a 4-on-3 for Na'Vi to convert into eliminating the Vicious, and it's 3 players coming from behind now. Juan's got plenty of information at this point. He's misses the flick, but he doesn't miss with the secondary. Juan on for the ace now at this point. It's just Nevis, but LCZ will get it done. Clean as you'd like here from Natus Vincere as they march through to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the cleanest way, probably the fastest series we've ever casted. Probably in the game as well, I mean, the tournament as well, because it's a 45-minute series with a 2-mapper. Just Na'Vi secures their last spot. I guess this is the last team to be ever joining our playoffs, as we have Rock, KINGZERO, Stallions, Vitality, AG.AL, Liquid, adding to them Na'Vi as well. This makes it all together. Probably we have BaiSha and Falcons still on the line. And this is the last to claim. 7 teams locked into the playoffs. Only 1 team should be left. I believe that BaiSha's up 1-0. So that means that we are kinda having things ready. Na'Vi had a very good game, and we said that Na'Vi is having a very solid run. Yes, they had some chokers around Rocky Sports, but that's quite normal. You're playing your first seed in your region as well. They know how you play. They know where do you go. So when it comes to other regions, they are 100% successful rate with 2 wins.
Well, sadly, we say goodbye to another team, but on the other side, Na'Vi will be progressing through to the quarterfinals. And some Na'Vi fans have just been able to arrive at the stage just in time as well to see Na'Vi find their victory. As we look back at some of the highlights, it was a relatively simple game for Na'Vi in the end, as expected, as we moved over to EAGLE. Sadly for the Vicious, once more, there was some late surge. There was a late little bit of a chance of a comeback. But in the end, they were unable to do so, and they will bow out essentially at top 12 here in the group stage, and their key will be crushed shortly. But guys, for Na'Vi, it's a positive way to move through to this quarterfinals. A pretty dominant fashion. I think that when we look at the quarterfinals and who they may play, of course, with it being a draw, I'd be pretty worried to play against this Na'Vi roster.
Yeah, to come from that lower pool, I mean, it's going to be very curious to see how that factors in to potentially one of those upper bracket pool teams, excuse me. We could have another domestic derby on our hands, which would be very interesting. I'd be very curious to see how things shape up. Of course, we're still going to have to wait, but you're starting to see even more win conditions come online for this Na'Vi squad. I'm thinking specifically about LCZ, who was quiet in his first 2 series, but today really took the bull by the horns and was a key reason as to why they were able to stomp today against the Vicious.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi just had a very good series, as you mentioned. Yeah, they still don't know who they're going to be playing against, but still, I think they have everything for them to win yet. But when it comes to Chinese teams, I am very worried that they might be kind of falling. But if you look at ROKiSports, they still have the chances if they go to Liquid. They are their domestic competitors as well, so they know how they play. Probably Vitality as well. KINGZERO is not that hard. But when it comes to AG and BaiSha, they might be falling. So that's why I mean, if you ask the players, they say, okay, let's just avoid AG and BaiSha and we're going to be good.
Yeah, it's tough. You hope you're going to be able to avoid them, right? But with the EWC knockout reveal, you never know what's going to happen and who you might play. Now, one thing that we can be rest assured with is we have an interview on the main stage with Scriv. Who have you got?
Out here with LKK. Thank you very much, gents, on the desk there. Yeah, I wanted to open up with saying congratulations, of course. You make it through to the quarterfinals. Were you expecting that to be such an easy game, or did you maybe expect a little bit more out from your opponents here today?
Primeiramente, parabéns a vocês pela classificação. E vocês estavam esperando que ia ser um jogo mais tranquilo, mais fácil?
De forma alguma, é uma equipe que está se destacando muito lá na região deles, no Vietnã. Eles são top 2. Então, com certeza, a gente veio preparado para um jogo muito difícil, mas graças a Deus foi um jogo muito tranquilo.
So we were expecting a very tough matchup. They're top 2 in their region, so it makes them a pretty strong team. But we came prepared and we had a chill game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could see that on the server for sure. I think moving forwards now, you guys are in this kind of lower pool and maybe some expectations that it's going to be difficult for you into that quarterfinal. Are you feeling confident? You've got to play again very, very quickly. How are you feeling for that next game?
Como é que vocês estão sentindo para as quartas, tendo que jogar num período tão curto e talvez contra um time bem forte? E como é que tá a expectativa de vocês para isso?
Cara, a gente tá com a cabeça muito tranquila, a gente já corrigiu o que tinha para corrigir e que vença o melhor na próxima partida.
So we have a very clear mindset for the next games. We've been training a lot, been correcting the mistakes, and we are prepared to any team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the final question I want to ask you here is around that Brazilian scene. You guys have been doing very, very well here at EWC 2026. Have you got high hopes for your team to make it all the way?
Então, os brasileiros estão se destacando muito, né, esse ano na EWC, no CROSSFIRE. E o que você está esperando do time de vocês?
Espero ser campeão com certeza, né? É uma honra estar aqui na EWC, principalmente representando a organização da Nave, que é uma grande organização tradicional em qualquer cenário. E a gente espera dar o melhor pela org.
So it's a great honor to be here playing and representing Na'Vi, such a old org and with very importance in all of the esports. And I'm super happy and I'm expecting to get a win.
All right, well, there you go. Some words of confidence coming in from LKK. And of course, congrats to Na'Vi once again. Back to you on the desk, Dan.
Thank you, Harvey. I appreciate it. Or sorry, Script. I won't call you by your government name. I do appreciate you, and I appreciate the interview as well. Great to get an insight from Na'Vi. They look very confident, and they should be. I think they've been a very enjoyable team to watch, and I'm intrigued to see who they get during that EWC knockout reveal, which will take place once we have, of course, all the teams in it. Because still on the mainstream, we have a game still happening at the moment. Falcons are still playing in their matchup. We don't know who's going to be there alongside them. But we have now found 7 of our 8 teams essentially in the quarterfinals, which is pretty darn good, right? We've done a good job, everyone, been able to get there. We're halfway through the day now. Who would you say has been your favorite team to watch so far, gents, from what you've seen so far on the B stream?
You know, the impressive improvements from Na'Vi have actually been really entertaining. I mean, for me, the Brazilian teams have really impressed me with how much as a region they've improved. Like, very smart in these 3v3, 2-on-2, man-even situations that I think they were really dropping the ball with in Riyadh last year at EWC. that I don't think that they've had as many of those issues this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say Liquid as well, because they improved so much comparing them to the last EWC, because these guys, they had some kind of, let's say, choker versus Rocky Sports back then.
Yeah.
And then suddenly they came here, we went versus Stallions. Stallions were the team that we all expected them to win, and then suddenly Liquid just reverse with them and march forward to the playoffs.
Well, it looks like I can see to the corner of my eyes over there. It looks like the Crusher is almost ready, right? We are ready to crush another key here at the Esports World Cup shortly. And, you know, again, it's a sad moment, but it's also quite a unique one to the Esports World Cup as well. If you've not watched the Esports World Cup before, where have you been? But secondly, it is unique in that every team gets a key. That key could be placed in the trophy, or it could be crushed when you are eliminated from the tournament. And sadly, that is going to be the case here when we get there. But Na'Vi get to crush it. That's also one of the other unique features, is that team who knocks the other squad out usually gets to do the crushing. And it can be quite fun, but it also can be quite scary at the same time. I remember with the first year with Esports World Cup, when we had the key crusher come in, a lot of players weren't ready for the sound and how loud it was going to be as well. I mean, you guys have seen it, you've been near it as well. It's quite an intimidating piece of equipment to be next. So we'll have to see whether that one is going to happen over there. All right, so Na'Vi are able to take the victory so far. Na'Vi have looked very good. I will say, though, in terms of the Brazilian teams as a whole, right, all three of them looked very strong. But I think that an important factor here is playstyle difference, right? Penguin, you've been telling me how regionally everyone plays very different in CROSSFIRE. What has been your favorite playstyle so far from these regions? Has it been the more aggressive style or the more patient style?
Yeah, usually CFS League is the more patient style. So when I see an aggressive style, I just like it. That's why I love seeing Filipinos playing. I love seeing Stallions. We've seen a very good gameplays from them. These guys are playing aggressive. These guys are going for the kill. So I like this gameplay, and they have a very good communication and sync as well. So that's what makes them unique.
You know, I'm going to go with the Brazilians again. I mean, I really like the paciness of Na'Vi, but I also love that chemistry, that slow, methodical playstyle of a team like Rock with MG and Action as well.
Yeah, I really like the playstyles as well. It's been very enjoyable to watch, but now it's time for the Key Crush. Ladies and gents and MBs watching at home, maybe an opportunity for you to see your first Key Crush if you've never seen it before. Na'Vi have the key, and it is the Vicious who will be the next one to be sent home and crushed. It's an important responsibility to be part of the key crushing. You've got to make sure you crush it correctly. You don't want to get it wrong. You don't want to allow that creed to be uncrushed. Otherwise, what happens? Do they get to go back into the tournament if the crush doesn't work? I don't know. I'm making up the rules at this point, but I'm allowed to. Guys, though, but in all seriousness, it's sad to say goodbye to another team, but at the same time, we've got... See? Even catches me off guard. We've got to be happy for Na'Vi, right? I think that there was always the worry that after they lost that into Rock in the winner's bracket, would they bounce back? And they've done so.
They're a younger roster, so there's definitely room for that pressure to kind of seep into their minds to potentially suggest that, oh, you know, maybe we're not that team to potentially bounce back. You know, again, third place from the Brazilian region. They've already seen their compatriots advance. There's so many outlying thoughts that could kind of go into their minds coming into this best of three, but unlike that Vitality Geekay series, they took care of business and they took care of it very cleanly.
Well, I am being told that elsewhere Falcons did find that victory as well, so that will be our 8th team going into the EWC knockout reveal. Now,
Falcons got the win?
Maybe not. Wait, who won the first map?
BaiSha.
Okay, sorry, BaiSha.
BaiSha's got the win.
Ignore me, everyone. I didn't say that. Falcons, don't come for me, please. Falcons eliminated. Excuse me, I misspoke. So that is another team through, right? We can look at the bracket as well, get that confirmation, and just see who those 8 teams are going to be in that EWC knockout reveal. We had our Group A bracket, where we started with Stallions versus Geekay, Liquid versus Execration, Vitality versus EPG, and then AG.AL. It was Liquid and AG.AL who progressed to the playoffs from that top side, and then in the end, Vitality and Stallions who progressed from the lower side. Any surprises for you, fellas, in terms of who moved through from Group A?
Well, the obvious one is Team Liquid jumping through Team Stallions. But it's that last game of Stallions EPG. From what I have been told from the mainstream, there was an incredible sequence from No on that sniper who's had an unreal EWC as a whole, and just barely eking a spot out into the playoffs. I'm excited to see who draws Stallions, because that's certainly a dark horse I don't want to potentially go toe-to-toe up against.
I would love to see Vitality versus Stallions. I've seen Vitality playing all the other teams AG, BaiSha. We played versus AG, we played versus BaiSha, played versus all the Brazilian teams, us as a West League region. So I guess it's going to be interesting to see Vitality versus Stallions, where BaiSha just claimed their spot right now, as we can see by 2-0 Falcons, who had to leave early.
Yeah, disappointing one for Falcons, especially in the club championship, because they want to be able to take that top spot. With them falling and the likes of AG.AL progressing, of course, there will be a big opportunity for AG.AL to take that top spot away from them, depending on what happens in the other games here at the Esports World Cup. So it's KINGZERO, Rock, Na'Vi, and BaiSha who will progress from Group B, and that concludes our 8 teams going into the EWC knockout reveal. Apologies again on misspeaking with saying Falcons had gone through. I'm just so used to Falcons winning everything in these esports, but no, it's going to be a bit of a shocker to see them go home early. Sadly, similarly to what we saw last year here in CROSSFIRE, Falcons just not progressing out of those group stages. And yep, with the club championship, how much is that going to affect it would be the real question. Okay, so we have our 8 teams, guys. I know we haven't seen every team here on the B stream, but in terms of like who you think could win this whole thing, now we're getting into the playoffs, who's your favorites? Or what? A better question, maybe. What do you think the final could be? If you could pick any 2 teams, and ignoring the bracket, ignoring who plays who right now, what would be your dream final matchup, Paladin?
I mean, I'm always going to say I want the highest quality matchup at the tail end. AG.AL and BaiSha have always produced some exciting finales. And for me, if I could get that again, I'd be ecstatic.
I mean, AG and BaiSha, we've seen it a lot, and these guys, when they play on the finals, it's usually a mental game, but I would love to see somebody else. I would love to see Vitality versus Stallions, for example, or Stallions versus...
Of course he wants Vitality.
Yeah, of course. Okay, Stallions versus all gamers. I just want to see the Chinese versus other teams. Why? Because they're going to give us a good shot, because usually the Chinese, when they play each other, there is no strat book. We know everything. They know everything about each other. They play them, like, I guess, 3 times a year. 3 times a year, every time is like 2, so it's like 6 or 7 matches per year. So I guess to have someone, to have someone else playing them, it's kind of the things that we can see an unexpected winner.
I love that I was able to hit the 6-7 off camera, so I didn't embarrass myself, but it still made you laugh as well. Is there anyone in this top 8 that you think is a weak link? I know this is a difficult question because everyone has performed so well, but to put it in perspective for our viewers, who would you say is one of the weaker teams that we have in this top 8?
I hate to say it, Penguin, but I'd probably say it's Vitality, right? I mean, they've got the potential to be impressive at this tournament, but they still haven't hit that final gear that I'm hoping to see out of them. And what does that look like? That's consistent performances from Snare and then the Rifle Corps backing up. And of course, we got to see that towards the tail end, but I'm looking forward to seeing what Vitality have. Can they defend their honor here in the playoffs?
So that's a little bit of a teaser of what's to come then in the quarterfinals. Well, we are almost ready for the EWC knockout reveal, but before we get there, we're going to go for a quick break. When it's ready, we will of course jump in onto the main stage for the EWC knockout reveal. We'll find out what our quarterfinals are going to be, but for now, quick break. When we come back, we will find out our quarterfinals.
WEIBO eSports World Cup.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Welcome back, everyone, to CROSSFIRE EWC 2026. Well, while we get the EWC knockout reveal ready, locked and loaded, a chance again for us to just look at what's happened so far here in the tournament and what to expect as well, because we now have our 8 teams that are going to be into that quarterfinal, into that EWC knockout reveal, and we've had to say goodbye, sadly, to 8 teams as well. We've had to crush the hopes and dreams of 8 teams who are gunning for that top spot, including Team Falcons. Sadly, we had to say goodbye to as well. That is a huge one in the implications for the club championship. Sadly, they will not be able to find any more points here in CROSSFIRE. There are still other games that are happening at the Esports World Cup of 2026, but for Falcons, their journey comes to an end here at CROSSFIRE. We can look at the bracket now then and just see what has happened so far in Group A, in case you have missed it here so far in this tournament. We started 2 days ago with our opening matches. We had Stallions taking down Geekay 2-0, Liquid beat Execration 2-0 as well. A very closely contested game of Vitality versus EPG. It was 2-1 in favor of Vitality. And then the reigning champions, AG.AL. We've not seen them on the B stream yet, but they were dominating on the mainstream. They won 2-0 against Q9, which then moved ourselves into the decider matches yesterday, where Team Liquid took down Stallions to book their spot in the playoffs. AG.AL also beat Vitality to find their spot as well. And then we had our first elimination matches. GK-eSports beat Execration 2-0. EPG took down Q9, and we sent home our first 2 teams. And then today we actually saw Vitality beat GK 2-1, Stallions beating EPG 2-1, and we found our 4 teams from Group A. Over at Group B, though, it was a very different tournament in terms of some of these matches being a little bit more one-sided. BaiSha took down Anubis 2-0. KINGZERO took down Vicious 2-0 as well. Falcons lost out to Na'Vi. That was probably the biggest shock that we saw on day 1. Mainly just because it was a very one-sided affair. Esports beat Nemesis 2-1 as well, and then we moved into our elimination matches at the bottom, where Anubis just narrowly lost out to Vicious. That was one of our favorite matches of yesterday, actually, into the 3rd map, into overtime, but sadly Anubis couldn't close it out, and the Vicious were able to topple them and crush their key. Falcons were able to overcome Nemesis as well, beat them 2-1, crush Nemesis's key. And then today we saw Na'Vi take down Vicious, BaiSha take down Falcons. So we have our 4 teams there from Group B, which takes us to our 8 teams that are now going into the quarterfinals and that EWC knockout reveal. Now, it's going to be interesting, this knockout reveal as well, because of how it works and with the draw works. You will have 4 balls in one pot, 4 balls in the other pot, whether you came from that lower bracket or whether you came from that winner's bracket as well. And there are definitely some teams that players and teams are going to want to avoid in this bracket as well, because sadly there are some underdogs here, Stallions being one of them. They very much impressed, I think, everyone here in the CROSSFIRE community, everyone here on the B stage as well. Without Stallions, this would have looked very different indeed, but we have been able to put through some of the best teams in the world as well. The likes of Na'Vi have been able to go through, and lots of other teams that are competing and vying for that spot in the club championship. All right, well, it looks like the EWC knockout reveal is almost ready, but we are going to go for a quick break once more before we get there. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We will see you shortly after this.
ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the EWC knockout reveal. We officially know which 8 teams have qualified for the playoffs, but now it is time to figure out who will play against who.
Absolutely. It is time to first draw the teams that made it through the upper bracket to be spread out onto that bracket, and then the top seeds of this will be able to come in and select their opponent from the opposing group. Rob, will you please do me the honor of drawing the first team?
I like how you say opponent. It sounds like open it. Oh, open it. Okay, and that is exactly what I'm about to do, Damascus. Let's see.
All right, let's go for the first one. First team on the board from Rob TV. We've got Team Liquid taking on that first spot on the brackets. Okay. We will of course draw all of the teams before we go throughout the selection process. Rob, get me the second team as we populate this bracket, please. Co-group and the running champ AG.AL takes the other side of the bracket. So these two can only meet in grand finals if they happen to continue and go all the way. Number 3, Rob, KINGZERO-eSports in there. And of course, there is one remaining that we must show to show that nothing's rigged, Rob. Everything is fair and honest. Rock Esports coming in. Now, we have our first part of the bracket done. We know how spread out are the teams. But now, teams get to select their opponents.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And that said, it is time to welcome our first team to the stage, Team Liquid.
All right, Team Liquid will get the luxury of choosing their opponent between the two gentlemen that are on my left. It is going to be a choice between Navi and BaiSha. And we welcome Team Liquid onto the stage. Taking a moment, will you take the fellow countrymen? Will you take last year's runner-up? Little hesitation as you get to pick the key that you want. Whoever you want to face, that is the luxury that you get. One key is taken and shown to the camera, and it is Team Navi indeed that is picked for this one. So please, could I please get the players right there? It's time to talk. I want to know, Rob, why would they pick Team Navi against them? Can I please have the players in there along with you, mister? Let's go. Let's have the players in. You join me? All right. Very simple question. You came in, you pick Navi. Why Navi?
Pergunta simples, né? Por que vocês pegaram a Navi?
Porque nós já se conhecemos e acho que quando você já conhece o oponente, a partida fica menos difícil.
So we know ourselves for a very long time, so sometimes when you know your opponent, the match can be easier.
All right, so you know what? I'm just asking you for an answer, right? He said the match can be easier when you know each other. How do you feel that they picked you over BaiSha?
O que você tem pra falar pra ele, né? Depois que escolheu vocês, falou que pode ser uma partida mais fácil.
Eu não acho isso. Acho que agora a gente tá jogando em LAN e é de igual para igual pra todo mundo. Não é na internet.
So I think it's not like this. We're gonna play equal because we're not playing online.
Oh, you know what? That's what I want. Listen, players, can I have you face off and shake each other hand? This is the first quarterfinals, guys. Team Navi versus Team Liquid. The Brazil special will happen, which means AG.AL will get to face BaiSha. Thank you, guys. You can go out of the stage and get ready for your match as Rob. It is time to check the other side of that bracket now.
Okay, we're starting to fill this bracket up, ladies and gentlemen. And I love that the players actually have to pick themselves as they're pretty much making a statement. I know that I can take you down. Our next competitors are some of the best on planet Earth. Please welcome to the stage, KINGZERO.
Ooh, and the question, who do they pick between Vitality and Stallions? They get the luxury of choice, and they get to choose the key they want to crush at the end of the day.
Okay. And they ended up deciding to go with Team Vitality. We've got to figure out exactly why that is. Now, I did talk to my mans a little bit just now off camera to see what he was thinking. Please join us right here. Oh, yeah, we already got the handshake to start things off. First and foremost, why did you decide to go with Team Vitality? Do you feel like they're an easy win?
第一个问题，为什么选 Team Vitality 呢？是因为觉得他们能拿下他们比较轻松吗？
也不是吧，主要是他们第一场赢了EP嘛，然后
作为同在中国赛区的队伍，就是我们更想跟他们请教一下嘛，然后就是尽可能的能再帮EP复仇一下。
Well, in the group stages, they took down our fellow compatriots, Evolution Power. So we kind of want to learn from them, see exactly what they did, or see define the magic, and if possible, avenge EP.
Hold on, they talk about getting some vengeance. Huh? You gonna stand for that? What's going on?
Nothing actually to say. We already had a good really warm up, like the match we played before. So we are ready for whoever we are going to play against. So nothing more to say, and nothing more to say. You will see everything on the screen.
Okay, it's going to be handled on the sticks. If we get one more handshake, a little bit of sportsmanship, because tomorrow, actually today, that is all going to be over with. You guys can go ahead and exit the stage. We officially have our top 8 or playoffs bracket fully set.
Bro, region rivalry, avenging region, or defining who's the best region as well. This is absolutely beautiful. The playoffs are ready. We are going to play the first round of these players today. So let's go with the studio to take a look at this bracket and get ready for our first playoff match of the day.
Hollywood Rob TV in Damascus, thank you so much. What a wonderful EWC knockout reveal we just had. Playoffs are now set, and this is the bracket we're going to be watching until the trophy is lifted. Ha! Let's go to the bottom. Let's go right to the bottom. AG.AL versus BaiSha Gaming.
Oh my goodness me, already a replay on the grand finals from last year, but at the same time, one of the oldest rivalries in CROSSFIRE history. Obviously, even before we had every single rivalry that we've seen, the literal first one is ZY versus N9. I think I already told Lucy this, right? I mean, they're literally born to be rivals of each other. One day, just separate on their birthday, October 17 and 18, 1999. I mean, the story writes itself, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? I'm really glad we get that game as a quarterfinal. I think some people might be a bit disappointed, kind of hoping we get that rematch, with the two teams on our side of the bracket. I know some people will be very happy that Stallions avoids that fate, but the fact we get all 3 of the Chinese teams on that same side as well is very spicy, and I feel a little bit bad for Vitality.
Yeah, but what about Team Liquid Na'Vi? That's another matchup that people were calling for, and well, they get it.
I mean, it is a matchup that makes the most sense, right? For Team Liquid, obviously, they've already had prior experience going up against Na'Vi in CFBL, and, you really want to take the safe route, and I feel like the Animals is always the type of guy to really take the most optimal route going towards the grand finals, and why not, right? I mean, this is your one shot in the whole year to take an EWC trophy, and if a Brazilian team takes it, that's going to be history.
Yeah, I mean, 3 on one side, the odds look pretty good for them to make it through, right? In fact, 3 out of 4. Does Stallions really have a chance against all these Brazilians? I don't know. I guess you'll probably have some thoughts on that. But I think much like when we saw the groups, I think if you're a Stallions fan, you're looking at this and you're thinking this is a very good run to the grand final.
Yeah, for sure. Against EWC, it should be Stallions the favorite. But then again, we don't know. There's been some upsets already throughout groups and playoffs. I'm sure there will be some more coming. But last one, KINGZERO, Vitality. Vitality is a team that has been playing incredibly well. And again, they've already got some big wins in our bracket. So when we think about Vitality and KINGZERO, it's going to be a tough one. KZ has to be the favorite. But Vitality, if they can win and achieve top 4 for the club championship race, that's tremendous.
Oh yeah, for sure. Vitality especially. I mean, the one thing that they have over KINGZERO is the teamwork. I mean, they have been together for such a long time. They have been there ever since 3BL as they enter Team Vitality, and obviously they're going to know each other and how they play. Problem is with KINGZERO, they are the new up-and-coming team, and especially that they have youth and firepower on their side. I'm really thinking is how is Vitality going to try and stop the train that is coming at them in the name of KINGZERO?
It's going to be really difficult, right? I mean, at least one thing for Vitality is they've shown this tenacity just throughout. I've just really enjoyed watching this never say die attitude from them, the energy coming from that camp. But I also like the words from KINGZERO, a bit of avenging, their colleagues in Evolution Power. Obviously, that was a very tight series versus Vitality, and I think KINGZERO would love to get that avenging blow.
But just to go a bit deeper with it, despite who might be the favorite in the matchup, Stallions and Rock. You know, Rock has made it this far, which is a tremendous accomplishment, but they're going to have to dig deep to beat Stallions.
Yeah, especially this matchup already happened in last year's tournament, right? And Team Stallions also eliminated Rock from CFS Grand Finals, which you were there as well, right? And you saw how one-sided that affair was. And granted, I am, you know, Stallions through and through. I really want to see Feifei get some vengeance, get some revenge for his and his team. And if they can do it, I wouldn't be too mad, because I feel like Rock Esports, they deserve to go on a deep run, especially knowing how hard they worked in CFBL.
Yeah, specifically for Feifei as well. Like, his story throughout CROSSFIRE competitive is really amazing. So for him to potentially take down Stallions and move forward, I mean, a trophy, lifting EWC trophy would be such a big accomplishment and honor for him.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like if Feifei can finally get that trophy, especially knowing that my first international CROSSFIRE event, right, he got second place, and then he got so close to getting top 4, and then once again in grand finals. I feel like it's finally time for Feifei to possibly get a trophy, because he knows how to consistently get into playoffs. He knows how to consistently play at the level that can get you into playoffs. He just needs to, the rest of his team to step up to the plate, especially when it comes to top 4, because I feel like the top 4 competition, especially in this EWC, is a lot higher compared to the past years.
Yeah, I think that same conversation can apply across the board. I think that's one of the most exciting things about this playoff bracket, is that you do have a lot of these teams that I think would be in a brilliant storyline where they've had plenty of second places, plenty of close calls, but haven't actually got over the line. We talk about Stallions in that same breath, BaiSha last year. You know, there's a lot of these moments where each of these teams wants to finally claim that glory.
Well, we take a look at our schedule. This is going to be happening today, not tomorrow, today. We just finished groups, already doing playoffs. Come on. CROSSFIRE is the best. AG going against BaiSha for A stream, but simultaneously on B stream, Rock will be playing the Stallions. Then we'll have KZ KingZero against Vitality, and then we'll finish the day on B stream with Team Liquid versus Na'Vi. All best of 3s. Tomorrow will be all best of 5s, but AG BaiSha to start the playoffs. Previous year champion, CFS 2025 Grand Finals champion as well, taking on BaiSha, who's trying to rise back up to the top. They're going to have to take down the champions to be the champion. That matchup coming after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to Crossfire Esports World Cup 2026. The EWC reveal show has happened. We have had our draw, we have had our team selected, and we have our quarterfinals now set. And we also have a new person on the desk. Scriv, you missed 2 Eagle Eye matches. Did you know that?
Yeah, I was watching. I was a little sad, you know. It's unfortunate, but hopefully we get at least one more here.
Maybe one more. Maybe just for Scriv. I'll start doing my my hand signals again for the teams. But we have our 8 teams here in the quarterfinals, and of course we have our stage set here on the B stream. We have got Rock, we have got Stallions. A pretty intense matchup for us here on this B stream. I mean, I think any matchup was going to be a big one here in these quarterfinals, but this one in particular looks like a pretty spicy one.
Yeah, you know why? Because these guys meet also on the EWC 2025, where Stallions beat them 2-0. Now Fefe is looking for a revenge. That's why it is one of the best games that you guys gonna be ever having. Now it's not only 2 teams want to be qualifying for the semifinals, it's another team just wants to revenge the loss, because Fefe said that it was a heartbreaking loss for him last time.
Yeah, and I mean, Rock looking very, very good as well. So I think they can certainly do it, maybe a little more improved after EWC 25. So, yeah, and of course, the regional results for them have been very, very good. They've looked okay against their other countrymen. So far, no hiccups for this team. So I think that this matchup could be an absolute banger. It should be an absolute banger. Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, Stallions, they didn't look too hot in their previous game. Like, you know, they scraped through. Maybe Rock came through a little bit stronger than they did, so perhaps Rock coming in as favorites a little bit here. But who's the leading force in this team, would you say, Penguin? Who's the go-to guy that everyone at home needs to be looking forward to watching?
I mean, from Rocky Sports, definitely Action. This guy has been delivering. Yes, we said Action is a very good player. He's the star of Brazil, but I was worried still coming to the stage. Probably he's not having the best days for him, or maybe an off tournament. But no, this guy just delivered on 2 series straight, and he was one of the best. His stabs, his strafe movement, his everything. He does everything he can just to make his team wins, and we've seen a lot of clutch rounds for him. He got it. He just, you feel that he's playing a simple game, just not like the others. You see that the others trying to get the kill hard and everything. They're trying everything they have, spraying down, trying moving, and this guy's just standing, killing everybody comes on his crosshair.
Well, on the other side, we've got Stallions, who I've heard a lot about. I've been able to see them briefly here on the B stream, but not as much as maybe as I thought we were going to in the end. They've just been dominating over on the mainstream matches. Scriv, talk to me about this roster. There is a lot of hopes for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. We set them up last year into EWC 2025 as another hopeful team. They didn't quite deliver there. I think now looking a lot better into this year. And of course, taking down Evolution Power a little bit earlier. That's always going to be good. You've got a Chinese team, you know, it's always going to feel good to take them down and I think be able to prove that you can compete with some of the best in the world in terms of the regions. So yeah, looking very, very good. This guy we caught on the B stream, no, he was absolutely flying. But Jay also looking pretty good. And I think that this is a really, really formidable team on their day. They certainly can make a few mistakes, and I think they're quite a young squad. So when it comes to the mental, when it comes to staying in the right headspace, we have seen them slip up in that manner.
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned no. I mean, you guys, I don't know if everybody's just watching the stream, because this guy's been delivering when it needed. I mean, versus KINGZERO, versus all the other teams. I mean, this guy's always just doing few things that you never expect, because he's very young. So he still is like, okay, why not do it? I mean, I have no pressure. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to push. And we were like, okay, we are not expecting someone to do this on the tournament. And yes, he does it. And he has no pressure at all. And he always leads his team to the win. So that's why I love watching this guy. No pressure, just doing whatever comes in his head. And it's always working because he's a very, very good sharp aim.
Well, we're going to be watching him on sub-base to start, as that's going to be the first pick. Black Widow and Eagle-Eye was taken away. Sorry, Script. But Ankara is going to be the second map. Initial thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the sub-base, it does feel like, again, potentially letting that through. You've got to be very careful. You've got to be prepared. But there's a fair amount of tape to go off of. So I do feel like Rock are going to be ready for it. Ankara, we have seen a lot of that this tournament, maybe one of the more played maps actually, so everybody's going to be a bit comfortable on it, but I think it could be a lot of pressure on that sub-base to start.
Look, Stallions, they picked sub-base twice and they won one versus Liquid and they lost the another versus EP back then today, so this sub-base is not the best yet, we are saying. But if they're going to be playing versus RockySports, the Brazilian teams, I guess he can do fine. But Ankara pick from RockySports, that's the one where they lost versus Nemesis 10-1. Have Fifi changed his playstyle in his side? You're going to be seeing this. Have they kind of figured out that they need to stack his side? Because his side was a complete disaster for them. Every time Nemesis is pushing, they're getting the side for free.
And then Port as the decider as well. Is that one that you would lean towards either team here being favorable? Or do you think this is a toss-up if we get to that third map?
It's going to be a toss because both teams are going to be having 50-50 chance because they both have a very good snipers. But I will lean towards Stallions because sometimes they use quad snipers, sometimes they use triple sniper setups. So this is going to be very good on Port.
Quad sniper setup? I mean, at that point, just make it a penta. Let's just give everyone a sniper. Actually, let's give the whole lobby a sniper and see what happens. Turn it into a team snipers matchup. That will change everything. That's a show match idea for you, CROSSFIRE. All right, predictions. It's great. What have you got for me?
Ooh, I think I do have to go the way of Stallions. You know, I like the story. I like the hopefuls. Rock certainly come in as a strong team, a strong seed from their region. But I think that Stallions have been battling tooth and nail. Lot to prove here. So yeah, I'm on their side.
Stallions all the way. These guys, they probably gonna make it. I mean, they had some ups and downs, but I believe that they fixed it and they should be winning this matchup.
And do we think it's going to be a long drawn out map here? Do you think it's going to be a quick one-sided affair? Like, how close is this series going to be? Because I think that with the matches we've seen so far today, we've had one on both sides, right? We've been on both sides of the spectrum. Yeah. Do you think it's going to be closer, or do you think
it's going to be very close? I don't think Stallions just have the feelings to just stomp RockySports. RockySports is still one of the best teams in Brazil, and they're #1 in Brazil. So I don't think even if the Stallions is going to win, it's going to be a stomp. It's maybe a close matchup, maybe 10-8, 10-7. Maybe we are going to the full distance, but I don't think it's going to be a stomp at all from Stallions.
Yeah, and I think that there has been a lot of stepping up to the plate as well that's coming in here, which is really, really good to see on the first playoff day. We did have a few teams with some slow starts, or maybe a map, Rock being one of them, a map in there that didn't quite look right, but they don't have that excuse anymore. And I think the teams are very aware of that. They've been playing some very, very good CROSSFIRE here.
The teams now getting ready and just making sure they are mentally set as well, whether it be a little huddle beforehand or a war cry we've seen on both sides. But the players now are bums in seats as we are getting closer to locking them into the server here for this first map on sub-base. And I'm excited for this matchup. I think that these two teams have provided a lot of entertainment so far, but it's going to be difficult for me to try and pick a side. I know I made you guys predict one, but I don't think I'll be able to with these because I kind of love them both. I kind of want to see both teams into the semi-finals, but sadly, we cannot have them both into the semis. We have to send one home. One key will have to be crushed, but it is going to be after a best of 3, remember. And then tomorrow, we go into best of 5s. And I guess a question I have for you guys, how much does that change things? Best of 3 into best of 5?
Yeah, you have to have a pretty deep map pool, right?
Yeah.
It can be very, very difficult into those BO5s. If you don't quite get the veto right, you end up stacking some weaker maps towards the start. So yeah, that really comes into question. I think when it's in the BO3s, you've got a lot of classic maps in a game like CROSSFIRE that have not changed for a long time. You can kind of get away with a slightly shallower pool if you angle it the right way. But in the BO5s, we will get a little bit more New Mexico, which we're not seeing a lot of. You know, maps like this that teams aren't massively fond of will eventually creep in, and you know, you've got to make sure that you are up to scratch.
Yeah, exactly as he said. Not. By the way, we are having 8 teams on the playoffs, right? I don't think everybody just plays 6 maps or 7 maps. I think only 5 or 4 teams have a deeper map pool. But probably teams like Vitality, Navi, I don't think they have the deepest map pool that they can go through the best of 5. That's why it's going to be worrying if they just proceed. But still, being on the semifinals is not that bad.
Who do you think has the deeper map pool between these 2 teams, though?
Stallions, they play the 7 maps.
Okay.
They play all the maps. They just target ban. Rocky Sports mainly they sometimes ban 1 or 2 maps. One of them is New Mexico. But if you look at Stallions, they always target ban. They play New Mexico.
Well, why aren't teams just playing every map? I mean, I know
it's
like
easy.
Sure, and I mean I get it, but like practice-wise, surely you just try and get everything as deep a map pool as possible. Is it because some teams have been together longer than others? They've just had more time.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, when you're a player as well, I think you're going to have a preference for some maps over others. That kind of comes in. So it's also getting your like teammates to practice on a map that maybe needs a bit more work, and then you got that one guy and he's like, nah, I've always hated playing Eagle-Eye or whatever it might be, as it seems to be the case.
He?
Yeah, exactly. How could he?
How dare you say?
But you know, there's so much like that that kind of comes into it, and you know, it's also a bit tough when you try it out for the first few times. You do it like regionally, and then you end up losing the map against a team that you should never really be losing, full stop, and then you lose a lot of confidence. So it's a bit of a difficult game, and then also, you know, on a very simple way, I think, again, sometimes professional players can look at the Occam's razor, let's say, the easiest way to get there, and they'll go, right, we've got this map that we know we will absolutely win 100%, yep, and then we've got another map they're about 75% on.
Yeah.
That's all we need. And it might not be the best way to look at it, but I think a lot of pro players, a lot of pro teams will look at it that way just because it feels like the simplest path. Why prepare for the worst case scenario?
And it's also coming down to, okay, let's say that I'm playing a tournament and I have my team and we are testing the maps and we see that we have a big problems on Port and Black Widow. And there are 2 core maps. So what are we going to do? We're going to neglect the New Mexico just to force transing these maps. That's why I'm saying that not every team is having the luxury of just going into the deeper map pool, going into the 7 maps. Otherwise, you're going to be losing one of your core maps, which has been selected in every single tournament. That's why New Mexico has been neglected. Sometimes they neglect Eagle-Eye as well, but Eagle-Eye has been there for a while. That's why you need to play it. So it's one of the fundamental maps, or maybe probably the historical maps for you to play. So that's why New Mexico, you are seeing some teams neglecting it. Although they have a very good chemistry, they sit for a long time. I guess Vitality, they neglect New Mexico for a while now. If you look at their bans, it's mainly New Mexico. Although these guys have been here for like 3 years. So it's just because probably Port is not going for well. I knew that they had problems with Black Widow last year, so they needed to strengthen it, so they neglected New Mexico. And this year, they had problems with Ankara, New Compound. They needed to strengthen, so they also neglected New Mexico.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things for me where it's like there's a bit of a vicious circle, so you have to be careful about losing out on your stronger maps for sure. And then the other thing for me would just be if you have that one tough loss, it's going to knock you off the map for a while. It's really going to affect, you know, your confidence on that map if you're losing in a golden round at the semi-final of an international. You know what I mean? Like, it does stick with players.
Well, it looks like I just saw fist bumps, and I think I just saw a load into the server as well. So thank you for your patience as these players are able to get ready for this game. It looks like they are all locked and loaded. So it's time for our quarterfinals here. We're into the playoffs at CROSSFIRE EWC 2026, and we have Skriv and Penguin to take you through all the action. Enjoy this one, gents.
Yes, indeed, I will. I'm very much looking forward to sinking my teeth into a bit more Stallions. I like the way they play, and hopefully they do deliver here, kicking things off with sub-base. It's definitely going to be difficult, and we've seen Rock have actually been through a lot as a team so far here at EWC 2026. I think there's been a good case to make that they've had some tough losses on maps. They've had some really close ones. They've had a few comebacks. So they have quite a lot of utility on their tool belt, let's say. And I think that might make them difficult to put away here this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, we've watched Rock playing versus Navi on sub base, and it was A very good map, I would say, from Rocky Sports. We expected Navi to be having some good fight versus them, but it turned out to be a one-sided map in favor of Rocky Sports. Now they're going to be playing Stallions, the guys that had one of the most successful runs on this map. Yes, probably they lost Subbase versus Evolution Power, but we are talking about one of the power horses of the CFPL, and yet to turn the table and just win the series. Now Stallions, they're gonna be facing an A-side push. Pip is ready, he wanna claim his revenge. He's talked about this loss, how it hurts him, and now KLP, he knows that he's tested, he's good full flash, and he was in a very bad position, but still he's very low HP and dies to Fefe as well. And Jai just gets a kill. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but still the site is not claimed by Rocky Sports. That push is not successful. Action just gets a kill with the nade. No falls, just very low HP, and guess what? Loy is already on site as well, and it's Silva fighting two players, gets one and immediately got traded. And it is MG that is usually playing very, very backward, trying to get the rotations or get the clutch, because he knows that Loy is very low HP. He got the USB and gun, but Loy is looking at a different angle, and no way, MG just whiffs this. And Loy with 11 HP just clutches the first round. Stallions to put the first on board.
Yeah, kind of a crazy one to find. It felt like the 1 versus 1 was going to be signed, sealed, and delivered, of course. Not the case. So it does start off with somewhat of a bang. MG will be pretty annoyed at himself that he's not able to get that one in the bag. Maybe got the info that he was low, and that's why he goes on the pistol, but it doesn't land at all. Fefe to open up here. KLB, no idea where he's at. They're back with a vengeance. Speedy round. And a 5 versus 3 ensuing here. Very, very quickly into a strong position for Rock as they look to get themselves in the competition, right? We talk about this being very important, a degree of back and forth, make sure that there's plenty of conversation happening, and it's looking good. KLP just creeping up here as he's trying, but failing to find the hero moment. All onto Loy in a 1 versus 4. He's now revealed as well. Nate goes in, but they will deal with him. So Rock immediately responding. You hear them getting loud, as is the Brazilian way. Not quite on the levels of Liquid. I don't think anybody will be, but volume from Rock there after a nice clean response.
Yeah, a very good run by Fefe. Just went moving forward and got the double kill. And now Stallions, they got one on the Grover's round and lost the other. Still not the worst case scenario for them. If they keep it toe-to-toe, definitely is going to be a plus for them because they are playing on the Glover side. Stallions, it is a quarterfinals. It is not a group stage. No second chances. The loser just leaves. And the winner continues to the semifinals and marches forward. Now, Fefe is just playing very aggressive, trying to check. He knows that KLB loves to play from the rocket angle, and he's giving the information. He's being very vocal now. And I see that all his teammates are now rotating to their side because they know that KLB, he's usually the guy that stays back on side, hiding behind the rocket. So flash, nades, smokes can cut him off from this push. And yes, Fefe is doing the slew push. Everybody is behind him except for MG, who's trying to do a solo split. Now flashes are good. KLB, he needs to hold on. The rotation is here. Fefe is just so damaged, but he gets the double anyway. And then no, just trades for one, and the nades are raining. Fefe is still alive. 6-1. This guy said I want a revenge, and he's doing it. Single-handedly opens the A side for his team, and now the numbers advantage is going all the way in favor of Rocky Sports.
Yeah, a bit of a monster already. Not going to like what's on the other end of this, I am sure, if it continues. Nice flashes coming in. Allows them to gain a lot of ground, and it's a little awkward getting into the site, though. I thought there'd be more kills on the cards. Thanks to those flashes, not going to be the case. No on the pistol. That's kind of all he has left. He's trying to find a fully reloaded gun here if he can. He's left on half HP. Now slowly moving forwards. It was close. He got his crosshair there, but doesn't find the kill. Rock will take a second. Looking very good while doing so.
Yeah, I mean, another good round by Fefe. Good read, good push. That's the double kill that he got. KLB, unfortunate here, not getting the kill, but now Stallions find themselves one round behind. I mean, Faith is just, if he continues to get this information and plays around it, it's gonna be very good for them. But look at that. Oh no. He flicked and hit his left click. They know that they are taking machine with multiple players now. As you can see, RockySports are trying to find any angle for a mistake from them, but Stallions are not giving them any. They take the space. On the other hand, no reactions coming out from Rock. They're playing the slow game, running the clock, and probably want to be trying to retake this machine, but this smoke can slow them down. Yes, nobody on machine, but RockySports are yet to find that.
Slow move forwards here. Actually, in a good spot, maybe. In a very, very good spot. He's gathering a lot of information that they might be able to utilize here. A lot of room for him. They will be headed out towards B if they can find a pathway forwards. Not much presenting, though, as they are just looking for that first kill here, Penguin. I think it's going to be easier said than done. Really getting in deep towards B, but not fully committing. It's another fake out. It's another draw away. Only a minute left on this clock. That bomb's not made a lot of progress.
Yeah, and now look at this guy. He's just trying to want to push this woods. And then he just decides to back up. The best decision so far, because all of Rock players are trying to push into these woods, including Action, who's going to be gone in vents, except for MG. And now I know just gets one, gets out, trying to get the another. He gets the information needed, gets another one, and makes it a triple kill.
Damn.
And this guy is just insane when it comes to such aim battles. And look at this, he's 66 HP, lost only 34 in this fight. Fighting 3 players, and now Action just takes the revenge, gets him down, and Lloyd to trade. MG is yet to fall, and Stallions with another successful round. It's all because of the Wonder Kid and their captain, No.
Yeah, really looking good. MG, though, just got to be careful of him. Doesn't make this any closer than it needs to be. They give him plenty of room. Time was against him there as well, only a few seconds before that final kill came in, so not going to happen.
Yeah.
We'll see here, though.
It's so good, man.
Yeah, I mean, the replay just looks super, super sharp. I'm really happy with that. Hopefully we get a lot more of it, right, for Stallions. But it's pretty close between these two teams so far. Trying to lock them down is obviously a large part of what Rock are going to have to do here. You know, it is those sharper, speedier individuals for Stallions that becomes a problem.
Look at Loy, man. He got dinged by Silva and immediately just changes his position, gets the sniper, tries to play for a safer angle. Otherwise, any spray on quad boxes can get him. Any spray on woods can also put him down. Now, Stallions find themselves in an HP disadvantage or HP deficit because of the thing that happened on Loy. I don't think Silva knows that he dinked Loy. But he definitely knows that he did some damage on him. And now the full rotation. 3 players around beside. 1 around woods, which is MG. Trying to find the angle. Action got the first. KLP first to fall. Eno still alive. Now the players are pushing through the smoke. Eno just had no clue that these guys push, but Action just checks nobody, and No just gets 2. Wanna make it 3rd, but Loy with the quick scoop gets Fefe, and now Stallions are ahead one more time.
Yeah, still a little tight. We're as yet to see something that is super, super convincing from either side, but Stallions are able to respond, are able to find themselves that 3rd and that lead, like you say. So, yeah, looking towards them to potentially get things moving. And indeed pick up these key rounds on the GR side of things. Stringing it together, getting a hefty lead, really important for Stallions, just for their confidence. And of course, their map pick. So, some big rounds coming up. Question of whether they can keep it together and keep it going Pretty far back default coming in from Rock at the moment. I think they're waiting to see if there's any aggression on the cards. Not necessarily the case. Action in a position for the first, but gets away from it.
Yeah. Now, he's in a safer position. He's playing very aggressive, trying to get one kill. Because it turns out the pushes that's been done by ROC-eSports is not successful. The defense side from Stallions is just doing what is needed. And now, no, he's about to get tested again. EWC just pushes away and no just got eliminated. And this is a worrying round for Stallions. KLP just completely isolated with these smokes. Fifth is trying to get him. And yes, he does. Silva got another. And now everybody from Stallions is falling except for Joy, who just falls down now. And KLP is about to die to the USP of MG. And another successful push. The smokes that's been blocking the vision on Darkroom from ROC-eSports has been very, very effective. Stallions needs to take the B-top position. They need to hold the BC from the B-top position. Otherwise, to play it from the rafters, they need to play above the smoke. Otherwise, anybody on the ground is not going to see anything, no information, nothing. And if they make no steps, you will find the attackers on your face. But there is another way, which is pushing machine, as you can see. And KLP just gets the captain of ROC-eSports.
Yeah, nice opener for sure. Going to give them a really solid chance at keeping the back and forth going, but Rock are not slowing down in this one. They're opting to pick up the pace instead. They see that there is a response that you talk about, right? A way in for Stallions, and it's left a massive gap over on this A-bomb site, and they're looking to abuse that fact. Loy gets caught in the back, sticking out a bit too much. It's going to be down to KLP. Oh, and the tip of his head taken off. A beautiful round from Action, and a great round from Rock overall.
Good push, good reactions. They pushed machine and they got smashed on his side. I mean, KLP's been playing on the same position. KLP, not the sniper, the rifle player on it on, just playing on the same position every single round, and they already pre-firing him. I've seen Action. If you want someone to pre-fire and to strafe kill, just put Action. Probably he's the best. Him and WI from Liquid, the two good players that knows how to strafe kill, and this is exactly what happened to a KLB. When you play backwards of the rocket, you're gonna get punished by a pre-fire. No, trying to find some success. So far, Stallion's success is just relying on this guy. 8 kills single-handedly. KLB is not having a success, as you can see. He's 1-5. On the other hand, Jay is having also a 3-6. Stallions are still 3 rounds on the global stand is good. 1 more is better. 5 is just insane.
See if they can get there. And they are really vying for it. Aggression up A. So curious to see here if they are able to make anything happen over there. It does seem like the C4 itself is more concerned with a B-bomb site. What is the answer? What is the mission? Oh, nice find coming through from MG. He does look for a little bit more. Trying to wrap behind here. However, easier said than done. It's Silva with the big double, looking for a triple. He's going to get it. He's absolutely going to get it. What a round coming in from Silva. And they are indeed getting loud again. Energy at an all-time high. Rock answering. Keeping the competition close.
No way Silva got this 3K, man. I mean, if you look at him at the first, you think that he's going to fall. The second, you said surely he's gonna fall, and then he gets the third with a pre-fire. A heroic round by this player, 9-3. Trying to help Action, trying to support Fifi, but look at that, Action is just very much push, and no, just jump kills him. And KLB just pushed all the way to Spiral Sales, gets 2 kills. And now Stallions are back to the aggressive game style, and it's about to be a flawless round coming out from them, because MG is about to fall. One of a heck of push from these guys, and they secure the round.
Little bit of spirit taken out. We'll swap over now. Very, very close here, but we'll see. This is what Stallions are all about, of course. The Blacklist side on sub-base. Looking to be really, really dangerous. And I think they are going to be capable of it, in all honesty. Going to find out. We are going to find out. Building forwards. In towards mid. Just spamming away. I think Rock are concerned about not giving away this very first round. So playing quite safe here, Penguin. I think I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
Yeah. They're trying to be a bit defensive because the first round is very important for them to extend the lead back to 2 rounds. And Stallions, I don't think they're going to give them the chance to look at MG. He's just trying to play very aggressive and takes some damage. It's now 58 HP, but smokes woods for Silva just to support. And Silva just trying to find any kill through the smoke. Is unsuccessful to do so. Stallions just fall back. Probably they're going to be waiting for the smokes to end and to hit this woods. We are seeing one player on machine. It's usually KLP who's doing so. Even though if they're going to be pushing into a side, still KLP is doing the big lurk from a side. And now, I guess Stallions, they need to start hitting one of these sides. It's 55 seconds on the clock and Loy is just trying to creep his way through vents and now decides to fall back. See, Stallions, I see that they are kind of hesitated and we've seen this multiple times from them. Now the smokes are blocking Fifi's vision. He's trying to get flash, trying to get any information, and no. He's just waiting patiently. He takes some damage. Fifi's very low HP. Silva as well. Stallions are leading this push, but look at this push from Fifi. He's very low HP and gets the info needed. Loy just kills him and gets the advantage for his teammates. MG just find no, and actually still alone there. And the WSB just gets him out. Loy gets another. And it's all up to Silva and Vincere to clutch the round. Silva doesn't have any HP to work with. However, Vincere is just trying to back him up. I don't think it's going to happen because Silva is about to fall. He gives his position with 1 kill. So Lloyd just capitalize and get him.
BNC on his way in, somewhat reluctantly here, I think, as he's not really expecting to necessarily get away with very much in this 1 versus 3. Kind of just hold him for exits. He's not having the best of games, so maybe lacking some confidence. Doesn't want to give them any more kills, and he will go for a little cheesy save, which is wild. Nonetheless, it is another round. The blacklist looking strong. Fairly clean there. Aiming for a few more like that, just like it, man. I think if they just tap back into it, they may well get away with it, but always nice to be picking up that first. They really wound it down. They really made us wait, but they did get it done. KLP to open here, and maybe a pace change on the cards right now.
I mean, Silva is the first one to fall. He's one of your best players, but now VNC is just not having his best games. He needs to back up 1-8. It's about to be 1-9. This damage is just insane, and none of the nades are connecting. He just went wild. This smoke as well. Look at Loy position. Gets one. Fifi dies. VNC is just trying to get him with the backstab, but I don't think it's gonna happen because Loy is aware that there is one more coming from Vance. MG just kills Joy, and no backs it up on MG. It's all up to action to get all the kills, and he gets double. And he's now 1-on-2. He needs to go. The time is ticking. And KLB is already playing the spot check, and one guy is just wasting time. It's just so hard for him unless he pulls a double, and then KLP replies with a no. And now Stallions are 2 rounds in a row in the blacklist side. 6-5, 4 more for them to secure the first on their quarters.
Yeah. It's a little dangerous in the early stage of the second half. And they will look to just pick back up and continue it on. Starting to feel confident now as well as they'll charge forwards very, very quickly to get that out of B control. Slowly moving in, and they will fake things out for that sniper. Fefe, though, feeling a little bit more as he wants to take a re-peek. Action with a lot of damage, but not quite the kill. Is that going to have an effect? It looks like yes. They continue pushing forwards. VNC does get one, but that's all. And it's going to be down to Silver. He's been having a decent game here, but I don't think good enough to get this one done. And it is another very unlikely situation for the side of Rock. This is going from bad to worse.
Yeah, timeout needs to be there, and it is. Vienna just decides to stop this mess, and now Silva's just trying to have a chat with his teammates. Give them some time. Yes, they have the tactical timeout. This is going to be for the coach, probably now for the players. In order for them to reset, and Loy is just going to try to get the kill over Silva. And he's going to be successful, gets the kill. Now, Stallions are up 2 rounds after a good successful half from them, 5-4 to 7-5. That means 3 rounds in a row from Stallions, and the 3 are on the attacking side. Yes, it is the map by their own pick, but that doesn't mean that Rocky Sports is going to give us a good fight to it. Yes, the Globalist side from Stallions was not the best, but the Blacklist side is insane so far. 3 rounds, the 3 of them is successful. 3 on B, actually. We haven't seen a push into a side, unlike Rocky Sports. They kind of spam the side because they know KLB is just the guy that's playing always on the back of the rocket. He's not playing from triple, he's not getting the early information, so Fefe just abused this beautifully and getting 2-3 rounds on his side before just switching to B side. And now Stallions, I mean, they have nothing to change. They're just checking what the enemy team is going to be doing. Let's try to be reactive, let's try to wait for their actions. On the other hand, I mean, it's very hard for Fefe and his players, and also Vienna, to check what is going on with them, because the pushes are all going well for Team Stallions. The timings, the aim, and everything. So that means you can take some space, you can deny some angles, but leaving them just having all the map and toy around with you from vents, from B-long, from machine, from mid down is not going to be the thing for you to win. So there has to be a change.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of time to talk things over, of course, here. When you say you want some change, we are hoping that it's going to come in for Rock. But always an easier said than done deal. Stallions got that streak in their favor. They will be looking to keep it. I think they will be capable of keeping it as well. Given the way that they have played so far, they pick up the pace once again. Vincere with a nice find. Silva not able to get the same success, and Vincere is now left very, very low, but he still is confident, and rightfully so, as he finds that kill. 3 on 3 now. What else can we get done? What else can we get done? Jay moving forwards, and he finds the double spray down. It's all on MG. I thought he had it in him. It looked like a very, very good spot, and he will absolutely capitalize. Unreal shots, and I think that's going to leave MG again in a really insurmountable position. What more can he get done? Nothing at all as Stallions move up to 8, and the timeout does not work. The timeout does not work. That is really now dangerous for Rock, as they are yet to find a GR round.
I mean, they said we maybe Stallions gonna be slow on this round, but no, they didn't. They pushed straight into his side, just putting everybody and getting the round. And now look at this, Rocky Sports trying to go aggressive, and they get the first, try to fall, the other to fall as well. VNC was a clean double single shots and not to trade. Silva is in a very tough situation because the players are already on it down, and now everybody's just rotating. The C4 is going to be planted, but look at this, KLB just want to be going aggressive on a top, but it seems like Silva is ready for it, and now the C4 should be planted and the retake should start afterwards from Rocky Sports, and they are closer than ever on putting their first round. What they did, they pushed machine, they pushed mid, they tried to take the indoors, they denied space for Stallions, and this is exactly what is needed from Rocky Sports on the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, I think they can be pretty happy here with the way that they've gone. No, though, does manage to find one on that sniper. He's looking for a little more. He was close for a moment there. He gets overwhelmed, but it really was close. 2 HP on action. Just enough to get the job done, of course. It will be Rock to hit that 6th, finally breaking the deadlock. But can they get any more? Can they keep it going? Full momentum shift on the cards here. Really, really looking scary. As Stallions still very, very close to taking this map in quick fashion.
Yeah. Now, I mean, good job by Rocky Sports. Honestly, they played very aggressive. Vincere clean 2 taps with 2 kills. Now, Stallions did changing a pace a bit. They started to play fast. They started to gain the control faster because they know if they leave the map for Rocky Sports, they get punished. This is exactly what they're trying to avoid. And now, I mean, no, it's just playing very, very forward from this side. Another smoke to slow things down. It's minute and 40 seconds. It's just nothing for them to do. They can just wait for the smokes to be gone and start to execute because their execution is being very, very good. But the C4 is with Joy and he's around Woods. So probably they have an idea of pushing Woods to a side. It all comes down to the information that they're gonna get. A double nade on the stairs, not gonna damage or hurt anybody. And still, I mean, Stallions, they're looking for any angle. Silva's just trying to play with no... Both of them take some damage, but still in the end, no casualties, no deaths, no man's advantage, and it is only 1 minute left on the timer.
Yeah, not loads of time. You can see the Stallions have definitely had a bit of doubt thrown into their play, as they've instead opted to really wind that clock down as much as they can. But barely any ground being taken here. And a question of whether Loy decides perhaps to get moving in the vent. But nothing really coming off just yet. They will, with 30 seconds left, pivot towards B. I suppose this will be where they end, but it always makes us feel a bit uncomfortable when they wind that clock down, right? Like, it's still a decent defense. That's a great nade. Sniper comes in as well. And this is going to be so hard to clear him out at the back end of the site. The rotations are now here, and they just get rolled. I mean, how many times have we seen that, Penguin? The clock winds down. Yeah. They just have no map control to work with.
Especially that if it is very low on time, that means that if we see you, if they see you on one of the sides, that definitely is the side that you're going to be hitting, or you're going to be just trying to push, because other than that, you cannot fake on a 20 seconds push. And as we can see, I guess there's a tactical timeout. Probably a technical one, because we haven't seen anybody just talking about it. But still, tech, it is a pause for the Stallions. I see the Vianney talking. That means that it's the tech pause from Stallions, definitely, because they were successful. But then suddenly they are losing 2 in a row. And it's back to 1 round different. Okay, it's a technical pause. And now we've got to wait. Yes, it's from Stallion's side, because we've seen Tanks just trying to help one of his teammates with the tick issue that's been called. And I mean, Rocky Sports, they are the team that you would never exclude when it comes to such games. It's 8-5, and then suddenly it's 8-7, 3 rounds different, then suddenly it's only 1 round different. So I guess it is what's make it one of the best teams. And now again we're back into a tech pause, I believe, because things are not going well with them.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit of a moment, not quite sure. Seems like we're all good now. Yeah, I did see a very quick like thumbs up coming out from the side of Rock. First kill for Loy. They look to pick up the pace here, not wasting any time, as they are actually charging on towards that A side. Really key find from KLB, however, that might just make all of the difference. 4-on-3, A site controlled. Just got to keep a hold of it now. Action trying to get here fast, and he might find some efficiency. Not quite. Denied away, traded out. So much utility left for both sides, in all fairness. Could really make this slightly easier on Rock in particular. They have to go for a reposition, and there's a smoke in the way as soon as they get to the stairs. So I don't think this is what they wanted, what they anticipated. They have barely any time to get this going. No is blind, but it's all good because he's covered off. AG.AL find a nice one. As it's Stallions that move up to 9 here and look very, very good while doing so. Nice little pace change from them after our timeouts, our techs, etc.
I mean, 2 rounds on his side, a very fast rounds on his side without a single reply from Rocky Sports is just so worrying, because Yes, the B side, we've seen them pushing it, but one of them was an unsuccessful one where everybody just died on the last 20 seconds. But every single push to a side was successful. Silva is getting tested too much without a help from his teammates, but we have seen BNC is just trying to move to him now. I guess it's gonna be the right call because look at that. A stack, 4 players from Stallions ready to push. Flashes are good. They're gonna be flashing now and VNC is just full flash. They know where he is and KLB just gets a kill and EBR on it down is not the best thing to have, but MG is here to support with 1 kill. Him and Fifi just makes it happen and still Rock are fighting.
Yeah, staying alive. Looking down the barrel of the overtime unless no one KLP can break their hearts in. Certainly not out of the question. 2 versus 4. No is looking to get very, very aggressive, having a decent game. So he's after some early kills in this post plant. And he may well find them. May well find them. Ooh, no. Misses out on that first opportunity, but this is the big one. They're coming around this corner. Getting the pre-fire and he just runs out of ammo. If he had one more bullet, feels like the job would have been finished. KLP not ready for more and he does get taken down. So it's a fair try. It is a fair try, but Rock will bring it within 1 here as they look for the OT.
21-10, this Action guy. I mean, we've always mentioned how good Action is when it comes to such games. He's always alive, always just hitting the shots. And this is exactly what's happening. Stallions now a round to close. Otherwise, they're going to be going to the overtime. They have to start it all over again. And they have to go through the attacker side of RockySports. KLB is just in a tough situation. He's gonna get eliminated sooner or later. And yes, Silva just gets him out of the picture. And the smoke is slow things down. Stallions, they find themselves on a numbers disadvantage on the round that is very important for them. But they go guns blazing. But it is all Rock's way until Lloyd just kills VNC and just makes it a 2-on-4. A very tough situation for them. And I think it is an extra time on the line. And now overtime on the first quarterfinals game is just a thing you would be looking for.
Yeah, absolutely right. Definitely what we wanted. You said it was going to be hard to decipher these teams, and it wasn't the case for a while. Rock have just turned it on at the very final hurdle. We'll see if they can get this over the line, though. It's definitely not a fully done deal yet. KLP starting up. Meanwhile, Loy is way ahead of proceedings here. Trying to take matters into his own hands. They're leaving the C4 for the moment. They will start to make their way over. There's a smoke deployed. Is it a fake out? Or is it a tool that they will use in the near future? I think it's a far away smoke. So I'm not quite sure at this stage, but that one they are going to work around. Try and isolate Silva here if they can, who's got his eyes on a few different angles sharp. It will all be down to Loy in the 1 versus 3, looking to try and close things out in regulation here. Maybe he can. Oh, I think they both spotted each other there. C4 going to get planted. Looking for a bit more. Looking for that early kill, but they're not going to give it on the Rock side of things. Slowly building up here as they look to join each other. Look to try and trade off of each other. He spotted them early. Doesn't take a quick head. Backs away. Ready for them, but just cannot land the shots. And it will be the OT required here.
Yeah, 9-9. I mean, RockySports, the tactical timeout they did just paid off on the Blacklist side. Yes, on Global side, we haven't seen them the best yet, but I mean, Stallions also the tag timeout. They took it, they won 1 round, and then after that, we haven't seen much success from them because all the trades were going in favor of RockySports. Now they're back on the Blacklist side, the side that where they've got the most rounds, and it showed us a very good performance coming out from them. And look at that again. Stallions do like to take the machine, as well as with a late smoke into the machine entrance might delay RockySports, but RockySports are happy with it. They're still in base, they're still looking forward, they're still trying to get into the the round because it's minute and 55 seconds, still a lot of time ahead of them to retake everything, and Action is just leading the way. This guy with 21 kills, him and Silva, honestly, are doing a very good job. Silva was tested multiple times on the global side, but still, he's delivering when he's needed, especially on the last rounds, where he clutched most of the kills for his teammates. Stallions are still on their foot, standing with 2 players down. One of them is watching it up, and the other is just watching the stairs.
Spamming away, nothing appearing just yet. And they will look to back away after giving a little idea. Now back towards the A side of things, but the C4 itself is actually closer to B, so I think Rock are looking to try and confuse things as much as they possibly can. And certainly is doable here. They play their cards right. Faking things out slightly, drawing attention. Sort of smoke themselves off a little at B there. Going to get behind it. Looking to go through it, maybe. I mean, it's very, very risky here, but certainly a play that you could save for the OT. Just doesn't seem to be working very well for them, and indeed, they will get mowed down. I like that they try something unorthodox and that requires a lot of guesswork, but it clearly does not pan out.
Yeah. Still, it was a good hit from them, but I mean, Stallions, they had a good read because they had 3 on B side, and now MG is just left on a 1v5. Gets 2. Makes it on a 1-on-3 with 6 seconds left. There is no way. This round is for Stallions, and the next we should be seeing some change in Rock's style. I mean, the push into B side wasn't successful at all. They need to get rid of Loy on B top. Probably this can send MG try to get him while he's jump spotting, or probably just to be the first one scooping out him to take him out of the picture early. Other than that, I think another push coming out from Team Stallions. Look at that. It's just 2 players around Fefi. Nobody just gives him the side, and Lloyd just played with this machine room very, very good, and immediately Rock just turns to it on, and Vincere, look at this. KLB gets a double. Vincere was in a very tough situation, also took a lot of damage, and KLB just collapsed, and MG gets the kill. KLB is here to support, whiffs the shot, a lot of nades. MG is very low HP, he's just trying to find where he is. He's full flash, and Silva's here to cover. Gets the first, this nade can end MG. Otherwise, it's gonna end Silva, and now MG is left alone with a very, very low HP. A C4 in hands, but 6 HP to work out with.
Yeah, not a lot, not a lot. He'll get that C4 down. That's a light reset of the round, right? Draws them into him, but he does not have a lot of HP to work with. MG, he will be in a position trying to clutch things up. Maybe he can. Trying to find that first, right? It's just not going to come for him, unfortunately. That's not the way that they've looked to play things at the moment. However, on that bomb, draws him in, and they will take him down. So no heroics from MG. Stallions move up to 11. And I think 2 GR rounds in quick succession like that is really going to feel good.
Yeah. I mean, Loy have done this play multiple times. Rock should have done their homework because they did it versus Navi, but look at that. Kills on his side. I mean, was insane from MG, but if he could clutch this round, it's very hard for him because he was 3 HP. Now the push on his side. Joyce this time is on the side. Vincere gets the kill. Fefe as well trades it out. And no, just on top trying to get the kill. Vincere and no, they're just trading the pre-fires, but the nades are not successful. Fefe is out of the picture. Now it is a 4-on-3. Still, the side is not with CROSSFIRE because as you can see, the C4 is on side. 3 players are standing in the back. They're trying to push. 1 kill for No, other for Loy, and somehow Stallions are back in this round.
In a big way. In a really, really big way. Oh, Rock is struggling here in the overtime, aren't they? Action can definitely get this done. He's been having a great game as well. It feels like he's the man to do it. Got to take out Loy, though, that healthy player, of course. Just trying to spam away here is Action. Not coming off for him. Not quite yet. A little bit of pre-fire isn't there. He's right on the flank. Just all about, the timing of it. I was going to say, did he spot the player there? Not quite in time, but does now know that both of these players are isolated. Trying to press the attack on towards Loy, but it does not work out. He will fall. Stallions confirmed 12. Man, a real swift OT here so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them struggling on the blacklist side. So still, it is a potential comeback by ROCK-eSports if they can continue dominating on the global side. Otherwise, it's going to be Stallions claiming the first win on the board on these quarterfinals. A 12-9 lead. I think you would love to have if you are going into the overtime. 3 rounds in a row from you. And then you switch. Go back to blacklist side. The side that you should probably have better strats on. And now Silva is just defending a side with a sniper rifle. But VNC is still alive. Silva's still alive as well. He's trying to get the kills and both of them dies. And No just doubles it down on Fefe. And I guess that's it. Stallions are the ones to claim the first map. Otherwise, Action just can pull one of the round. And if anybody is to clutch this round, it's going to be Action. This guy, 24 kills. And a kill can be almost happening, but no. He's just far away and he gets the first. And still, No is a very low HP. He's trying to toy around with him. Trying to waste some time. Scale piece here to support, but just he dies immediately. And he's all 1-1. And No, he's trying to find the kill on Action. Action is very low HP as well. And now he needs to swing for the kill and finally gets it done.
That was so close at the end, but ultimately in the OT it wasn't, right? The scoreline, it really is a different kind of image, I think, of what we have of that game at the very, very end. ROCK did fight tooth and nail. ROCK did bring things close into the OT, but it just didn't quite work out for them in the end. Man, using a lot of energy maybe to get into the overtime, I think it's safe to say, and from there, they just really, really struggled. But congratulations to Stallions. A fantastic opening map, I think, from them.
Yeah. I mean, that's their own map pick. I feel that they a bit struggled, I would say, because they were 9-6, 9-7, and they struggled to close. We've seen good comebacks from ROCK-eSports. Still, they were the favorite. They were the better team in all aspects of the game, even though when they switched to the overtime, they just got 4 in a row. Just makes it very tough for the ROCK-eSports. And now ROCK-eSports, I don't think this is gonna get into their heads, because it's still it's not a stomp, it's not a 10-6, 10-5, it's just a 13-9 game. It's just an overtime game, which could have been anybody's to take.
Yeah, that being said, when you get to overtime, you're probably hoping that you can have a better go at it. To lose every single round in overtime, not even really get a chance, it does feel a little bit deflating. It could certainly be demoralizing here for ROCK. So they're going to have to use this time now, this little break, to make sure they have a little chat with themselves, with their coach, to make sure they are right back into things for map 2. As for Stallions, though, this is going to be so positive for their chances of getting into those semi-finals now, where they're going to, I'm sure, be feeling on top of the world after winning overtime, because it's the complete opposite of what I've just said, right? When you get to overtime and you're able to dominate in that fashion, they are certainly going to be feeling like they are the number one squad going into this next map.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't feel quite as intense. We've kind of had the OT comes in and it changes into a completely different game. It might have been quite a lot getting there, a lot of pressure, but we do see it sometimes, you know, you just let a little bit of that pressure out of the cooker, I guess, and it does feel like Stallions are able to benefit in a big way. So they'll have a massive sigh of relief after that one, whereas ROCK now, it puts a lot of onus onto this next map and what they can do there. I think that Stallions will be feeling good, definitely not super, super pleased about how they've done there, but just the fact that it doesn't get really close. It isn't a lot of work in the end, and I think that they'll be ready for this next map now in a big way.
Stats-wise, anything that jumped out to you throughout that one, Penguin?
I mean, Loy and No, both of them, 48 kills for both those. I mean, look at the others. I don't think they are even half of this, and I see Action is very good. Silva's also very good. Silva's having a good game, but then suddenly he just choked in the last 3 to 4 rounds. We haven't seen him around. He was very, very good when it was just a regular game, but when it went to the overtime, we haven't seen the good rounds that he used to show us. I believe if Loy continues to play like this, if No continues to hit these shots, Stallions can just get the 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 potentially on the horizon unless we can see a fight back here, but it's Stallions who are on top right now. ROCK need to answer back. We'll see whether they can do so in map 2 right after this break. 298, 299. There we go, back into it. Crossfire EWC 2026. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, just caught me in my workout there. Don't mind me. All right, we have map 2 coming up. Then it's going to be Ankara. Can we see Rock come back into things, or is it going to be a one-sided affair here? I've got Scriv, I've got Penguin. It was an interesting first match. We went to overtime, but the overtime was very much one-sided. Sadly, Rock just couldn't get going in that one. But can they get going on Ankara, do we think?
Yeah, potentially. I think there is definitely a world in which this comes a hell of a lot better for Rock. I think that this is a map that should really work for them. We saw the right individuals in the right places for Rock, and they obviously had a very good game up until the overtime. So I think it does depend. They have to be able to stay cool now. There's a lot of pressure on this next map, but they've picked into it for a reason. I think that they will be capable of taking us to a third.
I'm afraid we might see another Nemesis game, because if Rock didn't change their play style on his side, probably their play style on the whole map, because it's not only the global side that they suffered from, but also the blacklist side. So if they didn't change, if they didn't do their homework, I think Stallions might just steal this away.
Yeah, I am curious why they go for a map where they got so stomped, to be honest, but I think you're right. Maybe they've gone back to the hotel, they've done their research, they've done their prep, and they've noticed something that significantly changes how they approach this one, because otherwise they may find themselves eliminated from this tournament and their key getting crushed, and their hopes of trying to lift an EWC trophy could be eliminated right here, right now. But Stallions, maybe they'll equally be as confused by this pick, and perhaps they're a little bit worried that there's an ace up the sleeve here for the side of Rock.
Yeah, well, obviously you can go away, you can do the work. I think they can be pretty confident with it. So, yeah, I feel like they should have gone away, and you have to have done, right? Like 10-1, you absolutely have to have done. So, we'll see here. Excited to get into it, though.
Yeah, get into it. Enjoy it. It's Ankara. It is Stallions versus Rock. If Stallions win this one, they will go through to the semifinals and Rock would go home. Or will we go all the way through this best of 3?
Time will tell. As once again, joined by Penguin for this one. Looking forward to getting into it. So we'll see. We'll see. We're obviously hopeful for Rock. I hope it is not, again, just some of that flawed logic that players can have where it's like, we'll not get bounced again. That's not going to happen again, guys. Don't worry. And I think that that can be a little problematic of a mindset. Great peak to open us up there, as I think that was maybe a quad peak in the end. Just 2 required as MG goes down. Silver here on the secondary sniper, looking to keep things going. Trying to trim the numbers as they make their way in towards this B site, get that C4 down. Nice clean plant. Now just got to hold on to the site, of course. Fefe coming in from behind. He's got a lot of help with him as well, but it's Loy who creeps around, picking up from his performance of that first map. Really great finds from him. Makes it 3 in the end. And a lovely round to kick things off for the Stallions.
Yeah, I mean, a good first blood on the underpass defender, which was MG, and just pushing forward, then doing the double kills, and again, got an insane double kill for himself. Loy with another 3. This deadly duo on the first map. They got 48 kills, I believe. Now they have 5 only on the first map. Both of them just destroyed Rock completely on their first, and now, I mean, Rock, you guys picked Ankara. That means that your globalist should be way better than we've watched from the previous games. And now, I mean, Stallions, they're playing a bit slow. They're trying to go to the side, and this is the test for Fefe one more time. We've seen him failing multiple times versus Nemesis, and now it is not Nemesis, it is Stallions in the push.
Fefe in a good spot here. Vincere also needs to stand strong. Fefe knows he's got multiple angles to be looking at. Only 1 for him. That C4 dropped in a pretty awkward spot. It's Action who's been able to find the untraded kill. Keeps his cool there as he taps down. KLP will trade him. He's got a couple to find himself here. Just leaves that C4 where it is for now. He's got 1 minute and 20 on the clock. Not really any pressure. Goes through the smoke though. Silver ready for him. And Rock immediately on the board. Looking good.
Yeah, I mean, the first push from Stallions onto his side and the good successful defense from RockySports. We've seen Action with a double piece, and Fefe got the first entry. So that means that there are some changes that happen from these guys. And look at that, MG is just trying to take this peek in the smoke, and he goes inside the C, but KLP is just ready and gets him Now, I mean, oh man.
Nice.
Silva just swing to his death in the hands of KLP, who gets both. Makes it an easier round for Stallions right now. The Stallions setup that is coming, the push that is occurring right now is going to be all the way through underpass. 5 players gathering, nobody on the side, only Action. This guy did a very good job on his side. Probably he can get a couple of rounds, a couple of kills on this side, but only one. Fifth is here, he trades one. Still hate to fight. But in the meantime, it's only Loy gonna be getting VNC, and what a good way to end this round. I mean, KLP getting double. MG and Silva, both snipers from Rock, to fall early to this guy is just not an easy task for you to come back from.
No, certainly in agreement on that. Let's see what they are able to do here. As Rock look to respond again, but Stallions picking up the pace. Trying to get an early kill. Double Nate to follow up on it as well, just to make sure that there's nobody sticking around. They don't get the kill that they are after. Not quite yet. Silva trained in with the sniper here. In a pretty good position. The flash is good, but the shot is better. MG also chimes in. They've got 2 snipers to get through. It's got a little reloading, but he just get a quick shot on that unzoom. A really nice find from him. So advantage at the moment is looking good for Rock. KLP goes down. It's all going to be on no. He was caught reloading. Couldn't get a trade in. And he will fall. So here we go. Nice and close once again. As it starts off back and forth.
I mean, it's a good defense side so far from Rocky Sports. They're trading round by round. You lose one, you get one. I get the other. So in terms of global side, on Ankara is not the worst case for you. And now Action is doing business. Him and Fefi was struggling so hard last time on Ankara, and he's just picked this map to show that it was only a one-time map, and now Rocky Sports are level with Stallions 1-2. Stallions still playing the same way. They're taking the slow elon control, just pushing this control into the AC, and then after that probably just hit an underpass push or just try to go for an A-side take, and this is exactly what is going to be happening this round again. An A-side take, but this time Loy is going to be on the lurk with KLP because the C4 is moving toward this side. Maybe the fake is going to be towards mid, but finally Rock changed their play style. They are now stacking his side, even though if Action leaves, he's still around, he's still close by. When we've watched Rock last time, Action was playing around B shack or B entrance, very far behind, but these guys are coming here to fake and the full rotations are coming. Look at this, the C4 is already moving towards his side.
Yeah, looking dangerous while doing so. However, they've got their back turned. Vincere nearly gets 2. Not quite. So the C4 should go down, he says. Maybe spoke too soon as they're in quite fast here to try and deny it. Wow, Rock. Super effective from them. KLP going to be the only one left all of a sudden. I think even Stallions thought that they would have the site, that they would have something to work with, but not the case. Not the case at all. Rock move up to 3. They take the lead here as they look to keep that momentum going. That's a really nice round to act on.
Yeah, still SI pushes for Stallions are not successful, and this is worrying because we've seen Stallions sometimes they struggle on the blacklist side, and this is one of them. We are seeing right now they still the split. They put 2 side underpass and they put 3 guys on the side, so they just lose a lot of firepower. And they put who? They put KLP and Loy. Loy was one of the best players that's been there on the first game, and now Silva just adds more damage into the Stallions roster and gets no out of the picture. 4 on 5. Stallions need to be the guys. They're trying to change this round because Rock are on the right foot. Look at the shotgun from VNC. The KLP kill on Fefe is just huge and insane. Now it is a 4 on 4 with a HP advantage, I would say, but Lloyd just takes it down.
Yeah, looking to get a catch here if they possibly can. Jay survives just about. MG does go down, but Silva's able to get round, and he finds pretty clean kills, actually. 1 on 2 now.
Still going to be good enough, I think, for Stallions to get in towards the B side of things. And just VNC on the other side of it, as he is not the healthiest, as well as being in this clutch. So it doesn't feel all that nice.
Yeah. VNC, I mean, he still have chances if he gets Lloyd jump spotting. He almost missed it, but Lloyd just swings immediately, fearing nobody, and gets the kill. And you are back in action, baby. It's 3-3, and still, I'm saying that ROC are doing very good job holding to this point on your global side, because we didn't get to see the Blackler side actually, because it was an 8-1 and then suddenly they switch. Nemesis just gets to run. But we are seeing an improvement on the global side. That means that definitely the Blackler side is not going to be the worst from their side.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Little trade coming out here early on. As the bomb going to pivot more so towards middle in the con here, and they will indeed look to try and find space, perhaps towards B. KLP left very, very low there.
Yeah.
MG set up, ready to go. Oh, got to be careful. Warband comes in. We'll take him down to pretty low HP, but again, he's still able to survive, still able to keep fighting as they look back towards A now. So Stallions playing a pretty loose, heavy rotation, very instinctive. They might even go back towards B. You know, they're really just bouncing around, trying to be unpredictable. Nice catch coming through. KLP does get taken down, and that could be a big, big deal here as they find themselves going in. Man disadvantage. On towards this B bomb site. Still plenty of time to get going, but it just doesn't quite look good enough at this point. See what happens in the 4 versus 3. C4 going down. Stallions going to try as best they possibly can to get back into proceedings here.
Yeah, still. Nose alive. 42 HP. He has a smoke as well. Slow things down. Or probably Fifi just to sell himself. A flash is good. He's not on that position, but he gets one. He gets a double. Action is to fall. And suddenly, is a 2-on-1 with a dinked MG on the side. And then No gets the kill. The Wonder Kid just makes it happen and gets the triple kill for his teammates.
Fantastic stuff, isn't it? Great to watch. And it all comes together for Stallions. They do have some great fraggers. And they move up to 4, taking that lead. So 4-3 now for our audio-only listeners. It will be Silver to open up into this round, though, of course.
Yeah.
Looking to try and do a little bit more of that. Meanwhile, Stallions actually on quite a pacey one towards A. Not looking to waste any time. Also after their own first kill, but not going to happen at this stage. So that is unfortunate for them.
Yeah, losing Loy first is just huge because he's one of the best players. Him and No. But still No's alive. KLP is also alive. Chai needs to step up a bit. 1-on-6. Having the C4 right now, and all ROC eSports are just waiting for the push. Action just wants to swing mid badly, as we can see. And now they're going to be starting to rotate or to support Smoke side, and this is the backup that probably Fifi needs. And now with the hotel control, just puts Action to rotate into B side, and now there are 3 players on B side. Probably we can see a ROC pushing an A side control and A side info gathering, but this is not happening so far. That's why I'm saying Stallions are in good position unless ROC pushes an intel peak.
Could still make something happen towards A, though. I think that is what they're looking for here, Stallions. F8 on a little spot at the moment, as he's just trying to bait around his teammate. Going to have to go massive. Not quite enough, is it? Not quite enough. 3 versus 3. Action here in good time. Drops the C4, importantly. That'll split them up. That'll make it awkward. Trying to tap away. Can't get it done. So back down to just 2 apiece now. C4 retrieved. An attempt to the plant. A hold on the plant. All nade damage coming in. Oh, actually will drop off. Maybe thinking some aggression was coming back, but it's all good. They get it down. There's nobody around. Rock are trying to group up as best they possibly can to move in for this retake. Silver just got to be careful not to go too early. He nearly does round that corner. KLB, though, spinning round, looking good, as it will be. KLB to find the first, all onto MG here. Ooh, nice flick up. Pistol out, spots out KLP, and they're both pistoling away against each other, trying to close that gap. But it's the Filipino player who flies over the top to find the fifth here on the Blacklist side.
Oh, I mean, I hate when you're just retaking 2-on-2 and you just split.
Yeah.
You give a chances for a 1v1s instead of just trying to trade your teammate. And this is exactly what the situation for this round. Silva just went for the 1v1 and then he died, put action on 1v2. He killed one, but couldn't get the other. And KLB just finished him off. Makes it a 5-3. 5 more rounds for these guys to advance to the semi-finals.
BNC up close with the shotgun here, but he's not actually going to see that much action. One player goes his way, he finds the kill. And he's looking in the middle of all of this to be the hero. It's not quite the hero's journey for him. 3-on-3. C4 getting planted. Stallions will hit a 6th round unless something changes. Nice pickup for KLP, and I think that might just be enough for him. He's grabbed some information here. He just needs to stay alive, and he knows that. Pretty well done. Great discipline. Drops back, makes the kill really hard. I think that's just going to be enough. Rock are totally slowed down. They don't know about him, actually. They don't even consider him. Really well done in the end. The final couple rounds there from Stallions feel fantastic. 6-3 is a great scoreline now going into their defensive side.
Oh, man, I'm worried. EWC, they need to show a good 2 rounds at least at the beginning of the game just to put it 1 round behind. Otherwise, even if you pull the tactical timeout, it's 6-3. Let's say that you lost the first round, it's 7-3, and you pull the tac timeout. What are you going to be talking about? It's just 1 round on your side. So it's not going to be working, it's not going to be helping. And no, just gets 1 kill. Action. It's a very good position. BNC just trades. KLB, another to him. Makes it a double. I don't think that tac timeout is gonna help EWC. You haven't seen anything from them. But sometimes you need to talk to each other and they pull it. And Silva just gets 1 kill and makes it a 1-on-3. The one before that maybe saving EWC is now a 1-on-3.
Yeah, definitely needed here, of course. And Stallions will start to severely pull ahead. Very, very dangerous. Silver. Can't find anything more. Stallions getting a little vocal. Feeling very good. They get vocal in the middle of the round as well. It's the comms for me. It's the big moments, the 2, the 3 kills in quick succession that gets them hyped up. Big chat here for Rock. They've got to come back into it. This is looking to be a pretty swift exit for them in the quarterfinal, which is just not what we wanted. You know, a 3rd map, some competition. But it doesn't look like that is going to be the case at the moment. Crumbling, falling apart at the seams, so they say.
Yeah. Now, the tac timeout. What are you going to be chatting about? What are you going to be discussing? You just played 1 round on this half. And it wasn't even a round. It was a push by Stallions. They pushed underpass. They pushed mid. They got you off guard. Probably the shot could have been done on the Blacklist side from Stallions. But now when they're on the global side, they still don't know how these guys is going to be playing. How KLP is just going to shaping this map. Where he going to be going. Where he's trying to get the kills. Because all what we've seen is double kills from this guy in front of us and then supported by some other kills to finish the round from Joy. And EWC probably they need a pep talk more than a strategic-wise talk, because strategic-wise talk does not make any sense since you haven't seen anything from their global side. Now, Stallions 3 rounds away, 4 rounds ahead. And they are about to make it into the semi-finals. This time again eliminating EWC for the 2nd time in a row. It is in particular not the same organization, but it's the same players exactly. They've met on the quarterfinals EWC 2025 and they beat them 2-0, and now they are about to make it happen again.
Here we go then. Will this timeout work for them? Quick and key trade coming in from the Stallions. Really, really nice indeed. Can they act upon it? I mean, the onus is more on Rock here to get moving and try and find some space. Try and find an avenue of attack if they can. Action not in a bad spot, I would have said. He works his way in behind a smoke or two. Just trying to catch a player off that might be over-facing, getting over-aggressive. It's actually no that's going to do that, though. He's in an advanced position. Looking for that all-important kill, that all-important man advantage if it is to come his way, but never that easy. Set up. He's caught off, but still does manage to find one, you know. Really well done for it. Now moving in towards the B-bomb site. There's a lot of prospects over here as we've got action very far up against the grain. And maybe they work off of what he's able to find, but he's not able to find anything. The man advantage given back. And so, 3-on-2, looking really good for Stallions.
MG starting to move to his side. He's starting to claim this side, but look at this. Loy just might catch him off guard, and he hears the switch and gets him out. And now it's all on VNC with a 36 HP to work on with. He has to get Loy and Joy. Joy, okay. Loy is just insane today. 9-6. And he's doing the full rotation, the full bait. And Stallions, they're probably gonna know that this is not the correct side for you to check. Because VNC is just moving to beside with the C4. 35 seconds on the timer. And the bomb needs to be planted.
Well, they do have to be careful. I mean, Loy is way, way, way ahead of things here. He's going to go early. He does get the kill, though. So it doesn't matter too much in the end. I was worried that, you know, he goes down. There's no trade opportunity. But they feel confident. They feel the damage that comes through. And Stallions looking good. 2 more to go now.
Oh, my lord.
Yeah, a little bit of BM. Rock, unfortunately, not giving us anything so far on the blacklist side.
I mean, Ankara, man. I mean, it just makes me mad.
Better than last time.
Yeah, at least, though. 2 rounds more. Still, I mean, we still have the chances not gonna put them out of the picture. What I've seen from Vitality today is just gonna make me believe in every single game. And now 8-3, but this time is 8-3. I mean, they need this round. Look at how Loy is taking this control, is moving forward. Jai is here to support him. They know nothing about this. They know nothing about being here. 1 kill death to him. He's trying to get another beat. He just falls. No, just gets another kill and just gets MG in base. And Stallions are moving forward into the semi-final. 1 more round for you guys.
I mean, surely after a round like that, it's got to be a done deal. You know, you're right there on the cusp. Still a tiny bit of hope remaining for Rock. But after a delivery like that, it must be over. Absolutely unbelievable finds. Stallions. 1 more round to continue their dark horse run here at EWC 2026. And it's looking good. Off to a flying start. KLP gets aggressive. Finds the first. Well, he gives his life away, though. That's a pretty big cranium to be taken. But it's good. It's good. The GR side super aggressive. Able to drop the C4. And now it is Fefe, the man who looked for some revenge. Left to clutch it up. He can't get it done. Stallions will take him. And they move forward into the semi-final. The Ankara backfires once again. And Rock will be kicking themselves. But Stallions, an absolutely fantastic showing.
I mean, it's at least better than the last time, as you just mentioned, for Rock eSports. 10-3 win to these guys. I mean, oh man, yeah, I don't know what to say because Stallions, I want to say that Stallions play good, but Rock eSports are not the team that should play Ankara on the international stage. They play any other map very, very good. We've seen a very good sub-base from them. You're pushing them into an overtime on their own map pick and you're losing your own map pick 10-3. That definitely doesn't feel good for you, and especially for this map V2 that we've seen from them. Well played by Rock eSports. They showed us a very good fight. The first seed of the Brazil is to fall. Stallions is to proceed. And now they're gonna be looking to revenge probably if they have a chance to face Liquid, because they got the first seed and now they book their first spot on the semifinals.
Rock should still be proud of a top 8 performance, of course, but it is Stallions who progress into that top 4. And it was interesting listening to some of the talent on the other stream saying how, 3 out of 4 Brazilian teams in this side of the bracket, well, we already lose 1. Yep. Surely the Stallions can't go and take all of them down right on their journey towards the final. Well, the first one has toppled, and it means another key will be crushed here at the Esports World Cup, that of Rock Esports. And you can see the emotions running high for everyone, whether it is a positive one or, of course, a disappointing one on one side. But one thing we know is Stallions move on, and they should be proud because it was a very impressive performance. But I think you've hit the nail on the head, really. Some maybe difficult decisions made in that veto process, perhaps ones that will have to be adjusted in the future for different tournaments, and they will maybe regret the decision to play Ankara on that second map. But let's look at the positives for Stallions, right? This has been quite the tournament for them so far. We've had a lot of talk about them as well. We didn't know if they were going to live up to that hype. I think they have.
Yeah, for sure. There's certainly a little bit of a blip in there for this squad, but I think that they have looked very good when they're on top, when they've got the momentum. They do very, very well. We saw a lot of change-ups coming in there on Ankara with some of the pace, some of the aggression coming out from them on that GR side in particular. So, yeah, I think we can be very, very happy with how they are playing here as they continue progressing. It's been a long day for them, of course. The back-to-back games, it's a little bit of a stacked day in that sense. So it can get away from you if you're not careful. And it nearly did on map 1, but I think they've had some great moments. The timeouts seem to be really big for this team, that they can take that moment, they can step back and reassess the situation. But this particular Ankara really did look good, and a complete team effort. It's difficult to point your finger at just one player taking over, as can often happen in a one-sided affair. It really was quite a good effort from most of the team there.
Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of EWC 2025. It's exactly the same. And by the way, it was also a stomp on the second map, and it was sub-based this time, where Stallions just stomped Rock Esports. I believe that Fifi also got like 2 kills only, and I was talking to him after the game and he was like, I'm so sad I didn't perform very well. I had only 2 kills, and definitely my team is just upset of this performance, and now they have to play them again, and he wants to revenge. He had a very good first map on sub-base, and probably the veto didn't go out very well for that, and this is the mistakes that you try to avoid if you're going on the international stage, because maybe on your locals, you're going to be playing a lot of Ankara, so probably one good, one bad, but on the international stage, if you're having 2 bad Ankaras, you need to immediately ban it. And the 10-1 versus Nemesis could have just showed you that this map is not yours to take on this stage.
It's that man, No, again, who's standing out statistically. He really has been, probably, for me, the MVP. Would you agree with that, Scriv?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Loy on map number 1 also performed very, very well, of course. But No, as a player, a lot of consistency, which is something that on our B stream games in particular, and a lot of the time in Crossfire, across the entire series, isn't necessarily the case. But No, you can rely on him quite readily to be towards the top end of that scoreboard, if not topping it.
Well, ambitious name to take as well for a game attack. Just, what's your game attack? No. What's your game attack? No. Well, fair enough. I respect it. It's also a difficult one to get on many games, I imagine, because it is just the 2 letters. Anyway, interview is ready on the stage. Paladin, who have you got for us?
Of course, we've got No from Team Stallions. Congratulations, No, advancing to the semifinals. I want to ask just how the feelings are on the team for just advancing through such a long, grueling day.
Oh, kamusta ang pakiramdam nyo ngayon? Kasi medyo mahaba yung araw nyo ngayon eh. So, anong pakiramdam na? Saya ba? Pagod?
Yung nararamdaman ko pagod. At the same time masaya kasi nanalo kami both games. Tas sobrang pagod sa kanina laro namin yung versus EP. Pero masaya naman kasi panalo yung dalawa.
I just feel both. One is feeling tired, but at the same time, we feel good because we won the game. And of course, after such a long day, we both wins for this game.
So of course, last year you guys were underdogs, a very different team, at least how people considered you. But now this year, you're kind of the dark horses to try and qualify to deep into the tournament. How does it feel to be a different team right now?
So, kamusta yung pakiramdam ngayon? Kasi last year, kakaiba kayo, parang underdog, pero ngayon, isa na kayo kumbaga tinuturing na strong team. So, kamusta ang pakiramdam nun?
Sa nararamdaman ko parang maganda. Kasi dati ano lang, parang minamaliit kami ng mga nakakalaban namin or yung mga ibang team. Tapos ngayon makakapalag na kami. Yun lang. Feel ko maganda.
We just feel good because last year, like we just feel that everyone belittled us, but this time we feel stronger, so we are happy now.
Awesome to hear. I mean, last question for you. With the bracket that you've been given, does it feel like a team of your caliber deserves to be in the final?
Naro?
Base sa nagawa nyo, sa bracket nyo ngayon, sa palagay nyo, yung inyong mga katapat, deserve nyo na makakalaban ngayon?
Ano?
Deserve ba?
Kami?
Doon yung makakalaban nyo. Ngayon, nasa bracket na kayo na mataas.
Deserve yung makakalaban namin?
Oo.
Ano?
Parang, kumbaga, umakyat na yung bracket nyo ngayon, di ba? So, mataas na. Ngayon, iba na yung kalibre nyo. So, ngayon, lalaban na kayo sa ibang grupo. Sa palagay nyo ba, deserve nyo ito at yung makakalaban nyo ngayon na nasa pataas na posisyon na kayo?
Oo, siguro. Deserving naman.
We feel that we deserve that.
Well, that's it from No and Team Stallions. We'll see them in that semifinal. So excited to see more of this team moving forward. Back to you on the desk, Dan.
Perhaps he didn't know how to answer that question, but I've got two analysts who might be able to answer it for you. Do we think Stallions have the caliber to get to the grand finals and maybe even win this whole thing?
I mean, I think they're showing us a lot of tests, I think they really are working towards the right goals. And of course, it's all these like little boxes that you've got to tick when you ask the pundits what they think, have you got a comeback in there? Have you got a bounce back after a close game, or maybe letting things slip as we saw on map number 1? So I think they've shown a lot of feathers in their cap, so to say. And I think that means that, yeah, they're certainly capable of making it all the way. I think the next question for me becomes whether they have that firepower to really, really contend against, the AG.ALs of the world.
And I guess what's important is they're on the side of the bracket as the other Brazilian teams as well. And when we talk about play styles,
that's what I wanted to talk
they've just
about.
beaten one of them.
Do you know who's going to be playing? The winner from Liquid and Navi. They're going to be playing against one of those. So if Liquid wins, that's the rematch that you want. So that's why I was checking who Stallions have on the way, and now they have all the Brazilians. They got rid of the first seed. Yes, I know that Liquid beat them last time, but these guys were a little excited of the first map. If you remember, I believe that Tanks, their coach, just told them about it. Hey, we need to chill even if we win the first game, and this is exactly what we've seen from them. They won some base, they get a little excited, and we've seen a good or maybe a better performance on the second map.
There's a chance for them to be that meme of the Grim Reaper knocking on the door, one Brazilian team after another team at this rate for Stallions. But then I like what you said, when you get to that final, suddenly could you be going up against an AG.AL who look very hot at the moment, trying to repeat their success here at the Esports World Cup as well. But one thing that is good for the Stallions, they move on to the semi-finals. Sadly, we say goodbye to Rock Esports. Our next matchup is also going to be a very interesting one. Of course, you just mentioned it. We are going to see that Liquid versus Navi matchup on our screens as well, the All-Brazilian affair, and another big one for the club championship here at the Esports World Cup. But surely we're going to crush another key. My favorite time, Scrib's least favorite time. He struggles with it, and I understand why. He doesn't like sending teams home. No one wants to send a team home. For Rock, though, as a journey, top 8, do you think they'll be happy with that performance?
I think they would have wanted to hit top 4, to be honest, after like a good showing. Yeah, I think they really will be disappointed not to have gotten up high enough. And, we do have the crushing here as well. I don't think they're going to be satisfied with that. They had a really, really great regular season over in Brazil. And it's just not quite far enough. I think they would have liked to knock on the door to a little bit more international opposition as well. You know what I mean? Like, they ultimately have looked at Brazilian teams a lot, and then a West League team. There's not as much tapping into the Chinese scene in particular. Oh my goodness. That was a bang.
That hurts.
It wasn't quite that loud last time I heard one.
Yeah.
That was good.
It's getting louder, by the way. Every time we go in, on the group stages was quite... Probably on the knockout stage it's just louder, and now the quarterfinals is just so loud. I would love to hear the one on the finals.
I've heard the keys, they get harder to crush the longer we're in the tournament. The density of the metal is even more intense, but there you have it. There is another destroyed and crushed broken key. Sadly, that means we say goodbye to Rock Esports, but it does mean we get to put one more team through to the semi-finals. And of course, we'll have to find out what's happening elsewhere on the mainstream as well. That means we can start gearing ourselves up for our next quarterfinal here on this stage as well. The fact that we've got two teams who will be heavily knowing each other. They'll be well aware of how one another are going to play. And I think we saw it during the process as well. During the pick phase, basically, they said, hey, we want to play against this team because we know them so well.
I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about. Liquid, they picked Na'Vi because you know who else would pick? It was BaiSha. So, I mean, you have no option. You have Na'Vi in your face, and then BaiSha, definitely you're going to be going for Na'Vi. That's why I'm saying Liquid, they had no option but to play Na'Vi, and I guess they know them. They know how they play. They are the locals, so it's going to be a very, very good game. In the end, I mean, I'm not going to be there for this game. It's the last time. It's an honor, it's great to be here on the desk with you also, Dan. But I will be watching this game, definitely.
It's been an honor to be on the desk with you as well. You've been absolutely fantastic all day long, but he's completely right. We still have one more series to get ourselves through. That was a little bit of a teaser from the main man himself. We've got Liquid versus Na'Vi coming up next on our screens. But before we do that, we're going to allow the players to get all set up, allow our casters to reset as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. Well, welcome back everyone to Crossfire EWC 2026, and we have yet another Battle of Brazil. It seems to happen far too often here on this B stream. It's B, 3 Bs. I've also got two fantastic analysts / casters alongside me. I've got Scriv and I got Paladin. Paladin, welcome back. Did you have a nice break / interview process?
I wouldn't necessarily say it was a break. We were pretty in and out of that best of 3. I'm very impressed to see how Stallions have just kind of eased themselves into the tournament. I think we've got ourselves another banger on our hands.
We do. We've got Liquid versus Na'Vi. So this one is going to be quite hotly contested. We've got two teams who know each other very well, and they did choose to play Na'Vi here, Scriv. So I think that's an interesting decision to be made.
Yeah, it was kind of maybe a pick your poison moment for them a little bit, but also, the friend that you know, the devil that you know, I suppose, is what I'm looking for. And yeah, it really did come through as a bit of a clean pickup, and I think it makes a lot of sense. They should have a lot of confidence coming into this just because of the fellow countrymen. It's just kind of a shame that we could have ended up with like 3 Brazilian teams potentially moving through into the top 4, but they've clashed a bit, and obviously the loss there from Rock means that now we're only going to get 1 at max.
Yeah, just the 1, which is disappointing for the region, but at least it guarantees 1 in the semi-final for a chance to try and stay alive. But let's dive into the teams a little bit more. Let's look at Liquid first then, because they had quite an interesting journey through the group stages. They looked very commanding. They were able to take some very good results against some big teams as well. Do we think that Liquid are the kind of formidable force on this side of the bracket?
I think it all comes down to what kind of Gouken you're getting moving into the matchup. I mean, we've seen the very high highs in terms of the upset that they had against the Stallions. And then we also saw how their B game looked, which was a little shaky in their opening matchup on day 1. So for me, I think this team lives and dies by him, because of course the supporting cast is nice and all, and there are other options, but to me this team really ascends when their talisman is alive.
Yeah, and it feels like as well we've also maybe got 7-7 in here. I think he had that incredible map on the opening day, really looking unstoppable. I believe Penguin saying that he hit the record, not quite beat the record for frags on a map. So yeah, really looked great there. I think something that they can definitely rely on. A slightly newer addition into the team as well that has perhaps freshened things up. He's a bit younger, where Liquid was kind of a lot of old heads for a while, still just trying to push themselves back into their prime and whatnot, and it didn't quite come off at previous internationals. I think some of the newer additions, 7-7, ADRF, have freshened up the lineup and given them a newfound joie de vivre.
Yeah, Liquid are certainly looking to be, the dominant force on this side of the bracket, especially as the potential rematch could come through if they are able to win this one. But they have to get through their Brazilian counterparts first in Na'Vi, who have been, I think, for me, I've had Na'Vi on the tip of my tongues throughout, tip of my tongue. I don't have 2 tongues, that would be interesting. But all tournament long, I've been thinking that, they are the 3rd best Brazilian team, is what I had heard when they were coming into this. They haven't looked like that at all for me, right? They've looked like they are a team that are well equipped to take down anyone. And I genuinely believe they could cause an upset here against Team Liquid.
And I believe it. I mean, you talk about how many options you have on Na'Vi, and at every turn, every series, there's been a different guy to step up to the plate. And I'm not talking like a fragging by committee type team. I'm talking they can commandingly take the map over on their own. I mean, LKK was the guy on the tip of my tongue in day 1. AKX is series on. And you've had moments from JV as well, but to me, it's LCZ today, it's Juan in the previous series. Everyone, top to bottom, makes me very excited when they're on. They've got a little bit more of an aggressive flair to them compared to Liquid and Rock, and that's what I think separates them from those two teams, and why I think I agree with you, Dan, is that an upset truly is on the cards here.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I've noticed with Na'Vi, they are not scared to be aggressive on their defensive rounds. That's right. Sometimes we will see them just sending one player to try and get an early pick, just to do something a little bit different. And it has caught teams off guard, and we'll have to see whether they do more of the same as, Script, Eagle Eye goes in our first bans, but we'll get to see our first picks now, because these are going to be important ones. Black Widow is where we go from Liquid. Na'Vi are going to pick the Blacklist side. Thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's totally expected the Black Widow. It's often banned at home against Liquid, it feels like. They maybe look a little shakier opening up against Execration, so maybe that's kind of the logic here for Na'Vi trying to play it. Sub-base as well, coming out as that second map, makes a lot of sense here from the Brazilian region.
I really like this veto for Na'Vi. I really do, because I mean we can't forget that the matchup that they had to get to this point for Na'Vi on that first map of Black Widow, and it's just airtight defensive maneuvers. The offense also looked like a well-oiled machine. I think they were able to fake out very well, and we get New Compound as the decider, which if we get there, I think that's where things turn 50-50, because frankly, I like both of their new compounds. I think they both can actually play it at a pretty high level. I'd give the edge to Liquid if we get there, but I do think Na'Vi have a veto to potentially cause a sweep.
I do feel like we could get there. I think if any series is going to do it, it would be these two teams and how closely they are in competitive nature, but also how well they know each other as well. I think being able to practice against one another, experience in the league against one another as well. But this is where you need to now pull out all the stops, right? What have you got that's a little bit different? What have you not shown your hand against your opponent here for Na'Vi and Liquid? All right, boys, prediction time. Who do we think is winning this first map? Not necessarily series, but first map.
Okay, first map is easier. I'll probably go the way of Liquid, I think, just because they have built up a lot of experience here. They generally do have a better Black Widow available to them. Maybe a little less practice, a little less targeted information against Execration. They just sort of caught them off with it. But we also saw the best of them on that map with like a really good kind of comeback when they played it. So yeah, I'll go the way of Liquid for this one.
I'll start the conversation of an upset with Na'Vi. I'm going to take them to come out the gates hot here on Black Widow. I think that they showed a lot to me in that previous series, a lot of really exciting fundamentals, and I think that's going to produce a very exciting bit of Crossfire from them.
I think this one is extra important for Na'Vi because of the club championship. Not that it isn't for Team Liquid. They've been rising through the ranks of the club championship thanks to some amazing performances. Chess, for example, they were able to really put some huge points on the board. That being said, Na'Vi at the moment are in that top 4. They're looking to try and break into the top 3 and compete with Vitality, who are still alive in the tournament as well. So maybe that added pressure may just maybe put too much on their shoulders here for this one. So I think I'll go for Team Liquid. I know you didn't ask, but I'm asking myself. You know what? That's okay. I can do that. I'm the host. I do what I like. So Na'Vi versus Liquid is where we go. First map is almost on the horizon here. Starting to get busy here at the Esports World Cup of 2026 as well. More people starting to flood through. Everyone having their eyes on Crossfire, checking in, especially when organizations like Liquid and Na'Vi are on the stage as well. It's always naturally going to draw more eyes to them. If you could give me one player to look out for on one of these teams, who do you think is going to be the most important person on the server?
On the entire server, I think Paladin's touched on it a little bit. It probably has to be Gokin. He comes in as a rock for that Team Liquid side, right? If he's playing well, they're able to rally around him. He doesn't necessarily have to be all the way at the top, but I think he just has to be in a position where he can command, where he can inspire, right? And that's sort of what it's all about. We talk him up because he is such an important player. He's got such a storied history, right? He's been in different regions and all this kind of stuff, right? So he's a very, very interesting player, but also I think a player that a lot of the younger up-and-coming Brazilians, including a couple on this team, they look up to him, you know? So I think they need him to play well. They need him to be in the right headspace. And I think we have seen a lot of that already. It's been one of Team Liquid's strengths for me, is their ability to dig deep and stay resilient in some of the harder matchups.
I'll go the other way, and I'll give his counterpart of Juan on Na'Vi. I mean, this is a guy that can truly elevate Na'Vi to new heights. Now, the question is what kind of Juan are we going to get in a pressure cooker environment like this one, where, you know, you've got so many fans on you, looking at you now that, you know, Na'Vi and the Counter-Strike division are done. All those fans are now migrating towards you, having their eyes on you. How is that going to affect a superstar like him in the making, especially going up against what I'd assume are some of his idols on the other side of the server?
Sometimes it takes one to know one as well. You have to remember that, folks.
Nice.
I'm a big fan of him. I've been just watching his play and the amount of clutch situations he finds himself in and the way he navigates it as well. He's very calm about the situation in 1v2s, even 1v3s with the sniper. Sometimes is a difficult spot to find yourself in, but with Crossfire, the ability to pull out your pistol and be able to take those fights as well, take those engagements, whether you're just trying to jump and surprise someone or swing around a corner, Juan has been great to watch in those 1 versus X situations. But for this first map, I mean, is there a key to success for one of these teams, or either of these teams, really? Is there a certain area of the map we need to see them prioritizing in terms of their setups? A certain site is going to be a better focus? What would you guys say?
I think snipers are pretty important. You know, Liquid have a lot of players that are capable of flexing, so I think that that's something that if, again, they can kind of have it in their back pocket. We saw 7-7 in some of the earlier series able to truly live up to the flex. I think it kind of gets given as a title to more of a secondary sniper player. But 7-7, he was in a lot of rounds. He was like, okay, I'm making a play like this, and it's with a sniper. I'm making a play like this. It's more rifle-centric. And certainly for me, that's a big part of the Liquid win.
I don't want to see a pace change from Navi. Sorry, excuse me. I do want to see pace changes from Navi. That's what makes them exciting.
Well, the first map is ready. It's our last series of the day, everyone. It's Navi versus Liquid. We're on Black Widow. Scriv, Paladin, take us away.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a fantastic game to close out the day with. Really, really excited to get into it, and we are not messing around as it started aggressive. A lot of presence out towards long, not normally an area that you see big fights going down, maybe one-on-ones, but that was a 3 versus 3 there. It will be Quan and AD.AL to fall on either side.
I think Navi will be happy to go 1-for-1 there to establish a little bit of long control. Plant a player in the barracks, but you don't have Juan involved. It's going to be JV instead tasked with sniping duties. So with that, Navi have a couple of options on the table. They've gotten themselves some bridge control. They've gotten a little bit of barracks control as well. So that push and pull, that potency for that push and pull is absolutely there. C4 still all the way back in spawn. So for Navi, the world is their oyster. Minute 20 left on the clock as they survey their options. TL on the other side of the equation, not moving a muscle. Totally fine for a 2-1-1 split between each of these key positions.
Smoke to keep them out of B. At this time, it will be some short presence. Too much off the back of it, though. As Navi look to edge forwards, JV is waiting with a flash. It would seem 7-7 comes round. Keen find from him, looking for a little more. Does miss out the opportunity on the left. Gosh, he's going to be left so low, but 7-7, he's got lots of angles to work around, but it doesn't matter. The bullets are finding the heads. My goodness, LC Zin is ready to trade him out, but a lot of work to be done here. 1 versus 3 for him, and he's just missed out on Gokun. Big round from 7-7 to start off proceedings.
Oh my goodness. I mean, these are the two guys that you want to come alive straight away for TL. 7-7 having himself a moment to kickstart us on Black Widow. And if you want to talk about a great second option, one of the better second options in this tournament, it probably is him. And with that, Navi wanting to set the tempo, don't actually get what they want. And now look to that long control again. Is that the name of the game? Is that the priority here for Navi to continue this blacklist campaign? This time they do get Juan in barracks. That's the new wrinkle in this second round. And meanwhile, ADRF and WY decide to go for bridge control to combat this, and this time JV will hit the deck. So another 5-on-4 for TL, and another opportunity to really let Navi stew and slow them down. I think this is where they make their most mistakes.
ADRF, nice angle from him. So he finds another. That'll start to lock things in here. AKX, difficult for him. Also will go down, so not looking too good. ADRF with some nice moments. Going to be Juan 1. The big man on the Navi side left to do it all. Certainly an easier said than done kind of situation right here. Plenty of time for the C4 to recover. And there's a flank on the way. They will pass each other. 7-7 got to do his work here and just check all the angles. I think he spotted the backside of him there before going into the short corridor. So information comes through. They should be able to deal from here. Just winding it down, taking his time. Aswan, you'd like to get on the board this early on in the game, right? Like find a couple of kills, build some confidence. Spam down. Almost all the way. Not quite. As he will survive. Just a little longer, but really making us wait for this. A formality, for sure. fully spotted out now. More tags taken, and there it is. Danimals will finish him off. Second round for Liquid. And they'll be looking to keep it running as long as they can. Maybe hit the 4 or 5 in a row.
You can feel how personal this matchup is almost. I feel like this is the loudest I've heard TL in the tournament. Of course, you're getting to that later part of the tournament where, you know, everything matters. Single elim. But to take down your brethren, to be that last Brazilian hope in this edition of EWC would be a fantastic honor. And you're starting to see a little bit more comfort coming out of this supporting cast of Team Liquid. WY going aggressive down into mid. And getting yet another man advantage. And now pushing the issue is WY. Defensive smoke, deep nade to soften up JV and LKK. And then you've got another smoke to contend with if you're this offense. And it's just been a screechingly slow, methodical Na'Vi, and not one that they necessarily want to go through with. So they're going to be a bit pacier on this A approach, but this is where the double sniper setup, this dangerous duo of Gokin and 7-7 just ripped this offense to shreds.
There you go, looking good. The dynamic duo sat next to each other as well. The comms and indeed the coordination at an all-time high. It's good to see. It is very, very good to see. I'm quietly excited for what they can do throughout this series. WY to open up. I mean, it's all looking fantastic for TL. Nice from Akashi, though, to trade him back into the 4 versus 4 super early on. So Na'Vi going to have to be careful, make sure that they aren't too far back, giving up too much room here. Team Liquid just sticking to the setup. There's maybe a lack of presence in at mid that we're not too fanciful of, but ultimately well defended here across both bomb sites.
Yeah, you don't necessarily see those splits come through that often, but the spawn smoke will still come through to at least feign and retain the 7-7's angles in the mid. It's going to be AD.AL, but it's going to be Danimals, the two less quote-unquote interesting players, I would say, but 7-7 still arrives nonetheless. The rotation is still through. Danimals finds one more. Man advantage for TL, and they're just running out of space, running out of time, Na'Vi. It feels like they can't breathe on this map of Black Widow, despite being able to set the tempo themselves.
Absolutely fantastic. So far, so good for Team Liquid. They are looking very good, aren't they? The rounds unraveling for Na'Vi, and they're not even necessarily coming close, it feels like. So, starting to get into that scary territory. A lot of the closer games come about when a team is able to answer constantly, right? It goes back and forth. There's maybe a couple rounds, but they're ultimately in the conversation. This is looking to be a 5th in a row for Team Liquid. And they are indeed holding the line. Gokin with some good damage there. And goes down quick to Goken's call, and it's all on LCZ in the 1 versus 3 with 11 HP. There's a lot of rhymes in there. That's crazy.
That was nice.
Yeah, that was good. I didn't even do it on purpose.
Has yet to die. Gokin has yet to die. He's got 7 kills in these first 5 rounds of play. You want to talk about a talismanic figure. He's absolutely been that guy in this tournament. And so far, Na'Vi are shell-shocked to start out Black Widow. You know, they talk about how dominant they were in their previous series against Geekay, and you expect maybe there's something that we can say about this series as a whole. Maybe we have that back and forth affair, but not to be. It's been all about these veteran presences, that young blood of 7-7. And it just feels like they're in that flow state that is so difficult to break if you're a young team like Na'Vi, who haven't been in a position like this maybe ever in their careers.
Yeah, looking very, very special if they can keep this going. It feels like an early timeout, but certainly one that is needed because things are getting severely out of hand. What more is there in the tank for Na'Vi, if anything? Some long faces, some nail biting coming in, and it just is not taking off. Pressure seems to be getting to them. And one of the advantages as we catch this game is, of course, that Team Liquid, a lot of time off. They qualified pretty quick. And I think that's given them a big chunk of time to prepare, to watch the other games, to know who they want to take on. And it seems to really be paying dividends here, as they've probably gone away and just shored up this Black Widow. But like I say, they don't normally get to play domestically. Maybe this is why, right? There might have been a very different approach. Execration, I think, surprised them, especially in the early game back on day one. But either way, the Brazilian derby that we're getting here is pretty heavily Team Liquid sided.
This time around, Juan has been alive for longer than 30 seconds, so maybe we might see a little bit more out of him. Yet to get off the mark to start this best of 3. Danimals and ADRF now tasked with holding on to short. This time around, even though it's a slower default for Na'Vi, it still feels just a lot more intentional. They get themselves bridge space, they've got a player in long, they're now scaling up through mid. They've gotten a lot more of a foothold on Black Widow in round number 6. But can they win the duels? ADRF with this high-low setup with Danimals does find a 1-for-1. And that defensive grenade should allow at least some safe haven for Danimals. Still got ourselves a 4-on-4. And Na'Vi still has a couple of exit routes in this one.
Ooh, LCZ trying to get away, does get caught. We talk about exit routes, and well, one of them unfortunately has been cut off pretty swiftly there. 7-7. I think with some information, trying to bait around his teammate here. Does miss a shot. Moving with pace. Another one as well as he tried to get the pre-fire in. Does go down. Key kill found. They also have good information as to where Danimals is chilling at the moment. Going to get him caught off too. Oh, lovely drop down. It's all Goken. And he's traded. Na'Vi will finally do it. They get themselves on the board swiftly with their first.
And they needed an individual play to kind of wake them up a bit. LKK is the guy to do it. Huge double from him. I like this high-low setup. I thought I would have netted maybe 2 kills for the defense, but not to be. Goken still stays alive for quite a bit of time. Still alive in this 1-on-3, and after he finds the first, you think, okay, maybe we've got something cooking up here, but the vet goes down for the first time, and Na'Vi net themselves their first round of play. Look towards LCZ again, prioritizing bridge alongside action.
WY in a good spot, but he is flattened quickly there, Paladin. Not ideal for Liquid, who are trying to put, again, an aggressive foot forward. Why wouldn't you when you're so many rounds up, right? Try and hold on to that lead, but it's not worked here. Goken, top of the smoke, nothing for him coming up just yet. Na'Vi trying to work off of the advantage. Don't need to get too excited here. But we'll find out. Nades over the top towards B. There will be some responses. Oh, from the GR side. It's a great flash. ADRF, though, he's eating a lot of nades is the problem. Danimal's going to have to go crazy. He loves this spot. Before I even get the words out, he's down. Another round for Na'Vi as they string 2 together.
Very necessary round. A very simple conversion there from Na'Vi, but sometimes it doesn't have to be complicated. We've noticed that they've played a bit more of a simple style on this map of Black Widow, but that simplicity is what makes them so effective. They haven't had an opportunity at a man advantage kind of round to play around with the 5-on-4, but now that they do, they capitalize it with both hands. Simple execution pushes off the player, trying to rotate in through the doors. Nade softens him up as well. And that creates a recipe for success. Na'Vi now get themselves 2 rounds and are piecing together a very gruelingly long offensive campaign.
For sure. There certainly has to be a keen turnaround here for them, but it's a start at the very least. Still not quite enough off the ground, right? A 7-2 finish would be brilliant for TL. And that's what they'll be aiming for here. Now, I think that previous round, they maybe don't hand themselves to a good position with the aggression. A bit more coordinated with it towards long here. Definitely a nice idea, but nobody on the receiving end of it from Na'Vi. They also hear a lot of nades over there at long and decide that maybe the B-bomb site with haste is a good spot to finish.
Yeah, they're going to go pretty swiftly here. 7-7 is that third rotation that's here almost instantaneously, and Gokyn has arrived. Blinded up is Gokyn, though. We'll have to try to stand and deliver. Juan and LKK combine for some huge nades. It thrusts Danimals into a very tricky spot here on the B side, but ADRF can chime in as well. WY now in a doable 1-on-2. Has to piece this one together. Comes through the smoke. C4 at his feet. Way. JV and Juan, all they've got to do is trade. Juan switches over to his secondary to make that job a little bit easier. But head spotted. WY trying to pre-fire, trying to collect himself a kill. He spotted out both of these players, but he just can't connect. Slowly but surely he encroaches upon this safe box. I wonder if they know that he's creeped his way on over here. I mean, surely he's only going to find one, but the lineup is there, and WI gets himself a 1-on-2. What a massive sequence there, and really crafty in a clutch like that.
Unbelievable. Not once, but twice he gets the drop on them positionally as well. First through that smoke, he was the one to make the jump, and I think he could have really hid away for a long time. But the second spot, this one here, and still lovely and open. They were expecting him behind that plat box, man. Crazy stuff. What a find for Team Liquid, and now again on the precipice of the 7-2, which feels like such great half.
Again? B? It can't be the solution. I mean, sure, at this point, Gokyn has moved away, but he's still around the area. It will have to be this B execution. Gokyn vaults himself up to the window. Isn't able to actually get one. It's WY, the hero of the round previous, and now Gokyn can arrive to the scene of the crime. 4-on-3. Damage considerably given over to TL, but Na'Vi don't like what they see. They don't want to tussle with the star of Team Liquid, and decide to maybe try to craft together an A split. But I believe Gokyn spotted both of that. Mouth moving quickly. And now it's 7-7's time to bat.
7-7. Ooh, does unscope. Gokyn here, though. Gokyn here. Nearly caught out in the open, but not quite. Spamming away. C4's been dropped. They have to recover that. So, shaky. And I think they will know that that C4's been picked up. They've got some good information to work with here. On the GR side of things, to just see this over the line. Formality, perhaps, is what we would say. Gokyn feeling himself, and makes a lot of sense. Only 2 deaths to his name. The Colt out here as he looks to close it. Not quite able to get it done just yet. Lots of tags being landed. He really wants this. And indeed... Oh, I thought he was going to get it. That's pretty sharp from Juan, in all fairness. 3 more for him to get on such low HP feels like an insurmountable task. 20 HP. Maybe spotted 7-7. No, he didn't. He missed him. As it will be a 7th for Team Liquid. Feels like more than enough to close this out on their blacklist attack.
It certainly feels like it, Scriv. I mean, it's this 2-headed Hydra of Gokyn and 7-7, and then to make matters worse for Na'Vi, when they have been able to slay them, it's been the WY clutches, it's been the multi-kills from ADRF. This TL team seems so locked into place, so hungry for that semifinal appearance. A dance with Stallions yet again. And what a rematch that would be tomorrow in a best-of-5 format. Of course, we've got a bit of ways to get there, but TL paving the way for a comfortable Black Widow start.
LCZ, oh, just hidden on that corner. Got to be careful. Goes down early. Oh, man. Oh, man. Wow. Getting rolled to open up the BL side here. Simple stuff. Out long. Nice and confident. And it seems like that's all they really needed. Juan and Akashi left to do it all.
Wow.
Trades will come in nice and easily. Gokun looking good, of course. Juan, oh, okay. Quick with it. Seems to have Gokun's number. Nobody else's, just Gokun's. I think maybe 3 of Gokun's deaths have been down to Juan.
Okay.
Okay. Wait a moment. Building up speed here. Will get dropped just as he looks the wrong way. So TL going to get it done. 2 more to go, and they have so much room in which to do it.
Just mere moments away now. TL feel in the zone at this point. Understanding what players are involved with what kind of trades, that tethering between the offensive members looks so stable. And again, a pacier opening setup here from Na'Vi, still not wanting to get rid of that aggressive philosophy on the GR side, but with all that long space being taken, TL have bounded up the short side and now have an opportunity to plant a player here in WY and then maybe even cause a split if they want to go into B. There's a lot of extra strategies that they have at their disposal. And they've got plenty of time to survey all options. Now bridge control also found here for them.
Could be very, very workable given the chance. Seems like they want to end on B for sure, but a case of faking things out, being a nuisance in other areas of the map, and Danimal's making a lot of noise over there. They aren't quite buying it though, a light fake. Kashi will manage to find the first. They were very ready for the B hit to come through. JV's also really close to proceedings here. It's Danimals and 7-7 activating through middle that are looking very effective indeed. And defying the odds again. Team Liquid not putting a foot wrong here, Annie. Absolutely incredible scenes. Despite the fact that they didn't buy the fake, they were set up well on B. They opened up with the first kill. I mean, you've basically done as much as you can right in the opening proceedings. You've just got to land shots at that point. Well, Na'Vi maybe failing to do that. Team Liquid capitalize, and a lovely little split towards B looks fantastic. Number 9, all but sealed. And I think with LCC being far away, you can just play the time on this one. It will be hard for him. Long range angles, surely got to be a challenge to work through. And he knows it. He really does know it. Trying to find different avenues of attack, but that bomb about a third left on it. Just got to play the time. Gokun peeks out to take him. Number 9 for Team Liquid. They have got 7 chances to close out this Black Widow.
It seems all but confirmed at this point now for TL. Especially when man disadvantage situations like that work out in their favor. I mean, there truly is no weak link at this point for this Team Liquid side. There's a triple sniper setup now for Na'Vi. They've got to try something at this point, considering how much of a failure this pick has turned out to be. And how much of a force Team Liquid has been. Gokun with a 4 KD is just unreal, unreasonable to contend with if you're Na'Vi.
JV, up close and personal, spams away, drops back. I mean, you would be nervous here, wouldn't you? Quiet game for everybody. LKK, the only one who is positive at the moment. Team Liquid looking for a way to close this out. No real need to change the deeper strategy. Just got to find that opening into a bomb site if they can.
They certainly have the tools to do it. They decide to move back over to mid. These doors can be very useful for that split. But it's going to be Juan to find Gokun to start the proceedings in round number 12. It does change the options for TL. I know in their mind they were thinking about that mid to be split. However, with that kill, they turn their attention over to short, where it's LCZ's time to make his sniper ring true. He's also got LKK to back him up from under the bridge, but it's got to be these two to hold strong, and they've got to hold strong right now. JV makes the rotation through as well, but slowly but surely TL are losing bodies, and Na'Vi will hold strong just a little bit longer.
Yeah. Well read, well held. But Liquid have a lot of time to play with in terms of the rounds, and I think that they can certainly just throw a few ideas in there, gather bits of information for future rounds. That conditioning that we like talking about certainly comes into play. And I think they will be trying to close things out swiftly, but not too worried at this stage. It's going to be heavy presence in towards long from Na'Vi. We've got Danimals on a sneak move here, you might say. Trying to catch one off. Really well done as he moves through the smoke for two. His patience pays off. Absolutely brilliant as he gathers info. Here's those footsteps and takes down just the two, but they now know about JV. Super dangerous. C4 goes down. This feels all but revealed at this point in time. Team Liquid looking to close things out.
7-7 gets blinded up though, so giving a little bit of room over to Na'Vi to close the distance. But here comes a flank from WY. It doesn't actually net in a kill though. Plenty of damage done. And now man advantage for Na'Vi as they are currently sticking to the defuse. Somebody's got to charge through, and just in the nick of time, Na'Vi scooped together that defuse, cut this lead down to 5, and TL say, okay, let's stop the bleeding, let's stop the nonsense right now, and try to iron out whatever's going on.
For sure. I mean, respect for that, getting the timeout in. You know what I mean? It feels like a very, very respectable time to go for it. If you really want to split hairs, might be a knacker early, but I think really, really good from them in total. Getting a little loud here over on the secondary stage, as we do have fans in for both teams.
That's what you want to hear, Harvey. I feel like we've been lacking in that department here and there. All the teams have been very loud, but we haven't had that extra little bit of fan support, and it starts with Na'Vi and Liquid. We had Vitality supporters not too long ago, earlier on in the day. And it's really exciting to see just that meshing of all of these different people around these various esports.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think it is certainly cool to see. All the different games going on, kind of exciting. And of course, they've gathered here to see how this is going to pan out, who is going to be making that semi-final, and in with a chance of going a bit deeper. Trying to change things up. It's been pretty one-way traffic for a good while in terms of the powerhouse of the Chinese region, which seems a little in turmoil, harder to know themselves how they're going to perform just because of the local regional results and whatnot. But here we go, back into the action as Team Liquid looking to close things out after the timeout. They're moving fast here, as are Na'Vi. They get the first, and they're able to really push Liquid back off of B.
Unrelenting in that bridge control from Na'Vi, and LCZ with that secondary chimes in. He's already tagged up 7-7. So slowly but surely, Na'Vi are looking to claw this one back, make this one a little bit more difficult for TL, make them sweat a little bit in this derby. And with that, Goken's just a bit more apprehensive from base to take that initial duel. LCZ not offering up his body, now looking for the swing. Thought he might have spotted out his counterpart there, but not yet. Minute 30 left on this clock as Goken continues to surge forward, continues to survey Black Widow. The tip of the spear here, as it will. He's heard AKX, but he isn't able to capitalize on it. And JV will swing wide onto ADRF. So it's all up to 7-7 in the 1-on-5. I don't necessarily fancy his chances here. And it's just really nice and refreshing to see Navi still playing with that ferocious philosophy that made them in this position in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you'll see how things pan out here. You kind of have to be a bit realistic that it's going to be tough, definitely not impossible. But I think there is a large conversation around just setting your sights on the next couple of maps, right? There's nothing wrong with that after how the first half in particular went. Give me a couple more. I think give Navi a couple more and they start to feel that they might be able to mount a comeback. We will find out. Goken's up quick through middle. There's players all around him here. He really could have a chance. JV just has to be careful not to move too deep. Very, very dangerous spot that Goken's gotten himself in. Could be in his favor, could be against him as well, though, at this stage.
Akashi on one side and JV on the other. And now JV's backed away. They want to retain all that bridge space. Utility at the ready now for Team Liquid on this offense. And you've got 77 in back barracks as well. So A-split tendencies are certainly in the air right now, even though that bomb is leaning over to B. But this is where Akashi can have a bit more impact in this map. Close range with his rifle here on short. Decides to swing wide and does go 1-for-1. But this does spring TL into action. They've got to be a bit more pacey on this. A look from Goken does net him one. LCZ with the trade, but here comes WY, and here comes the rest of this cavalry from this offense.
Done his job, Goken. I mean, he finds one and does get traded, but at the end of the day, what he's looking to do is slow down the rotations, make them doubt themselves that they actually have control. And you can see JV's kind of looking behind. Is there another lurking presence? So they're really moving a lot slower than maybe they would like, especially with only 2 players left on the board. Spotting one out now. Sniper needs to get involved here. JV down early. It's all going to be on LCZ as he moves in, isolated, a missed shot. Might give him the chance that he needs here. Danimals, however, low HP, playing the time as much as he possibly can. And that C4 ticking away. Danimals running away from him. He's surely not going to have time here to get this done. And indeed, he will go down. Team Liquid, it's some work in the end, but they take the Black Widow and they take it handily.
It's a pretty reasonably put together Black Widow there from Team Liquid. It feels like they were just on another level. Sure, you have these consolation rounds that Navi were able to rack up, but at the end of the day, it's Team Liquid all day to start this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking very, very sharp. I think we can be so happy. With how Liquid have gone there, we wanted something maybe slightly more competitive out from them. But the reality is that Liquid look so strong. They don't quite have to work for it, there's a little bit of worry, and like you say, there's still some DNA in there from Na'Vi, which is a very, very good thing to see, especially moving into the second map. But I think Liquid will be feeling confident. They've had some great individuals there on Black Widow across the board, and the big man, right, Goken, he is holding that line as we wanted him to.
Exactly what you're looking for from Team Liquid, but of course, we've still got plenty more action in this series yet. We'll throw it to a little bit of a break, and when we come back, map number 2 of Subbase on your screens.
Welcome back, everyone, to CROSSFIRE EWC 2026. We are ready for map 2 between Na'Vi and Liquid. So it means I get to say goodbye. It's a quick hello and goodbyes. It's Liquid versus Na'Vi, and we've got Scriv and Paladin.
Yeah, no breakdown this time. We're straight into the action. I mean, that really does sum up how map 1 went down. We're looking for more of the same from Team Liquid here, if they are capable of it. As we touched on in that pre-show, I think the point I was going to harp on is the fact that the Black Widow generally gets banned domestically against Team Liquid. I think we've just seen why. They look very, very good. They're very comfortable. Even the 10-5 looks misleading. JV trying to open things up here on Na'Vi's pick of Subbase. This might fit in as maybe your second or third map for Team Liquid as well. It's very, very, very common out in Brazil. So both of these teams going to be fairly comfortable on it. And we'll see if that is the case, or if Team Liquid, with their really, really heavy shots, really great fraggers on map number 1, are able to do more of the same here.
Certainly so. An offensive start here for TL, getting to set the tempo, set the record straight here on Subbase. In a very comfortable map domestically for both of these sides, as previously mentioned. Woods control now established by this offense. I'd be very curious to see what Team Liquid Subbase really does look like in an environment like this one. Already encroaching upon this A site, putting some pressure here on LCZ. He's got a whole boatload of bodies right in front of him. Hits the leg shot and it's completely blinded up. Still is not actually punished though. He's got a flash to set himself up and decides to push forward and use that pistol to perfection for 1. LKK will, again, continue to slow the pace of this TL hit down. It allows for Akashi to make the rotation through. And some of these shots are nearly there for Team Liquid, but they aren't getting converted into kills. 25 seconds left on the clock now as this C4 hits dirt.
Yeah, nice little plan for them, able to maybe work around that post plant. And we see Na'Vi going for a full rotation around with the entire 4-man squad that still remains standing. They are obviously expecting something to come this way. I mean, maybe they are expecting a lot, actually. There's 2 players ultimately on this angle. 7-7 only capable of 1. Danimals capable of none. It's all going to be on Gokun to clutch things up on the pistol. He comes close, running out of ammo. Sniper back out, and Gokun gets it done on the jump shot. Oh my goodness. Look at him go, and he is just so calm after that. It's the rest of the team that are on their feet. He's just another day at the office. Gokun with a big clutch to wipe the smile off the faces of Na'Vi.
I mean, Na'Vi can't catch a break, man. Finally, a favorable post-plant situation. Finally, you feel like you've pinned Gokun into the back of the A site, but no, you're locked in there with him. TL get themselves another blinder of a start. And Na'Vi have to pick themselves up by their bootstraps because this has to be one of the worst starts that they could have possibly had as an underdog going up into this series. And having to do it on the defense, mind you, is an even more of a difficult task.
BUI with some good space. Looks to play confidently, as you would after a round like that. Very, very heavy first round. Yeah, I mean, I'm still reeling from it. I'm sure Liquid are riding on a high that they would hope to capitalize on at this stage. One more outside presence from them we are used to seeing. Maybe a little lineup as well. A quick move through the vents would be very confident. Not going to be where they end. But there's a lot of utility to maybe paint that picture. Trying to see what the response looks like from the Na'Vi side of things. One on a high up angle here. He's got a lot to watch, so does need to be careful. JV can't find his kill. It is a swap up that comes through. However, one goes down a little too easily for my liking. It's a 4 versus 3 with C4 still not quite in towards the B-bomb side, but damn near enough. Beautiful flash. LKK coming in from behind though to try and deny that plant if he can. Just a man down at this stage. Doesn't look too good for Na'Vi. C4 now being planted. They've just got to be wary, just got to be careful. Caught in a 2-on-2 for a moment while WY is gathering information. He comes back to join the crop of players in on this site right now. Gokun being a nuisance, trying not to go down. LKK drops. It's LCC who they know about, and Gokun flicks across to take him down. He's really looking good here, Pardon.
Yeah, you can say that again. I mean, Liquid throw a flurry of utility over into that B bomb site, and it's pandemonium for this first kill for ADRF, but he jostles so many crosshairs up that at that point, TL have got a number of players to deal with the problem, trade favorably, get that C4 down in a great position for themselves, and of course, the utility, the flashes look sublime. And now Na'Vi, they've got to start throwing some ideas against the wall now, and it's that aggressive maneuver into machine being the name of the game here. It's been very successful for them in series past, but TL has been a different beast so far at EWC. They haven't faced competition of this level. And with that, a complete standstill here for Subbase. The initial goings of these defaults have been just posturing. It doesn't have to be looking for an opening pick, trying to get that 5-on-4 and let rest on your laurels. It's been very okay for this TL squad to play a 5-on-5 with 30 seconds left on the clock and just have the superior execution, have the superior fundamentals, and just overwhelm Na'Vi that way.
Shaping up here. Try and go for another B hit. More forward, though, from the side of Na'Vi. Oh, WY will indeed find 2, all on his lonesome, as he was the forward party for the side of Team Liquid. I don't think they were necessarily dedicating in towards me, just trying to see what he could find. Well, he finds both. Doesn't that set you up nicely? 5-on-3. Make it just 2 now. Timeout called. My God. Team Liquid absolutely melting through Na'Vi here, and this is flashbacks of map number 1. They are looking fantastic again. Na'Vi cannot hold a candle to them right now.
That's probably the last player that you want to get active on Team Liquid. A player like WY, who has been as aggressive as ever across this series, can completely tear away any sort of setup that Na'Vi wants to bring forth here on Subbase. And just look at what that does to these setups. It looks flat. It looks like these players are disjointed, but in reality, it's just WY having an absolute field day. Na'Vi now, of course you want to take this tack timeout as swiftly as possible. It's been a terrifying start to both of these maps in this best of 3, and it just feels like they haven't really been able to stamp their foot to say, okay, yeah, Na'Vi is now here in the playoffs. Now let's show the world what we have on offer with our CROSSFIRE, but it's just not come to be in any sort of occasion. You've had those consolation moments on Black Widow, but it just feels like, you know when you're playing video games with your younger brother and you have the player disconnecting the controller, and you're like, okay, you've won a little bit here, but now we'll kind of get back into play, and it hasn't felt like Na'Vi have really logged on ever.
See, I never really got that one. My brother wasn't, gullible enough to be fooled by that. So we always had to share. Bane of my youth, for sure. I'd work hard, tooth and nail, to get that new console or that new computer, and got to share with my brother. You know how it goes, But here we are. Suppose I wouldn't be here without that trial and tribulation. Neither would the likes of Team Liquid or Na'Vi. Not a bad segue, if you ask me. As we get back into the action, we will indeed be looking for Na'Vi to start answering. You really make a good point in the fact that They have not delivered really in any way. Very little impact from them throughout this quarterfinal, of course. And that's a big disappointment. I think we wanted this to be close. We wanted it to be exciting. But this is sometimes how those domestic derbies go, you know? Liquid just have their number. And Na'Vi getting frustrated at the volume, the loudness. We'll see. Can they turn things around?
And now it looks like they're just going to simplify things, go charging in to this A bomb site, put Akashi on notice, and Tanimals, meanwhile, from the vents, raining death from above. And Akashi, you know, still alive in this circumstance, but still so many bodies to have to contend with if you are this defense. Gokin still lying up in the vents. Akashi still, though, will contend back the other way. 2-on-2 we go, and Gokin, 7-7. They want to pull the ripcord. They want to move back over to this B bomb site. Juan has been spotted. He's been tagged up. Akashi trying to scamper in to help out his teammate, but Gokin's watching this one like a hawk. Finally gives up the position, and now it's Juan's turn to thrust 7-7 in a clutch and a half. More damage done. Switches over to the pistol. 7-7 has got a 1v2 on a silver platter now. He's pinned Juan to the back of that B bomb site, slowly encroaching upon him. But he says, screw it, I don't want to get involved. Maybe you want to tuck tail, move back over to A. But it's all a ruse. He wants to move back over to B. He's lost sight of Juan, though. He doesn't know where he's gone off to. They've swapped positions. And 7-7 trying to vault up. Juan will capitalize. Very, very important one-on-one there to convert if you're Juan.
Yeah, absolutely. A must-win round for Na'Vi. After the timeout, they needed to get it. It's not as clean as they would like. But they still managed to close it out. 7-7 tries his damnedest, but it's not quite enough. We will now move forwards into a fifth round here. This Team Liquid attempting to respond and respond fast. We've got the aggression though. Na'Vi not letting up. Really well done. A perfect time for it. JV with some support will manage to find one. Akashi with him to just make sure that they are able to walk away alive.
WI perusing the split opportunity into the B site. And for Na'Vi, they realized that they'd have lost a lot of that B space. Machine, lockers, none of them in their favor. And with that, they bolster up, you'd like to think, parts of A, but they back up out of woods too. And instead play very passive, just trying to keep an eye on the vents. And they gotta put a lot of the eggs in that B bomb site basket, which is a bit worrying to me, especially considering with how much time is available at this point.
Really do have to get a move on. I mean, a lot of teams, we see them, they're kind of like deer in headlights when that aggression comes in from a global risk side and they're able to find the first kill or the first two kills. Just no answer from the blacklist. 50 seconds or so left on this clock as they attempt to move in. Nothing really coming off. Big damage there onto Danimals. Maybe a little headshot landing through some smoke. All the same, they will try the A-bomb site if they can. Akashi's been here before as he looks to be here again. Just one for him, but I think it is enough for the rest of the team to work around. Danimal's all alone. He's incredibly low here, and he's not able to get anything done. Na'Vi stringing a couple together.
That's the loudest that Na'Vi has been this entire series, and rightfully so, right? I mean, they read Liquid very well. It feels like they haven't had the right reads in a lot of these rounds, but finally understanding, okay, Gokin's trying his hand at selling something on that B side of things. We'll have a couple of feelers to maybe keep an eye on him and make sure that the extra rotation couldn't come through. But now it's completely revitalized Na'Vi. They're going charging in the woods, trying to challenge, but maybe it's a bit overzealous as WY starts off the proceedings in round number 6. And while Juan does trade, valuable positioning and that extra body are both down for the count.
C4 waiting patiently for now. This Danimals does need to be careful to get out of here alive. He's pretty alone, right? So doesn't want to give that C4 away. Doesn't want to put it in the wrong hands. But once again, TL slowing things down. Not quite as comfortable here as they started to get on Black Widow. I think that is safe to say. Looking for a B move. As we see Juan over here, a little under threat. And he's not able to land those shots. Does get taken down. Advantage swings back for Team Liquid, and that's big. That's a lot to work with. They're going to have to surely pay attention to B, maybe even draw more resources over. That's a difficult one to lose.
It certainly is, but that B bomb site is not necessarily the port of call for Team Liquid, as Danimal seems to be floating that C4 more so to the vents for an A split, and this setup is still potent to cause some damage. Less than a minute left on the clock now, as TL have to join hands and hit a site, and unfortunately it feels like they're making the wrong call, gambling into this A site, and one in which NKX and LKK have had a couple of moments together in tandem in this tournament.
Oh, nice from Akashi. However, the trades come back through really, really quickly, and it's all going to be down to LCZ. That position at the stairs was pretty much all they had in their back pocket, Na'Vi. CZ goes down nice and easily. It's Team Liquid to move up to 4. Not what Na'Vi wanted. Not what Na'Vi wanted. I think they needed to string a few more together, maybe get into the lead a little. Team Liquid drop a couple of rounds, get back on. They can indeed get this horse going again, get that momentum flowing, and it's looking very good to do so.
Yeah, that extra dimension of aggression is exciting for sure, but it felt like they ran out of ideas there. This time it's WY again, let off the leash here on B. Goken down the trade, he is pinned here, so Nakashi will find a 2-for-1. Massive in the ramifications of this one, but TL continue to up the tempo here in round number 7. They've completely caught Juan off guard. Moves his crosshair just a bit too much. ADRF with the primary-secondary combo. And now, LCZ and Akashi have to retake an a man disadvantage.
Yeah, see if they can get it done. Flashes come round, but nothing really created off the back of it. We've got ADRF in a really good spot to open things up here. He's not able to do so, actually. Allows maybe a bit too much space for the Global Risk players to come round. Lot of damage done, though, Paladin. It feels like it's got to be locked in at this stage. Gosh, you're trying to spam away. They're just trying not to give those inopportune fights, and ADRF will get it done. Really great find from him to close things out.
I mean, he's got to be the MVP of that round for me. Just so much importance in terms of that opening double to come up through the vents, and then to end it with another double in that post plant. Absolutely massive. TL now climb back up to 5. They shut down this insurgency that Na'Vi have put up of 2 rounds, and just feels like that's all that Na'Vi have in the tank, you think, but Nakashi is still cooking here with 8 kills. That shining hope for Na'Vi. Not necessarily the player you'd think to be the one to step up, more that second, third option, but at this point for Na'Vi, they'll take anything.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that is certainly true. Looking for any avenue to get in, any which way that they can feel confident. Slow roll for the side of TL at this stage. Again, going a man down. It's never a comfortable position on this map. And they seem to really be showing that. Just got to wait for an overstep maybe, particularly wait for this smoke to go down. And try and look for an opening. Smoke of their own. Try and close off some fights. It's going to be a re-smoke though. So we'll be waiting a little while here, I think. Unless Team Liquid, they might have ideas. They might have ideas to go through the smoke here, Pardon. That certainly looks to be the case as the flash comes round. LKK to fall. One more to get through in the form of JV. Do they have a flash for him? No, they don't. So it's dry, and it's not good. It's not pretty. Goken, WY, though, both chime in. They found their kills into the 2 versus 2 all of a sudden. And maybe we're back on. Maybe we are back on. Oh, WY's coming at the perfect time. Goken catches the flank. And a 2 versus 4 goes the way of TL.
That feels like a damning round, Harvey. It really does. You think about how much space and respect has been given over, and still a double that comes out in Vents. You think, okay, they've done enough. They found enough. They found a way to blind up Gokin, push him back, make him feel uncomfortable. But again, it's one of those situations where Gokin knows how to make the right decisions and knows how to connect the dots in quick succession. Doesn't help that WY is still cracking heads. 11 kills deep now. This offense has just word to life. This Blacklist campaign just feels too strong to deal with for Na'Vi. The double sniper setup you thought would produce some answers here for this defense, but it just hasn't come to fruition. The big brother of Brazil feels too dominant of a force right now, Harvey.
Yeah, I know. It does feel like the case, doesn't it? It really, really does. Na'Vi unable to get off the ground. Once again, similar to Black Widow. And they might just be bowing out unceremoniously here in the quarterfinal in EWC 2026. Which would be a real shame. A key on the line. Liquid looking to secure 7 here. So it will be another slow build-up. They are really, really winding these clocks down. Certainly a longer first half than perhaps the Stallions, but it's all good so far. WY to trade as LCZ finds a key double, but gonna have to get it done. Gonna have to secure this. The 2 versus 4, but it's the same guys. They did it before. Can they do it again?
Quickscope misses from Gokin. He actually takes quite a number of damage there. And he doesn't realize that there's a player in the rafter. 30 seconds now, and yeah, he won't even be allowed to get back around the boxes. It's all up to WY in a 1-on-4. Surely this is one of those that they've got to convert. Player spotted deep in Akashi, but he won't be able to find the long-range headshot. And 3 rounds found for Na'Vi on the defense as we swap sides. It feels like they've done good enough in terms of finding enough defensive rounds, but putting it together on the Blacklist side, yet to be seen here.
It's kind of a bare minimum, I think, that they've hit there. Will it be enough, though, is the question that's on everybody's lips right now. Even Na'Vi will be considering that. So they have to start strong on the Blacklist side. Can't allow Team Liquid to pick up any GR rounds. They've gotten really quite deep in towards B. I'm a fan of that. They're looking for the first kill. They really are looking to get aggressive. And look where WY is. Could be a fantastic spot for him. He's getting away with a lot. They don't hear him coming. He looks for more. Not quite able, but all the same. It's a good one for him. I thought maybe he'd have a chance at one more fight, but not the case. Gets shot in the back. They just have so much ground to make up now.
Yeah, so many extra angles to clear out. The threat of another player lurking around any which one of these corners is certainly high. But they've still gotten themselves machine in that one-for-one, excuse me. And with that, Na'Vi, where do you have your eyes set upon? Gotta re-clear woods. Gotta reclaim lockers as well. Do you want to go into 7-7? Or do you want to go into Gokin? Pick your poison. And it feels like that option of the former is one that Na'Vi will go through with.
7-7. Nice pickup from him. Nice damage on the next as well. It's Gokin that helps him out there, but all the same, the kill's coming round. It doesn't matter where they come from. Akashi cannot get anything done. Gokin's fine 2 on the pistol in the end. Ooh, not good, not good. As Liquid will hit the ground running here on the GR side, and not necessarily the most outlandish round. That was a round that came to them, and they're able to hold the sites, which is something that Na'Vi themselves really struggled with.
And frankly, it's just difficult to do on a map like Subbase, especially on that B bomb site where things can get a little unruly if you disassemble a crossfire or two from the heavens and back cage. So Na'Vi still find a way, or excuse me, Team Liquid still find a way to get the job done. And now you look towards someone on Na'Vi to step up. You need that spark to ignite this comeback. And it feels so far away. Definitely a little bit more doable than that of the comeback on Black Widow, but from a mental perspective, it feels like you're so much more behind, considering how close elimination is and how close you are until your key gets crushed here at EWC.
Indeed. Ultimately, looking to close things out swiftly. I don't think they want to test the waters on another potential comeback, and a comeback that they might have to shut down like they did on Black Widow. RV ready to go on towards A as this smoke starts to dissipate. WY, some pre-fire around the corner with Danimals. Gonna go down early. Maybe they were relying on him, but WY standing strong for 3. Is it going to be enough?
No
Goken
way.
says yes. Through that smoke, it's down to just Juan here in the 1 versus 3. And he's now been spotted. They know about him. They know he's trying to get an advanced position. Not going to give it to him. All trying to move together in tandem on this flank in particular. Just got to be careful. Got to play it correctly. Of course, Goken trying to keep his attention while his teammates are wrapping around. He's slightly reading it. It's a question of timing. And 7-7 finds him in the side. Team Liquid edge ever closer.
You know, Juan has been putting himself into some great positions here and there, but Liquid have not allowed him to really breathe and try to calculate these clutches ever. Immediately trying to create that flank, abandoning the 3-player setup up in the vents, and getting behind him up through A top. So now Na'Vi face the threat of being eliminated here after a commanding victory against Geekay earlier on today. Perhaps fatigue setting in, perhaps the reality of the situation is setting in, and Team Liquid just look poised to go marching on into that semifinals against Stallions.
Where they're going to feel confident, surely, beat them already. So, keep an eye on Liquid. They are looking really quite good. A slightly favorable bracket comes their way, you might argue. But they are certainly taking advantage of it. Looking to be the last Brazilians in the running here. And just a few more steps in which to do it. WY, sharp again. Great opener from him. It's the same kind of setup with Danimals at the bottom of the stairs. He's not been having the best of maps. Not that he's necessarily been required, but all the same, when you put him in a position like this, maybe do doubt him. Shotgun up close. Annoying angle, but dealt with quickly. C4 alone. Danimals moves forwards. Can't quite get it. First time of asking, but he will on the second, and the C4's hit the deck. Not loads of time. He's got a lot of ground to make up now. He doesn't quite know where to look. Juan's found him pretty quickly, but Juan also has to get in, pick it up, move down himself. Ooh, 7-7, that's kind of ugly. Jumps the gun way too early there.
Well, the plant still does go down here for Na'Vi, so they've got a puncher's chance, but it's 7-7 and Goken on the other side. This is the 2-on-2 that I think everybody was looking forward to in this series, but the utility from Team Liquid will cut down so much room here now for 7-7, and Juan doesn't get to complete the kill. He gets the tag, but not the body bag. 7-7 continues to force down into the A bomb site, but LCZ will keep Na'Vi alive just a little bit longer. Paramount of a 2-on-2 there from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Felt like it was in the makings once they started to scale back into the round, once they recovered that C4 really, really fast with no real trouble. Quick here. As ADRF, he manages to find a double to open up proceedings. It's Team Liquid trying to take matters into their own hands. They do very, very well. I say they, again, it is ADRF. He was pretty much all on his lonesome. Man advantage secured. Team Liquid trying to answer back with a vengeance, but they have, in doing all this, left a wide open for the time being.
And nobody's even considering this from the Team Liquid side. I mean, you've got a player spotting on the ramp, but they're in. Na'Vi at this point. C4 has made it to the scene of the crime. They should be able to get that down to dirt, and with that, 3-on-3 that you'd like to slightly favor Na'Vi in. Match state continues to swing back slowly towards Na'Vi's favor as Team Liquid look to finish this series out in 2. Gokun 7-7 still cooking here, still looking to compound the pain onto Na'Vi. That flash is nice to allow Danimals and Gokun to scale, but Juan hits the shot necessary and he'll find a second. You're starting to get this star of Juan locked and loaded, and 7-7 will not have a chance at the clutch. Finally, we get something to smile about if you're Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, looking good, right? That's the thing. It's starting to move in the right direction. I would like to see a timeout from Team Liquid. They were really, really good about it on Black Widow, trying to shut down the comeback. This felt like a round that they certainly could have done something with. They're feeling quite confident, though, looking to do the same as the previous round. Not able to find the kills this time, but they do get the control all the same. We've just got to patch those holes that they maybe lazily left open last time.
Na'Vi do not want to give away an inch so far here in round number 14. LCZ looks to at least play ahead in terms of these doors, but very dangerous around the corner. Well, just sit back with this wood space and hold on behind this smoke. Whenever that flash is thrown down the stairs, it feels like these defensive players respond in kind almost instantaneously, but the conditioning is here. Multiple players now on this A site for Na'Vi, or sorry, for TL, means that Na'Vi can now scale into B, but they've got to go charging into 7-7 and ADRF. 7-7 with the first.
Yeah, really nice find from him, looking for a little more if he can indeed capitalize, which he does. Oh my goodness, 7-7 not stopping here. 4 for him, looking for all 5. He's denied that, but Team Liquid with a huge round as they hit map series semi-final point. Absolute perfection with the defense, and they will be looking to take that the extra mile and get this one closed out. The B bomb site completely locked. Na'Vi not wasting any time here. But it's the same bout of aggression from Team Liquid to try and gain that control, create that first kill. This looks good.
They've been cutting the map in half again and again here, Team Liquid, through the use of ADRF, but it's pacey now from Na'Vi. They've got nothing to lose at this point. They go charging into Gokun's crosshairs, and Gokun's found one, but he's flanked out by Akashi. We still have ourselves a 3-on-3. No sniper on deck here for TL anymore. It's 3 rifles that have got to get the job done as a C4 goes down. WY still in the vents, looking for something. Spots a head out, but he can't convert the kill. Jump spots come through from LCZ, but to no avail.
Yeah, not quite yet. Not quite yet, but looking to find the gap. This would be it. This would be it. Smoke dissipates. They start to move down now. Got to check a lot of angles, and of course, that's going to help out Juan, as they are not ready for him. He's able to drop back. Flash does come through. Need to defy the odds, though. WY, maybe the man to do it, as he's had a fantastic
They're on it.
Impactful rounds. They are indeed trying to go for the Ninja. 7-7. Can't stay alive. A lovely, lovely idea. Not something that we see all that often. But it doesn't work out. Na'Vi stay alive. TL, though, straight in there with the timeout.
Better time to use it now than any other time, I'd like to think, for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely a place where they could have used it, but I just do feel like this is the most ideal space. Na'Vi gaining a little bit of momentum to make overtime happen. Immediately squash that, nip it in the bud. And for Team Liquid, just iron things out. You know, it's just one round in these next 3. It feels like they still have the solution in terms of putting on B pressure, taking machine space. And with that, how do Na'Vi respond? Do you still give them that space? Do you contend with it? Do you feel the confidence to contend with it, given the scoreline? Or are you still willing to be as passive as ever, burn out that first 60 seconds, and then re-engage after utility has gone dry.
Still talking things over here. DLC looking to give some words of wisdom, boosting the morale perhaps. I don't think they necessarily need that. I think it will be more of a tactical conversation. Some fist bumps here all around to try and get the job done here and now. Let's close it out. Let's finish it. Let's crush that key, of course. All the same. Once they get a little loud before moving in, Team Liquid feeling confident here. One more round required, 3 to do it in.
So they do pull away from that machine space that ADRF was so keen on taking round in, round out. They want to play out the 5-on-5. They trust their crossfire just a little bit more, and why wouldn't you? The tethering between these players have been fantastic, but look at the pace. Look at how fast they've overwhelmed Gokyn. It's put so much pressure on ADRF and 7-7, and while they go 1-for-1, there isn't players to really help out here. WY will also chime in, so we still have ourselves a 2-on-2 in a blink of an eye. And now the timer ticks down as Danimals and WY have got to do it all on their own.
Yeah, I would have maybe liked to see them hold on to that 3 versus 2. 7-7 maybe gets a bit giddy. It felt like he was perhaps in a safer spot. All the same, this is where we're at. 2-on-2. They have to try and make it work. And, well, WY's gone kind of cheeky ahead of a smoke. Nice little bit of nade usage from him. Blinds them up as well. So pressure going to be felt. Not a lot of time left on that C4. WY goes down quick. And Juan's able to hide away. Yeah, not going to happen. Na'Vi looking good. These post plants especially feel very, very effective.
I like how fast Na'Vi are. I mean, you're down 3 rounds. You've got elimination right staring you right in the face. And what do you call you call probably your fastest round in this series. And it completely, I mean, you could see that the pacings and the musings of Team Liquid there are completely out of whack. Gokyn gets completely blindsided and everything kind of falls apart. Couple seconds too late, and I think it's GG, but Na'Vi now screech to a halt, claim themselves machine and Woods. So both of those compromising positions already in the offense's favor with 2 minutes left to go.
Spamming away, dangerously close at times, but nothing quite landing here. Na'Vi, it's the other side of the spectrum this time. Super, super slow, really far back. Just clearing out those basic kind of angles here, but nothing presenting as Team Liquid also playing it somewhat safe. Not afraid to have those threshold positions. You know, they're not super far back, but they are not necessarily getting aggressive. And then 20 left on that clock, just shy. Na'Vi not loads of time available to them here.
Looking towards B, perhaps? It's going to take a little bit of time because there's a re-smoke up in their face on lockers, so is that the decision that you want to go through with? There isn't that third rotation from Team Liquid to create that crossfire. ADRF will play close range as 7-7 donning that secondary will have to go to work, so definitely some threats on that side of the map. Instead, Na'Vi, at least considering the possibility of an A split. It's held the attention of Gokyn and Danimals, but here they come. The initial fake out from Na'Vi. They're blinded up absolutely in every which way, but Danimals gets his vision first, and we'll go 4-on-4. And again, the trades go every which way. Juan needing to stay alive there, needing to find a favorable trade. 20 seconds left now. As 7-7's found just enough. You'd like to think JV needs to find the 1-on-2 clutch, but it's not going to be. ADRF at the final hour shuts down the comeback potential, and it's TL moving on to the semis.
Yeah, that bomb goes a little too early. And he gets sniped down. They spot the C4. That's all they needed. Liquid, they knew they had them dead to rights from that point on. But what a performance from them. Again, a little more work than maybe they would have liked if you're being really picky, but a 2-0 overall is a very, very good scoreline. They look absolutely fantastic on those snipers in particular. Gokyn clean on the first map. I mean, a lot of things falling into place now, and they have got an awful lot awaiting them in those semifinals. Very, very excited to see what they can do over there.
I still see a team that is more confident than they ever have been at EWC. Still a little worrying at times when I saw them in 2025, but here in 2026, it just feels like they have their eyes on the prize. I think they have the self-belief that they can make those finals, have that puncher's chance to go up against a team like a BaiSha if we get there. But for Team Liquid, I think sky's the limit with the kind of initial goings that you've seen in both of these maps in this best of 3.
I do like how we went from a team like AG.AL earlier to now a team like BaiSha after BaiSha taken down AG.AL on the mainstream. But here on the side stream, it is all about Team Liquid, who find themselves in the semifinals now, a guaranteed top 4 placement here at EWC 2026. As for Na'Vi, they bow out at top 8 in the quarterfinals. Still a valiant effort, and I'm sure they will still be proud when it all comes down to it. But with Team Liquid, they just had their number, it seems, even though there was a couple of late fightbacks from Na'Vi. I thought we could have got into an overtime situation in both maps, to be honest. But in the end, it came down to just those clutch moments from Liquid.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, again, able to just believe in the process and really capitalize on a few of the shakier mistakes, a bit more conditioning from them, which is really, really good to see. And they clearly had some more ideas to lean on, right? We see it after timeouts where they're able to just come up with something fresh, but they had some really, really nice plans, I think, in place where a lot of the teams that we've seen, even if they do win, even if they are effective, it's very instinctual, it's very loose, it's very fast. It does feel like Team Liquid, they came into today having used their extra time, you know, qualifying earlier, to their advantage to make sure that they were assured up in terms of some strategies to fall back on when things start going south, as they did here on Subbase, but also on Black Widow.
You had a couple of pages of strats that were showcased after that timeout. And I think that's what makes TL so interesting, is that your expectation is, you know, okay, let's just do the same old, we'll keep going for that machine pressure and hope that, you know, initially we'll get a favorable trade. But instead they pull back. They decide to go into that double sniper setup, something that they hadn't shown throughout that entire second half, and it completely catches Na'Vi off guard. And of course, there is no clutch potential. And you look across the board, sure, Danimals is 4-13, but it doesn't matter when you've got such a top-to-bottom performance. 7-7, and Goken obviously jumping out to me, but it's that aggressive piece of WY completely reshaping how that defense and even that offense looked at times.
Yeah, it just seemed like one of those situations for Na'Vi where they just got that one bit too far. Just one tall mountain they couldn't climb, and it sadly was another Brazilian team that they had to try and topple in the end. All right, we've got one last interview on the stage on the side stream today, and we have Penguin over there. Penguin, who have you got for us? Maybe not. Maybe we're setting up. There we go!
Yeah, thanks, Danny. We've got 77 from Team Liquid to have a little chat about the game. 77, first of all, congrats on your dominant win over your Brazilian rivals. How does it feel to make it for the first time to the EWC Semifinals?
Então, primeiramente, parabéns para vocês pela classificação. E como é passar pelas semifinais da EWC pela primeira vez?
Muito obrigado pelos parabéns. Acho que é um dia muito gratificante, muito mais que ontem. Cada passo que a gente está dando aqui é algo que a gente nunca imaginou. A gente tinha em mente, mas acho que chegar aqui é um nível muito alto pra gente, mas a gente quer muito mais que eles e a gente vai chegar lá e final a gente se vemos lá.
So it's a very important day for me, much more important than yesterday. So we're doing some small steps, but we managed to go very far away here. We're super happy for the classification and going to the semifinals now, and super proud of the team.
Yes, going back to the EWC 2025, where you guys couldn't make it out of the group stage, but this time you are going to the semifinals. What changes you guys have made in your team to make this possible?
Então, indo para as semifinais agora, qual o plano de jogo de vocês? Alguma coisa vai mudar? Vocês têm muitas coisas a conversar?
Basicamente a gente muda pequenas coisas, a gente sempre tenta focar no nosso jogo, não muito nos outros caras, e fazer sempre o nosso jogo, manter a constância, a calma ali, nossa team play junto, e acho que é isso, é basicamente fazer o básico.
So we always make some small adjustments coming for the upcoming matches, but we are 100% focused on our team and on our game plan, so we are much more focused on ourselves than the other teams that we are facing.
Yes, we all can see that, and now you guys are up again against Stallions, the team that you already beat, but this time it's not playoffs on the line, it is finals on the line. How confident are you guys going into this rematch?
Então, vocês indo para essa próxima partida contra Stallions, já tendo enfrentado eles, como é que vocês estão se sentindo para poder se classificar para a final?
Cara, é muito difícil falar isso porque tem gente que acha que é arrogância, marra, algo do tipo, mas acho que a gente se sente bem, cara. A gente não tem um adversário que a gente fala assim, ah, não, a gente tá com medo dele. Não tem isso. A gente confia na gente e cada um confiando no outro, no coach, na equipe técnica e tudo, e no nosso jogo também, claro.
So we are very humble, but at the same time, we are much more comfortable. So we have our whole staff supporting us, everyone, the team, the coaches, and we're feeling good and comfortable for this match.
Yeah, I mean, we wish you all the best. Now, it's time to get back to you, Dan, but this time it is gonna be the last on-stream B. Back to you, Dan.
Thank you for the reminder. It might make me get emotional. Put it there that way. But yes, a brilliant interview. Great to hear from 7-7 again. It just seems like Team Liquid getting more and more comfortable the more they find themselves on the stage. But as Penguin was saying, last time on the side stream, now it's all about playing on that main stage for them as they get into those semi-finals. We can take a look at the brackets and see how that changes the lay of the land then heading into tomorrow's action. Remember, we were in the quarterfinals, but now we start to look at those semi-finals. Elsewhere, BaiSha Gaming were able to take down reigning champions AG.AL, which was a huge upset, not only in this tournament, but of course for the club championship as well, with AG.AL chasing that EWC club championship. Here in the semi-finals, though, we get Liquid versus Stallions. It is going to be a rematch from earlier on in the tournament. Scriv, I mean, is there a chance that maybe we could see Stallions overturning this one and getting some revenge?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely difficult. It was definitely close. So I think there is certainly a chance that, you know, Stallions get a little bit of revenge there. Great matchup, great game. It's fantastic that we've managed to have that be our semi-final. Fantastic story.
Well, it means one more key has to be crushed as well. Na'Vi, we will be saying goodbye to their key. And again, in terms of the club championship, Na'Vi exiting here at top 8. It does dent their chances ever so slightly, but they will still continue to push for that top 3 position that they are searching for. They're kind of battling with Vitality at the moment, so we'll have to see how it goes on the main stage for Vitality. As 1, 2, and 3, bang, there you have it. That's another key gone here, Paladin. The last one we're going to see crushed on the side stream, and it will just crush the hopes and dreams of Na'Vi fans.
You know, I would have loved to see Na'Vi progress on in this tournament. It feels like that again, the little brother of Brazil trying to make a name for themselves. And while their story here ends at EWC, I'm very excited to see if they can compete at, you know, CFS and potentially EWC next year. And hopefully we can see, again, another market improvement from them, because the sky's the limit for some of these guys.
It does seem to be. They're all learning a lot at this tournament. They all seem to be growing, but sadly you can only get so far. Now, you mentioned story. You guys know what time it is.
Of course.
It's the story of the day. That one's for reflections. He wanted me to dance a little bit more, so there you go. It's Brazil's last hope. We had 3 Brazilian teams in this side of the bracket. Now we are down to just 1. Is that team good enough, do you think, to get all the way to the final and then go on to win the whole thing?
I mean, I think they could be. I think with what we've seen, I feel like there is that depth to this squad, which was maybe what we weren't expecting. You know, they come off the back of a pretty weak regional finish. So, yeah, I was really expecting them to kind of struggle, maybe take a series here or there. The Stallions one might have been the peak of their tournament, but now the sky is the limit. And, of course, as you've been touching on, as we've been saying, that BaiSha win, it blows everything open. They're obviously a very good squad themselves, but it just means there's maybe something in the air that the expectations are going to be subverted.
There's a bloodbath in the lower quadrant of the bracket, right? I mean, BaiSha's there. KingZero might be joining them, so you'll only have to play that one Chinese team to lift the trophy. And it does feel like, in my opinion, Liquid has been the best Brazilian team by far in terms of form. So you get a favorable matchup in the Stallions. You try to carry that momentum on. The only thing that I'm curious about is how are the best of 5s going to factor into those final 2 matches if they can get there. That's the real question for me.
So Brazil, the last hopes. Will they fade with Liquid, or can Liquid keep going? Of course, that is going to about wrap up our stream here on the side stream. So guys, I mean, it's been a pleasure to be alongside you. Any final thoughts? How much did you enjoy the tournament? It was awesome to have you both.
Yeah, it was good. We had some lengthy games. We had some overtimes in there, a little bit of a golden round, always good. It was really quite exciting to see how things panned out. And yeah, a lot of now dark horses going into the end of this tournament over the next couple of days.
I feel like we all have a little bit of an attachment to Brazil now with how much we've been following through them through this entire tournament. So I think in my mind, I'm just rooting for them in that top side of the bracket, and I'll hope to see if we can get that very exciting Team Liquid final appearance, or if China will reign supreme yet again.
Yeah, who will reign supreme? There's certainly going to be a lot of questions that still need to be answered here as well. So that is going to wrap us up, of course, on this stream. A big thank you to everyone who was involved. Of course, my wonderful casters. Penguin, come on over. We had all three of our fantastic talent that brought us through with their voices, and we couldn't have done it without them. So a big thank you to our casters/analysts. You guys were awesome. It was really a pleasure to work alongside you. Thank you, everyone behind the scenes as well. You're all amazing. And of course, thank you, CROSSFIRE, for putting this on. But we still have 2 more days of action over on the mainstream tomorrow. It's going to be kicking off about 12:30 CEST. CEEST. That's too many E's. CEST is when it's going to be. Make sure you're there. Set your alarms. I've been Dan Gaskin. I've been your host. I've had a wonderful time here. We will see you tomorrow.